If you're tired of those bloody, battle-filled system stories, then let's switch gears to a heartwarming tale, full of healing, humor, and warmth. This young man's name is Su-Ching. After an exhausting day, returning home drenched in the rain, he accidentally picked up a strange girl. The very first time they met, she destroyed his million-yuan TV with a single strike. Her name is Jiang-hee, a young woman whose voice, gestures, and attire seemed to have stepped right out 1,000 years ago. Su-Ching had no idea at all. This seemingly chance encounter would soon become the thread of fate binding the two of them. But for now, facing her for the first time, his heart simply clenched when he saw a stranger standing at his doorstep on a rainy night. His house key slipped from his hand and fell. Jiang-hee, a dignified disciple of a 1,000-year-old sword sect, quickly retreated. Her eyes were filled with wariness. At this moment, Su-Ching still thought she was just cosplaying some character. He silently stood up and walked away, not forgetting to glance sideways at her. Everything about her, from her posture to her saber and even her straw sandals, made Su-Ching believe it was professional cosplay gear. Just as he was about to open his door and go inside, Jiang-hee loudly called out for him to stop. He wanted to explain that this was his home, but seeing her guarded stance, he paused. He couldn't understand if he looked like a bad guy. In the end, Su-Ching just figured she was a strange person and turned his back, going inside. Before closing the door, he glanced out and still saw Jiang-hee standing in a corner, maintaining the same wary posture. The door closed. Su-Ching had finished showering. He pulled out a can of cola from the fridge and didn't forget to get food for his cat, Pidu. Su-Ching took a big, refreshing gulp of cola after his long, tiring day. He sighed, looking out at the pouring rain. This heavy rain showed no signs of letting up. Su-Ching seemed a little thoughtful. He grabbed an umbrella and peered outside through the peephole. Through the peephole, there was just an empty space, no one around. He thought Jiang-hee must have left. He slowly pushed the door open. The moment the door opened, she appeared in a vigilant fighting stance. Silence fell, accompanied by Su-Ching's helplessness. He hurriedly explained that he only wanted to offer her the umbrella. It was getting late, and this rain wouldn't stop anytime soon. Su-Ching kindly advised her to go home quickly, or call someone to pick her up. Yet, Jiang-hee asked a question that left him bewildered. Where is this? But he still replied that it was his home, in the North Road residential area. A string of nonsensical questions flowed from her. This time she asked him, "Who are you?" He was in a dilemma, wondering whether to answer as a friendly neighbor or a lunatic. Finally, he still offered her the umbrella and told her to call him Su-Ching. Seeing no movement from her, Su-Ching was about to pull back the umbrella. Jiang-hee suddenly clasped her hands together like in ancient times, reporting, "I am a disciple of the Yin sect. I don't know why I came to this place." At her actions, Su-Ching became even more certain that she was crazy and a cosplay addict. But then he sighed and decided to call security. Su-Ching even invited her inside, afraid she'd be cold outside. And so, Jiang-hee stepped into the somewhat cluttered room. While Su-Ching was calling security, Jiang-hee's eyes widened warily at the large TV screen. The sound from the TV made her jump. Her next action made Su-Ching scream internally. His expensive TV was shattered by Jiang-hee's single strike. He couldn't believe his eyes. He was utterly petrified, unable to utter a single word. Then, Jiang-hee's predatory gaze fell upon him. This made Su-Ching abandon his call to security. Both of them froze after Jiang-hee's action. Su-Ching trembled all over. He forced a crooked smile, thinking, this is the rhythm of blood splashing everywhere. He stammered, so, where did you say you were from? Jiang-hee responded with more questions. How did those people from earlier get outside? And also, who were you talking to just now? Su-Ching looked at the girl in front of him, pondering, an opera troupe? People don't even dress like that. Casually stabbing someone's TV, wearing straw sandals. I wonder if she can even pay for it. He raised his hands, softly suggesting, so? Should you put your sword away first? I'm a good person. I even gave you an umbrella earlier. Jiang-hee considered his words for a moment, then decided to comply. She pulled the sword out of the TV. Only then did Su-Ching speak again. What's your name? Where are you from? She expertly sheathed her sword, then looked directly at him and introduced herself. Jiang-hee, a disciple of the Yin sect. Su-Ching chuckled, remarking, Yin sect? That name sounds quite cool, actually. Is this Yin sect very big? Where is it? Jiang-hee asked back in surprise. Suzhou Yin sect. You don't know? He looked at her, honestly stating, never heard of it. Do you need? Then he observed the person in front of him from head to toe. He considered it up and down, then spoke again. Anyway, I'm a good person. I can help you. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Jiang-hee replied sadly. I want to go home. Back to the Yin sect. Su-Ching slowly explained. This is the North Road residential area in the Yongguang district of Jiangcheng City. Jiangcheng City. You know it, right? You're probably not from ancient times, are you? What are you talking about? Am I supposed to ask who the emperor is now? Jiang-hee looked up at him, muttering 2 words. His Majesty? Su Qing then asked, who is His Majesty? Unexpectedly, her answer was incredibly shocking. His Majesty is His Majesty. Su Qing continued to question her. Excuse me, what year is it? He tilted her head, asking back. Isn't it the 16th year of Kai Yuan? Su Qing's jaw dropped as he thought. This girl. No. This young swordswoman's mental state doesn't seem like she's joking. He raised his hands, his face already utterly bewildered. Wait for me a moment. Su Qing quickly looked up information. His expression gradually became even more bewildered. Su Qing held his head, muttering some incomprehensible words. Tang Xuanzong, right. He's been dead for ages, hasn't he? Li Longji, So Li Bai. Li Tai Bai, the recluse, do you know him? Jiang He asked excitedly. You know him. Where is he? Su Qing thought about it nonsensically. Defeating, then he chuckled and continued. He's probably in some ravine clearing monsters. Just then, Jiang He was startled by a noise outside. Your food has arrived. She vigilantly raised her sword, pointing it towards the sound. Who is it? Whose voice is that? Su Qing hastily tried to stop her. Wait a minute. He desperately explained. Someone's just bringing me food. They're not a bad person. Just calm down a little. Step back. Don't let anyone see you. Jiang He asked, puzzled. A servant. Su Qing corrected her. No, it's just food delivery. The delivery person smiled and spoke. Hello, here's your food. He replied concisely. Thanks. Jiang He looked around, mumbling with a confused expression. Fighting. Suddenly, Su Qing offered a bag of food. Are you hungry? Let's eat together. She cautiously and hesitantly refused. No need. Thank you. However, her gaze remained fixed on Su Qing. Jiang He then asked curiously, why you all cut your hair? Is this some place for exiled criminals? He looked at her and explained again. No, wait. What do you mean, you all? Jiang He then began to recount. An hour ago, I arrived at this place looking from the outside. Su Qing began to visualize. An hour ago. That's 2 hours ago, right? It was raining then. Someone standing motionless outside, drawing a sword. It could have been a chaotic massacre situation. Good thing nothing happened. He took a bite of his food and asked again, no one noticed you, right? Jiang He slowly continued. No, I just hid in the dark and wandered around. He continued her thought. Then it's fine. Jiang He suddenly leaned closer, curiously asking again, you still haven't answered my question. Su Qing hesitantly explained. How should I put this? You can think of it as a local custom. There's no special reason. Want to try some? I bet you've never eaten anything like this before. The food in Su Qing's hand looked strangely appetizing. Jiang He pursed her lips, fighting off her craving. But she stubbornly shook her head, making him ask, puzzled. You don't want it? Then how about something to drink? I already opened one earlier. This glass is for you. It's very sweet. I bet you've never tasted it. These words angered Jiang He. She demanded loudly. Are you looking down on me? It's been like this from the start. You clearly said, eat rice. What are you eating? He hurriedly explained. I'm not looking down on you. Anything that fills your stomach is eating rice. This is called hume. As he spoke, he accidentally knocked over the can of soda, making it spill all over the floor. They silently looked at each other. Su Qing chuckled, hurriedly explaining. It really isn't poison. This is just a carbonated drink. It's truly just a misunderstanding. Jiang He looked at Su Qing with a guarded expression. He grabbed the soda can. Su Qing drank to calm himself down. Her sharp gaze made him flinch. Su Qing pointed at the soda can and gestured to Jiang He. She listened, then shook her head vigorously. He sat down on the sofa, calmly speaking. Can you please not draw your sword every other second? I'm a good person. Otherwise, I would have locked you outside the door. Who would care if you lived or died? Right? He pointed at Pidu in the corner of the room, gesturing. You're scaring Pidu to death. Su Qing's gaze fixed on the sword in Jiang He's hand. He thought to himself, faced with such a violent girl, there are only 3 choices right now. I could trick her into going outside and then lock her out. Whether she's hungry or cold outside, it's fine. Even if she starts killing people indiscriminately, it has nothing to do with me. Maybe in 3 days at most, I'll see her arrested on the news. Or news of her being shot. Second, directly call the police. Let the police handle this. It's highly possible she's a descendant of Tang Xuanzong running around in modern society. Su Qing looked at the illustration, shouting in panic. Why are they using this image? I'm not a pervert. From over 1,200 years ago to the present. No matter what, there's research value. But the police probably... No, they'll definitely think I'm joking. After she came here, if anything goes wrong, where would I begin? His mind suddenly pictured Jiang. He's surrounded by people asking questions. Little girl, do you know him? Where do you live? We'll take you home. This is the rhythm of blood splashing everywhere. After thinking that, Su Qing couldn't help but cover his face in panic. He glanced towards her, continuing his train of thought. I'll just let her stay here and see what happens. An ancient swordswoman is right in front of me, in my house, where wearing a sword. Can I really let her go? Even if she's a bit violent, drawing her sword at the slightest provocation. But this ancient person might even have qigong. Other things aside, if I trick someone from over 1,200 years ago outside, even if she gets caught later or wanders off, or even gets lucky and lives in this society, and is even taken in by someone, I would really regret it. A scene from a sci-fi novel is right before my eyes. Can I let her escape? After thinking for a while, his mood brightened again. Su Qing offered her bread, saying, "Have some." Jiang He, weak with hunger, looked at the bread with longing, but she stubbornly turned her head, refusing it. She noticed the umbrella lying on the floor. Jiang He suddenly blurted out, "What is this?" He calmly explained, "Food. Or how about I try a bite to prove it's not poisoned?" Her eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded. He took a bite of the bread under Jiang He's curious gaze. Su Qing suddenly imagined her thinking it tasted bad and immediately skewering him. He sighed and continued, "Forget it. You probably won't be used to it. I'll order some rice for you later." Jiang He's face darkened as she glared at him with killing intent. Su Qing patted the empty seat, speaking, "Do you know where this is?" "Sit down," he continued. "You standing there with a sword makes me very scared." Jiang He suspiciously examined the seat, then carefully, little by little, sat down. A strange feeling welled up in him. He thought, "I really want to take out my phone and capture this rare sight." Su Qing smirked, happily looking at her. Jiang He frowned, warily looking around. "Although everything is strange to me, I didn't know this umbrella. This man in front of me really did offer me the umbrella from the very beginning. It's just that the room is a bit strange. And what he's eating, this person in front of me might be a little peculiar. It's better to be careful." Jiang He abruptly asked, "Where is this?" He replied, "Jiangcheng City. I don't know how to explain it to you." Do you know Li Bai?" She immediately grew anxious. "You know where he is?" He replied, awkwardly. "The next thing I'm going to tell you. You absolutely mustn't be scared." Su Qing tremblingly looked at the sword in her hand, gesturing. "Put your sword aside. I'm afraid you'll get agitated." Jiang He obediently placed her sword on the table. Her voice was a little sad as she uttered, "Where this is doesn't matter much. I just want to go home." Seeing Jiang He's downcast expression, he spoke with a hint of awkwardness. "You might not be able to go back anymore, because it's very far from your home." Jiang He's eyes widened upon hearing this. She frantically asked again, "How far?" Su Qing calmly replied, "Over 1,200 years." She repeated, confused, "What do you mean?" He continued to explain to her, "This is 1,200 years after the era you lived in. Li Longji, Li Bai, and Yang Yuan, and Lu Shan, whether you knew them or not. Your emperor, your friends, everyone you knew, they were all figures from 1,000 years ago. They died 1,000 years ago." Upon hearing this, Jiang He immediately jumped up and retorted, "Nonsense." Su Qing, startled, patted his chest to calm himself and said, "Whether it's nonsense or not, you can investigate it yourself, slowly. Anyway, you've seen it already. There's nothing familiar to you. Currently, you can consider this an entirely new world. The white jade capital in the heavens. 12 towers and 5 cities. You know Li Bai's poetry, right? Just think of this place as the white jade capital." She immediately retorted with a cold voice, "He never wrote that poem." Su Qing sighed and replied, "A slight oversight. Maybe he hadn't written it yet when you knew him. Perhaps he was only in his early 20s then. You can investigate Li Bai's story slowly. In short, this world is very dangerous, and also very safe. It has its own set of laws. To be safe, you must first understand this world." Jiang He refused to accept it, her voice strained. "You're lying to me." He then calmed her. "You're a smart person. I think you probably have your own judgment. Haven't you already seen what it's like outside? The world now, compared to the world you're familiar with, is completely different. Everyone you knew, they've all become history. If I were thrown into the future 1,000 years, I probably wouldn't be much stronger than her. She isn't violent. She's just scared." Jiang He, upon hearing this, fiercely started to leave. "Nonsense. I don't believe it." Su Qing panicked and stopped her. "Wait." Seeing him make a move, Jiang He glared. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it straight at him. Su Qing looked at the ancient sword and sighed. "I just said, this world has laws. You need to understand them a bit to be safe. For example, you can't carry weapons around like that. If you go out like this, it will be very dangerous." Jiang He asked, puzzled, "Why do you want to help me?" He calmly explained, "Pitu was also outside initially. I also picked it up and brought it home." She sheathed her sword, confused. "Pitu." Su Qing picked up Pitu and continued, "It's this fat cat." She frowned unhappily and said, "Are you looking down on me?" Su Qing replied awkwardly, "No." Jiang He frowned, cautiously observing Su Qing. She secretly assessed him, although I don't know if what he's saying is true, or if there are some falsehoods in it. He hugged Pitu, sighing, "Why is your fur shedding so much?" But from his first glance, I could tell this person had no ill intent. He just went home like normal. met me, and since it was getting dark, he lent me his umbrella. That's all. He clutched the sword in her hand, puzzled. Why do you want to help me? Su Qing replied guiltily. Honestly, I'm a little curious. After all, this is too miraculous. You probably understand, right? If I traveled to your era and met a man from 1,000 years in the future, wouldn't it feel miraculous to you too? Then a very strange person would appear. They could only be killed by the Imperial Guards. Thinking about being stuck in that place, Su Qing's face darkened. He continued, times are different. Here, we can't just kill people indiscriminately. Everyone loves peace. I don't know how you got here. If we can find a reason, you might even be able to go back. But before that, you need to learn how to live in this world. First thing, you can't casually injure others. Su Qing pointed at her. He continued to instruct. And you can't casually damage things either. If you can do that, I can help you. Or you can leave now. All right. Outside, it's best not to hurt anyone. Are there officials everywhere now? And they're very formidable. He watched his retreating back. She looked down at her drenched clothes, thinking, I don't know a single thing here. My clothes and style of dress are different from everyone else. I probably can't even leave the city. If I leave here, I truly don't know where to go. Su Qing pointed at his phone, signaling, if you agree, then put your sword down. I'll order you some food. That means having someone bring food here. Honestly, keeping you here is also very risky. And it's a two-sided risk. Not only do I have to worry about you being discovered by others, I also worry that if there's any misunderstanding, you'll draw your sword and chop me. So do you understand? She looked suspiciously at the sword in her hand. Jiang He's face darkened, reluctantly throwing it to the ground. Su Qing continued, what do you usually eat? The food here, you probably aren't used to it. I'll see if there's anything you're familiar with. Fried pancakes? Forget it. I'll just order you some porridge and steamed buns. You're all wet now. You can take a bath first. You can eat later. Do you have internal energy to dry your clothes? She asked, puzzled. Where do I bathe? Su Qing then led her to the bathroom, leaving her in awe. He then explained, in this world, there are many miraculous things. You don't need to be surprised. You don't need to constantly feel like someone wants to harm you. At least, I won't harm you. You can rest assured. He was silent, tilting her head to look at him. Su Qing picked up the shower head and guided her little by little. Look at this, okay? The left side is hot water. The right side is cold water. Pressing down can stop it. Turn it up for water. You try it. This is shampoo. Press here and it comes out. Then apply it to your head and it will lather. If it lathers, it's clean. This is the toilet. It's for using the restroom. After giving instructions, Su Qing returned to the living room. He suddenly sighed and walked towards the wardrobe. Su Qing picked up a shirt, wondering, this isn't very good, is it? He walked to the bathroom door. Su Qing casually walked in. Seeing Jiang He's glaring eyes, he panicked. Oops, I forgot she doesn't know how to lock the door. He calmly held up the shirt and explained, there are no girls' clothes in the house. Just wear this for now. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a few outfits. Come here, I'll show you how to lock the door. The bathroom door closed. Su Qing, outside, felt like he had escaped a disaster, thinking, good thing she hadn't taken everything off yet. Otherwise, it would definitely have been a bloody scene again. He slumped onto the sofa, sighing heavily. Jiang He, in the bathroom, was still playing delightedly with the soap. She even put it in her mouth to taste. Only a split second later did she regret it. Su Qing pondered, confused, adopting an ancient person? And a swordswoman at that? Am I really not dreaming? He carefully picked up the sword, looking at the light reflecting off the blade. He wondered, is this thing really an antique? Jiang He stepped out of the bathroom. She looked at Su Qing, who was diligently writing something. Jiang He asked softly, curious, what are you writing? He froze, looking at the beautiful Jiang He before him. Su Qing blushed, held up the paper, and changed the subject. This is just revising some immediate issues that need solving. Do you know how to read? She frowned, focusing on it, then replied, it's a little strange, very hard to distinguish. He continued, I'll tell you once I'm done writing. She sat down on the sofa, pulling at her collar and sighing. These clothes are very strange too. Su Qing was flustered. They're nice though. Our custom here. It's very normal to compliment others. It's not considered flirting or anything. She seriously warned him. It's best not to say anything frivolous. Su Qing replied in disappointment. He suddenly noticed the straw sandals on Jiang He's feet. He softly said, there are slippers over there. Take those ragged ones of yours. Those straw sandals, and throw them away. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a new pair. Jiang He looked at her toes. Then she trotted to the shoe rack. He secretly blushed. She's so adorable. The delivery sound echoed from outside. Food's here. Seeing her bristling like a hedgehog, he immediately reassured her. They're just bringing food. No need to be tense. This girl has a wary and very cautious demeanor. Almost like a stray cat with no home to return to. The delivery sound echoed again. Enjoy your meal. Jiang, he looked at the meal box on the table and suddenly spoke. I remember now. Second uncle often said, the only person who is kind and welcoming to you can only be a thief. She suddenly broke into a smile, happily saying, but you are a good person. Time slowly passed. Su Qing rested while Jiang, he finished her meal. She slowly put down her spoon. He then began, you've eaten your fill. Now let's talk a bit, shall we? In short, right now, you're a person from 1200 years ago. Jiang, he grew tense upon hearing this. He continued, whether you can accept it or not. Our conversation from now on will be built on that premise. Can you understand? First, it's absolutely safe here. At least in this room. Even if you cut me down with one sword stroke. As long as my corpse doesn't start to stink, you won't starve to death hiding here. You can only hide for about a week. That's about 7 days. Nothing will happen. So there's no need to keep staring at that sword. Because everything here is unfamiliar to you. For example, this thing, it's just a tool to make sounds. Used for. Anyway, it's harmless. Just a form of entertainment. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, then pointed at it and explained, there's a lot of entertainment here. Saying all this is just to tell you that it's absolutely safe here. If I make any gesture or do anything you don't understand, that's also very normal. I won't hurt you. Do you understand? Jiang Yi's hand slowly clenched. Su Qing saw her calm down and nod, indicating she understood, and let out a sigh of relief. He continued, next is about outside. This part is quite complicated. It's a peaceful world now. Everyone lives in peace and prosperity. Outside is also very safe. But for me, it's very safe. But for you, dangers are everywhere. Jiang Yi asked, puzzled. Why? He explained, because if you suddenly appear outside, you might injure others. It's like in the Imperial Palace. If you carry a saber and wander around, you'll definitely be pursued. That's roughly how it is. Just one glance, and they'll know you're an outsider. He rummaged through the items in the cabinet. Su Qing held up a card and explained, this is an ID card. Every person here has an identification number and a birth date. If someone commits a crime or does anything bad, they can be put on a wanted list based on this. Therefore, there are many officials on the streets constantly investigating, checking if someone is a criminal. Anyone without this, if they encounter the police and seem suspicious, will be taken in for detailed investigation. At that point, everything about you will be exposed. Then what happens next? I don't know either. It's probably not good. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be punished severely. One more thing. The laws here are very strict. The officials are also very powerful. If you just injure someone, you will definitely be discovered, and then you'll go to jail. Those who resist will surely die. Someone carrying a weapon like you out on the street is also considered a crime. If you draw attention, it's over. He began to ponder, so identity is the biggest problem. The most important thing now is to hide her thoroughly. Then other matters can be slowly resolved. If she attracts attention and her identity is exposed, it will definitely shock the whole world. An ancient swordswoman, still alive and well. Jiang, he clapped her hand, indicating she understood. I understand. You mean I'm a vagrant? He scratched his chin, flustered. Ah, well. Actually, it's even more serious than being a vagrant. To be precise, it's like an indentured servant without a contract. As soon as you're caught, things will be very bad. It's just an exception, and even more serious than that consequence. In this world, your situation is very dangerous. I'm very happy to have met someone from 1200 years ago. It also feels very miraculous. Jiang Yi's eyes widened, looking up. Su Qing continued to propose. Therefore, I am willing to help you. Help you get familiar with this world. Slowly get used to it. She lowered her face, sadly saying, how can I trust you? I just want to go home. He calmly continued. If you don't trust me, then we can part ways here. Helping you isn't an easy task. In today's environment, if you just fly around once, you'll become famous all over the internet. You won't be able to hide it. So, you absolutely must cooperate. If you don't trust me, I can't help you either. The atmosphere in the room was eerily silent. Jiang Yi softly spoke. What should I do? Su Qing continued his task. First, from now on, you can't just draw your sword at the slightest provocation. For people in this world, that's a terrifying thing. All right, now, if you have any other questions, you can ask. I'll help you answer them. Jiang Yi suddenly looked left. She turned to look right. She suddenly blurted out, where is your wife? Su Qing was flustered. Meddling is a woman's habit. She hugged her clothes, embarrassed. Is it inconvenient for me to be here? Su Qing felt offended. He awkwardly explained, this humble one has been single for over 20 years now. I'm still not married. Jiang Yi was utterly surprised. Still not married? The two of them suddenly fell silent. He covered his face, helplessly saying, don't tell me you think a single man and woman shouldn't be in the same room. Where I'm from, that's quite normal. Besides, I'm not making you sleep with me. Luckily, I have a spare room. Follow me. Actually, I use this room for storage. but no one's lived in it for a long time. It's a bit messy, but if we tidy it up a bit, it'll be good enough for now. Watching Su Qing busy himself with the messy room, Jiang he felt a little suspicious. He clearly just greeted someone, and food was delivered here. Now he's personally cleaning the room. The customs in this place are really strange, and a landlord this age is still unmarried. Su Qing's voice cut through her thoughts again. Right now, the only blanket I can find in the house is my winter one. He suddenly said, just use it for now. We'll figure out the rest tomorrow. Don't worry, these have all been washed. They're very clean. Get some rest early. I know your mind must be racing right now. Because mine is too. I hope when we wake up tomorrow, we'll both find out this was just a dream. Su Qing stepped out the door. He suddenly paused and introduced himself. Oh, right. My name is Su Qing. The door closed. His voice faded good night. Jiang he was startled only when she saw the door close. She stood there stunned for a while. Jiang he put her sword down, and she just sat glumly on the bed. The dark night enveloped the entire building. Su Qing lay in bed, tossing and turning incessantly. He looked at the moonlight outside the window. Then he curled up under the blanket. He thought to himself, puzzled. This feels completely unreal. During the day, I went out for a job interview. I didn't bring an umbrella, so I got soaked running home. It was a perfectly unlucky, normal day. And then I ended up picking up a girl who likes to draw her sword at the slightest thing, claiming to be from ancient times. He covered his face and sighed. Forget it. What's the point of worrying? I'll sleep first and deal with it tomorrow. Outside, the night was still faintly dark. Sunlight shone directly on Su Qing's face. He groggily opened his eyes, habitually reaching for his phone on the nightstand. Looking at the screen display, he frowned unhappily. Only 10 o'clock? Su Qing suddenly became alert. He bolted upright, startled. That's right. Yesterday, he fumbled out of bed, then secretly observed the living room. Jiang he sat calmly, idly caressing the sword in her hand. She called him puzzled. Su Qing, he awkwardly began. Ah, well, wasn't a dream. You. Su Qing composed himself. He cleared his throat. You're up quite early, aren't you? She immediately retorted. It's almost noon. Su Qing immediately fell silent. His mind was in turmoil. This conversation cannot continue. He began, oh right. Are you hungry? Jiang he gently hugged her stomach a little. She suddenly remembered something, then frantically checked herself. Jiang he quickly dashed into the room. Wait a minute. She rushed out to stand before Su Qing. Jiang he took his hand and offered. Although you may not lack these things. She placed 2 small silver ingots in his hand. But, before she could finish her sentence, Su Qing immediately asked, do you have any gold? He thought to himself, silver isn't worth much, but gold will always be very valuable. I still don't know how to get an ID card. I'll probably need connections. My own assets are much. What if this swordswoman has some? She awkwardly pulled out her jade pendant. Perhaps this could be mortgaged for some silver taels. Su Qing cried out in alarm. Stop, stop. He sighed. Forget it. I was just casually asking. How could I possibly shortchange you on food? Take your money back. His gaze was fixed on her. Su Qing scrutinized her, then instructed, later, when I go out, I'll buy some clothes and necessities for you. And I'll bring back food too. Remember, don't run around outside. It's very dangerous out there. He thought to himself, wearing my clothes, though more normal than what she wore yesterday, would still look very strange if she went out like that. If she changes into modern clothes, combs her hair, and ties it up, she could wander around nearby without a problem. The police station across the street is actually a good thing. Such close proximity means there are fewer people monitoring. As long as she doesn't cause trouble outside, she basically won't be exposed. In the clothing store, Su Qing was deep in thought. He kept picking and choosing each item. I want this one. And that one too. He looked up at the dress above. Su Qing pointed at it and requested, give me this outfit as well. He strolled through the mall, looking at the lingerie store before him. He then sighed. I guess I'll just have to go for it. I can't go home empty-handed. An hour later, Su Qing sighed as he left the mall. He glanced at the pile of items in his hands. Then he blushed with embarrassment. He suddenly noticed the store next door. Su Qing strode inside. He picked out 2 books. The cashier's voice rang out. That'll be 200 yuan in total. He swiped his phone and replied simply, okay, okay. He held the books, pondering for a long time, puzzled. I wonder if these will be useful. But I'll just keep them at home for now and see. Carrying a pile of assorted items, he walked down the bustling street. Time to go home. Under the residential building, the security guard saw Su Qing and said, Little Su, just finished shopping? He replied vaguely, yes, yes. The guard suddenly remembered something and said, oh right, you called me last night. He immediately interrupted him. Uncle Zhao, I just accidentally dialed the wrong number. It's nothing. Have you eaten, Uncle? Uncle Zhao then instructed, just finished eating. You need to be careful. Remember to close your windows tightly. I heard from Oldly that there might be burglars around lately. If you see anyone sneaking around, pay attention. He happily replied, I'll remember that. Su Qing pushed the door open and announced loudly, "I'm home." Seeing Jiang He's dark expression, defensively watching him, he froze. He handed her the meal box and reminded her, "Didn't I tell you? It's absolutely safe here. If you act like that, it's very odd. Relax a little. Here, eat first. I bought some necessities for you. Check them out after you finish eating." She softly said, "Thank you." Su Qing seemed to realize something. Jiang He was puzzled. "What is it?" He suddenly brightened, asking urgently, "Shouldn't you say, 'Thank you, young hero'? Do I count as a young hero, or a strong man, or something else?" She awkwardly repeated, "Thank you, young hero." He was incredibly excited. This is just a small matter. Seeing Jiang He's strangely excited expression, she had no idea the kind of excitement was called being a goofball. Su Qing pointed at the meal box, signaling, "All right, eat up." Watching Jiang He dig in her meal, Su Qing was a bit flustered, as this scene was far from his ideal. He also enjoyed his own meal. After eating, he spoke first. "All right, these are the clothes I bought for you. I don't know what size you wear. Based on your height, it should fit. You can try them on later. If you like this dress, wear it. If not, that's fine. And shoes. These are flat-soled shoes. They'll definitely be much more comfortable than your straw sandals. And also," Jiang He picked up an undergarment, puzzled. "What is this?" He awkwardly explained. "You'll know how to wear this when you look at it later. If you really don't know, I'll see if there's a video about it." "Video? I bought a few different sizes. Just pick the one that fits and use it. And this. These are all for girls. No more explanations. You figure out yourself." Jiang He picked up the bag of items, utterly puzzled. He pushed 2 books towards her, continuing, "Finally, these 2 books. This history book, although it's in story form. For you, it could be considered general knowledge. And this book, a book of martial arts. I don't know if it will be useful. Just take it and read it first. Regardless, I should still teach her the simplest way to use a computer, so she can search for things herself. No wonder she feels tired. Yesterday, I couldn't sleep until midnight." Seeing Jiang He yawn, he began, "Didn't you sleep well last night? Get some good rest later. We'll talk again tomorrow. After a night, do you have any more questions for me?" She cautiously asked, "What is your status in this world?" He pondered for a moment, then said, "Status? I'm a recent graduate about to enter society. Currently, unemployed. If I were to explain it using your understanding, it's like someone who just passed the imperial examination, but hasn't become an official yet. I want to find some other work to support my family." She immediately replied, "A child of a wealthy family?" Su Qing immediately stopped her. "That's not it. From a poor background. This world has many professions, 360 trades. Studying doesn't necessarily mean becoming an official." She was puzzled. "So, perhaps a landlord?" Jiang He flipped through the books, looking at the illustrations within. Tears welled up in her eyes. She sadly said, "How can I go back?" Su Qing sighed helplessly. "I don't know. It will probably be very difficult." "How did you get here yesterday?" She immediately replied, "Yesterday, I was chasing a thief. It was also raining heavily. I got lost in the forest. Then, after going left and right, I saw a building as tall as this." Su Qing looked outside, confused and puzzled. "There's no forest here." He continued, "Ah, well, just live well here first. Then we can think about going back." He suddenly grew excited. "I want to ask, what level is your martial prowess? Meaning, how good are your martial arts?" Jiang He then replied, "I'm considered quite strong in the Yin Kingdom." Su Qing was eager. "Quite strong means what? What internal energy do you cultivate? Sword techniques? Do you have Qigong? How many meters can you jump without getting hurt?" She stood up and replied, "Perhaps. I can jump from here to the ground without any issue." Su Qing was immediately shocked, his eyes wide. The 4th floor. Su Qing looked at Jiang He with admiration in his eyes. He spoke incessantly. "Do you know internal energy? The 18 dragon-subduing palms. The Evergreen Sutra? The Heavenly Demon Grand Technique." She frowned, puzzled. "What are those things?" He leaned closer, urgently suggesting, "How would you practice your kung fu? Do you think I could learn it?" Jiang He replied, "This, you're too old. Even with determination and perseverance, you won't achieve anything." Although she said that, the fire of passion within Su Qing did not diminish. "It's fine. No need for great achievements. Just being able to learn is good enough. I'll acknowledge you as my master." He suddenly sighed. "Is being a master very strict? I was being presumptuous." "It's okay. First," Jiang He immediately interrupted him. "No, these are just some Jianghu moves. How can I be called a master?" She demonstrated a few moves, instructing, "Watch carefully. To practice martial arts, one must first train the back. Before training the back, one must train the waist. Power comes from the ground up." Su Qing frantically blocked her. "Wait, are we starting already?" She then explained, "You, sir, are already advanced in age. Practicing martial arts is a long-term endeavor. It must be accumulated little by little." He pleaded, his face pale. "Then can I not train my waist first?" She asked, puzzled. How can you practice martial arts without training your waist? He continued, how long does it take to train the waist? Jianghe immediately held up her hand. Only 3 years. He frowned, deep in thought. 3 years? If I could stand firm after that, I would have been a soldier already. Then what about swords? Can I just learn sword techniques directly? She immediately retorted, that won't do either. Your hands aren't fast enough for your eyes. And your eyes aren't fast enough for your hands. You'd only learn a few ordinary martial arts movements. Su Qing slumped in disappointment. He mumbled from a corner, all right, you go try on clothes first. If they don't fit, I'll take them to the store to exchange them. As for the other things, you can slowly figure them out. If you truly don't understand, I'll think of a way to teach you. Jianghe softly replied, yes. As soon as Jianghe's room door closed, Su Qing's eyes immediately darted to her sword. He quickly rushed over, taking advantage of this moment. He drew the sword from its sheath. His hands, holding the sword, swung wildly and continuously. After only a moment, Su Qing was breathless with exhaustion. No, it's too heavy. Jianghe's voice echoed out. I'm done changing. Seeing her in clean, new clothes, he was a little dazed. Jianghe approached, thanking him repeatedly. I've tried them all. They fit perfectly. Thank you, young hero. He waved his hand. It's nothing. Don't move. Spin around so I can see. Watching her boldly spin a few times, Su Qing nodded, examining her. He suddenly remembered. I forgot to buy a hair tie for you. That tie you have is strange. Just let your hair down for now. Jianghe then removed the tie. She cautiously asked, like this. He secretly marveled. With her current appearance, if she goes out, as long as she doesn't speak, and doesn't move around too much, there's basically no major flaw. Jianghe is very cooperative. And very intelligent too. No need to waste much effort on these ordinary matters. Fortunately, this ancient girl only lacks knowledge, not IQ. He then instructed, tonight, I'll take you out for a walk. We'll also buy a new hair tie. Don't forget what I reminded you about, okay? Dusk slowly settled. Jianghe quietly observed Su Qing's movements. He was still sitting at the desk. She pushed the door open. Then, curious, she asked him, what are you doing? He replied, surprised, oh, it's you. She looked at the computer, puzzled. What is this? Su Qing then explained. This is called a computer. It's very difficult to explain. You can think of it as a 1,000-mile eye. I can see everything that happens very far away on this. He then changed the subject. Is that book very hard to read? She cautiously replied, very hard. I'm reading it slowly. Su Qing happily continued. Take your time. No rush. Anyway, no one has ever encountered something like this. If it happened to me, I might even be worse off than you. Jianghe let out a surprised oh. His hands skillfully operated the mouse. Su Qing worked while jotting notes in a notebook. Jianghe looked at him, wondering, don't you need to go to work? He simply replied, this is work. In this world, making money requires using your head. She suddenly exclaimed, a merchant. Su Qing then explained, not entirely accurate, but you can understand it that way. Later, when you understand this world, you'll naturally figure it out. Right now, you need to learn more than just these things. Start by learning the basics. It's best to read some history, the development of modern history. It's hard for you to understand it all at once. First, you need to have a general understanding. Su Qing suddenly burst into a gleeful laugh. He noticed the video in the corner of the screen and said, all right, how strong are the martial arts of your generation? She enthusiastically replied, very strong. Su Qing nodded, smiling smugly. He clicked on the video on the screen. The sound of a wuxia film played out. Each swift sword strike was clearly shown in the video. Jianghe became more and more excited as she watched. He cleared his throat a few times and said, all right. She suddenly turned to him. He enthusiastically pressed on. Is it that strong? Su Qing excitedly pointed at the computer screen. Is it that strong? Jianghe frowned, evaluating. This kung fu. They become immortals. She secretly imagined herself fighting the character in the film. He turned on another film, suggesting, watch this one too. Many characters in the film were severely injured with just one hand. Jianghe's face immediately darkened. Su Qing, still oblivious, happily asked, how is it? She tremblingly said, this. Is this really your strength? He frantically explained, no, this is all fake. It's all something we imagined. Then we figured out how to use tools to film it into a movie. In short, it's all fake. Jianghe asked again, puzzled. Really? He immediately confirmed, it's fake. Oh no, it's real. She leaned closer to him, questioning, is it real or fake? Su Qing's face paled, stammering, the kung fu is fake. What I'm saying is real. He directed her attention to the screen, explaining, look at this. It's not the same, is it? It's the same world. How can there be so many different styles of clothing? Those are all ancient people in our imagination. It should be said, the wuxia heroes in our imagination. It's just set in an ancient background. Then created using props, that's all. Su Qing turned to her, probing. Do you understand? She seriously replied, No? He chuckled smugly. It's normal not to understand. Wait until you're familiar with this world. When you can understand what a movie is, what art is, then are the martial arts of your generation that advanced? She frowned, affirming, pretty much, except for this movement technique. He then asked, no Qigong. Jiang he sighed, explaining, yes, but ordinary people usually specialize in one path. In our camp, someone with such good movement technique, perhaps only second aunt can do it. But her kung fu isn't as formidable as these two people's. If it were the Tathagata palm, then definitely not. Su Qing nodded after listening. He suddenly had an idea. He excitedly pointed at the screen, thrilled. I've got it. Do you know about this? Like using a stick to create afterimages. And there's even sound. It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to broaden my horizons. Jiang He seriously watched the video, nodding, She stood up, much to Su Qing's astonishment. Her eyes sparkled. Jiang He then demonstrated her martial arts for him. Su Qing was endlessly thrilled. She asked again, puzzled. Is it like this? He kept exclaiming and nodding. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang He picked up her sword, saying softly, whenever you want to learn, just tell me. I will teach you. Su Qing looked at her with eyes full of admiration. He happily jumped up and down behind her. Jiang He's foot suddenly kicked a small ball. The cat, sitting by the door, looked at her with excitement. She glanced at it for a moment. Then she closed the door without hesitation, leaving the cat outside. Inside the room, she leaned against the door, sighing and thinking to herself. Indeed, in this world, there are no good people without a reason. A good person without a purpose. In short, makes others uneasy. Now I know. So he wants to learn martial arts. All those behaviors can be understood now. This world seems very dangerous. Jiang He looked up. She looked around the room, marveling. This place is quite spacious. She gently drew her sword. A decisive blade slash. Hearing the noise, Su Qing couldn't help but wonder. What's she doing? Isn't she sleeping yet? He yawned, sighing. I'm tired. Time to sleep. Su Qing tossed and turned a bit confused. It's truly unbelievable. There's a female knight living in a room across the hall. The noise from the room grew clearer. He wondered, what is she doing? Dusk was visible outside the window. Su Qing woke up tired and picked up his phone. What time is it? He looked at the time on the screen, startled. I slept for so long. Su Qing walked out into the living room. He thought firmly, it's time to take her out for a walk. To broaden her horizons to this world. Su Qing leaned against the wall, earnestly instructing. Just bring your eyes and ears. Don't speak. If you have any questions, ask them when we get back. Don't suddenly jump high, and don't suddenly run far away. Just quietly follow beside me. He spoke loudly. Do you understand? Jiang He firmly replied, yes. Su Qing suddenly pulled out his phone and took a photo of her face. Looking at the simulated face, he felt a little awkward. Jiang He was puzzled. What's wrong? He forced a smile, gesturing, smile a little. Jiang He tried to smile like him, but it didn't seem to work. He immediately stopped her. That's scary. Su Qing awkwardly changed the subject. Forget it, forget it. Your expression is really strange. Absolutely do not move around randomly. We're just going for a normal walk outside. It's very safe. He wanted to take her sword. Put down your sword. Everyone on the street is like me. Well, it's like this. Weaklings. Although they look tall, one punch, and they could. Do you understand? Jiang He clenched her fist. Jiang He lowered her hand, softly saying, I understand. Su Qing happily put his phone away. He continued, let's go. Let's go for a walk first. Stay by my side. The evening sun shone on the old apartment complex. He calmly walked out, while Jiang He cautiously surveyed her surroundings. He walked ahead, introducing. This is called a residential area. Each family lives here. Over there is the main gate. Outside is the main road. Then there are shops on both sides of the road. You can buy anything you need. Watching the delivery driver was past. Su Qing had to calm Jiang He, who was bristling at them. Calm down, calm down. He smugly thought to himself, taking an ancient person for a walk. Is anyone else like me? Upon reaching the main gate, he ran into Aunt Cheng and Uncle Zhao chatting. She suddenly turned to Jiang He, exclaiming in surprise. He frantically shielded her, saying, What is it, Auntie? She frowned, scrutinizing. What is it, Auntie? She frowned, scrutinizing. This girl seems a little familiar. Uncle Zhao looked at them, probing. Little Su, is this your girlfriend? Su Qing gave a forced smile. Just friends. Aunt Cheng looked at Jiang He, recalling, but yesterday on the stairs, she was carrying a da. Uncle Zhao was puzzled. A da what? She immediately replied, a dao. A sword. So long. Black. He quickly rushed to explain. It's cosplay. Young people like to play that. You wouldn't understand. It's like dressing up as a zombie. Or a fairy or something. This is called Japanese culture. Aunt Cheng suddenly smiled kindly. I don't understand any of it. Last time, my nephew also took a bunch of zombie photos. It's exactly that. Uncle Zhao was puzzled. still dressing up in such strange costumes. Su-Ching quickly grabbed her hand. Well then, the two of them pulled away from them, saying, "We're heading off now. Hurry home and cook Annie." Uncle Zhao watched their retreating figures and sighed. Young people today have more fun than we did back then, don't they? After walking a short distance, Jiang He pulled her hand back. She hugged her sleeve, lowering her head, not daring to look at him. Su-Ching then asked tentatively, "She saw you yesterday, didn't she? I guess you two ran into each other. She didn't talk to you either? Just looked at you for a moment, then went upstairs, right?" He secretly thought with relief. Good thing she only glanced. If it had been someone else, more enthusiastic, or if she had told him about meeting Jiang He, it might have been difficult to handle. Jiang He looked at the car, speeding past, surprised. "It's so fast," he continued to explain to her. "That's called a car. It's a four-wheeled vehicle with a metal shell added. It's pretty much like a horse-drawn carriage, but it doesn't need horses to pull it. You can think of it as putting the horses inside the car. They run inside the car, which makes the car move forward." Jiang He's mind immediately conjured up confusing images. He pointed upwards, continuing, "Look at this. That's a 1,000-mile eye. The movies we watched this afternoon were all filmed using this. They're everywhere. Right now, as we stand here, someone else is seeing us through one of these 1,000-mile eyes. Don't be nervous. Normally, they won't be watching. No one is that idle. But if you perform some powerful martial arts, or act unusually, the officials will notice this place. Then they'll immediately rush over here." Before he could finish, Jiang He simply walked away. He panicked. "Huh? Where are you going?" Seeing her pick up some stones from the ground, Su-Ching asked, puzzled, "What are you picking up stones for?" Seeing her posture, he frantically stopped her. "What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to throw them?" Jiang He looked at him, puzzled. Su-Ching sighed helplessly. "Put those stones back where they belong." The street was crowded with people. Su-Ching led Jiang He across the intersection, introducing, "This is called a traffic light. Red light means you can't go. Green light means you can cross. This is also a law. If you don't follow it, these cars are dangerous, not to mention, it's against the law. You must remember, the light was red, then suddenly turned green." He led her across the street, reminding her, "Now we can go." Jiang He looked around curiously. Everything here was new to her. Seeing the bustling streets and traffic made her hesitant. Suddenly, a small dog barked wildly, making Jiang He take a defensive stance. Su-Ching handed her 2 cotton balls, softly asking, "How do these feel?" He suddenly imagined it, then crumpled them. "Never mind. It doesn't seem quite right." He intently looked down. Jiang He also peered over, looking at the jewelry display in front. Looking at the sparkling jewelry, she couldn't help but be delighted. A light instantly sparkled in her eyes. Su-Ching suddenly spoke. "Do you like this one?" He placed a butterfly-shaped hair elastic into her hand. Jiang He didn't understand, so she pulled it apart. He looked flustered. "That's not how you use it." She tied her hair up according to his instructions. With her hair neatly tied up, Jiang He's radiant face was also clearly revealed. Su-Ching looked at her thoughtfully. "It actually suits you quite well." The sky grew dark. He entered the eatery and immediately called out, "Boss, 2 portions of grilled flatbread, please. Add a little more chili. And a plate of pickled vegetables." The boss enthusiastically replied, Okay. Su-Ching led her inside and introduced, "This is where we eat. Lunch was also bought from here. And yesterday's meal too. After buying it here, they deliver it to my place, and then I pay him." This eatery not only has authentic flavors, but the portions are also generous. "I've been eating here since I was a kid." Jiang He curiously looked around. She turned her head to look towards the window. The flickering lights outside captivated her gaze. Jiang He continued to stare intently outside. Su-Ching observed her expression. His gaze also followed hers toward the window. The boss approached their table. He placed the food down, happily saying, "Here's your food." Su-Ching handed her chopsticks, gesturing, "Eat." Jiang He took the chopsticks and replied, "Thank you." His eyes scrutinized Jiang He. "Thank you." His eyes scrutinized Jiang He. He thought to himself, keeping this female knight, the future will be far more complicated than I imagined. I guess I'll just have to take it one step at a time. He also tried a bite of food. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So delicious." The two ate until they were full. Su-Ching then called out, "Boss, bill please." The boss cheerfully replied, Okay. Stepping out the door, he rubbed his belly, happily exclaiming, "That was too much." Then he looked towards Jiang He, suggesting, "Let's head back." Back at home, Su-Ching immediately got water to wash his face. He walked out of the bathroom, probing, "Do you believe me now?" Jiang He looked at him. Then she turned her head away, not answering. He continued, "Look, it's not a bad thing, right? See, everyone lives in peace and works hard, enjoying a good life. There's food, there's Coca-Cola, there's wine, there's computers. No need to worry all day about being slaughtered or something. Well, you should still worry a little about that. Moreover, to be honest, if we can solve the identity problem, You can enjoy many things here that you've never enjoyed before. Even if you just rely on your strength to move bricks for a living, you'd still feel comfortable and free. This is actually a good thing. Having said that, he sat down on the sofa. Jiang cautiously spoke. I want to go home. He replied, but you can't go back anymore. He mumbled, 1200 years. She spoke, puzzled, the identity thing. How do we solve it? Su Qing replied, anyway, I'm not a government official. I don't quite understand it myself right now. We'll find a way eventually. But first, you have to integrate into this society without making any mistakes. Don't worry, I'll help you. Jiang blushed. She happily replied, thank you, young hero. He enthusiastically exclaimed, it's nothing. Identity is very important in this world. Without an identity, it's hard to get around. For example, what I said yesterday. Su Qing's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. He asked, where's that document I wrote yesterday? She then pointed to the trash can. You crumpled it and threw it away. Jiang looked at the paper, puzzled, and said, if the ID can't be resolved, then what should I do? Su Qing then explained, you're an illegal resident. You can't do anything. Without an ID, you won't enjoy any rights. Travel, food, everything is built on money. Except for a few illegal factories. All other jobs require an ID. This is the first thing. You can't find a job, so you can't support yourself. Second, you won't have a place to live. You can't rent a house outside. Even a hotel, which is an inn, even an inn or anything like that, requires an ID, and then you can't travel far. There's no way to ride trains or long-distance buses. Now, there are no horses. To travel far, you have to take all kinds of vehicles. If any dispute arises, you can't do anything either. It's too complicated, and you wouldn't understand. Anyway, if anything happens, the authorities won't handle it. Because the plaintiff is you, and you don't have an ID. They can't process it. She grasped the problem and asked again. So, if I can find a way to earn money and also find a place to live, then an ID won't be important anymore? He replied, flustered. No, there are many things you can't do. Big things, small things. Small things, for example, like a phone, or some online accounts, bank cards. But how many important major events does one person have in a lifetime? If there's no ID, all of these things have nothing to do with you. Su Qing sat down at his laptop, sighing. Why didn't you come 20 years earlier? Now, household registration has jumped directly from simple to hellish. Or you could ask the authorities of this world for help. Perhaps you'd receive very good treatment. Or perhaps you'd lose your freedom. Anyway, this whole thing is too sudden. I don't know what will happen. But in my estimation, there's a pretty high chance you'd get good treatment. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we don't know yet. It's very hard to live a normal life, after all. Jiang was puzzled. You want to hand me over to the authorities? He awkwardly dodged. No, it's just a hypothetical. Forget it. Just go and study a bit. Look at history and stuff. Once you have a general understanding of this world, then you can decide for yourself. She watched Su Qing continuously type on the keyboard, her heart filled with troubled thoughts. Jiang suddenly spoke. Am I a lot of trouble by staying here? He calmly replied. It's all right, as long as you don't fight or get physical. It's actually pretty good. Pumpkin suddenly approached him, meowing loudly. Su Qing picked it up, happily saying, I forgot to feed you. He picked a pumpkin inside. Su Qing turned to instruct her. All right, if there's nothing else, go and study quickly. She lowered her eyes, softly replying, okay. Su Qing sat for a long time, but couldn't find any information. He began to sigh. No progress at all. He opened his phone and muttered to himself, let's see. He suddenly scrolled to a familiar phone number. Su Qing remembered. Xian Hao. He's a glorious police officer now. I wonder if his internship period is over yet. Anyway, I'll ask him first. Recalling Jiang, his mysterious background. His finger on the screen suddenly paused. He mused. No matter what, he's part of the system. He's bound to know a few things. Su Qing straightened his posture, stood up, and exclaimed, all right, I'll take a shower first. He walked out of the bathroom. Freshness was evident on his face. He looked towards Jiang's room door, puzzled. Come to think of it, she hasn't showered yet, has she? Forget it. Ancient people's habits will change gradually. She only goes out once a day. Whether she bathes or not isn't a big deal. Besides, I think I forgot to buy her pajamas. Su Qing suddenly touched himself, panicking. Pajamas? Damn it, I forgot there's another gender in the house. Thinking that, he dashed into his room. Fortunately, she hadn't seen him yet. Jiang's room door opened. She tiptoed out. Then she quickly dashed into the bathroom. The door slammed shut. Ancient people also bathed daily. On Saturday, Su Qing held up a writing tablet. He gently explained, this is a handwriting tablet. Not only can it recognize traditional characters, it's also very accurate at distinguishing pronunciation. Try writing a few characters. Pumpkin's paws stepped onto the sofa. It let out a loud meow. He turned to her, instructing, you can study it first. I'm going to feed Pumpkin. Looking at the food being poured out, Jiang he was puzzled. What is that? He then explained. It's cat food. It's food for cats to eat. Jiang he was greatly surprised. You people even have food specifically for cats. Su Qing looked flustered. It's not what you think. This is manufactured. It's not grown. Who would be idle enough to grow food for cats? The delivery person's voice sounded from outside the door. Your order has arrived. Su Qing immediately ran over. Coming, coming. He brought a paper bag to her, instructing, This is your dinner. I have something tonight. I'm going to meet a friend later to ask about how to solve the ID problem. If anything happens, I'll teach you how to use the computer to transmit sound over 1,000 li to me. Don't run outside. Jiang he happily bit into her hamburger. Pumpkin then climbed up to her, meowing. It looked at her with sparkling eyes, wanting some food. Su Qing hugged it, stopping it. Pumpkin, eat your cat food. Jiang he was puzzled. Can I feed this? He immediately replied. Of course not. Because this isn't good for its health. Jiang he was utterly shocked upon hearing that. She held the hamburger, continuously struggling internally. Hamburger, not good. The bustling city gradually sank into night. Su Qing pointed at the screen, instructing, This is the QQ account I just made for you. If anything comes up, use this handwriting tablet to write and tell me. Understand? You probably already know how to use the handwriting tablet, right? He spoke sternly. I'll repeat one more time. I'm not hiding inside the computer talking. Just think of it as transmitting sound over 1,000 li, that's all. Su Qing left the house. He stood by the door, scratching his head worriedly. It'll probably be fine, right? He got off the bus. Su Qing continuously scanned his surroundings, searching for the familiar figure. Xin Hao's voice echoed from the other side. Over here, Qingzi. Over here. He sat down, exclaiming, You've gotten darker. I almost didn't recognize you in the dark. Officer Xin, you've worked hard. Xin Hao chuckled, replying, It's been pretty tough. Sit down. Let me fill your glass first, all right? We haven't talked for a long time. Let's drink our fill today. Su Qing was puzzled. Can police officers drink beer too? He happily replied, Nonsense. I'm not on duty right now. Why couldn't I drink? Casual clothes, see? Right now, I'm just an ordinary citizen. Hearing that, Su Qing no longer worried. He began to order food. All right, then I'll order 20 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of liver, 4 portions of vegetables, 2 grilled chickens, a bucket of beer. Let's drink. The two clinked glasses together. Su Qing spoke. How's work? How does it feel to be a police officer? Xin Hao couldn't help but curse. Feelings my ass. It's nothing like what I imagined. At first, I thought I'd be fighting bad guys. A hero saving a damsel in distress or something. He chugged almost a whole bottle of beer. But there's nothing. Every day is just trivial stuff. You can't even imagine how absurd it is. Lovers arguing, they ask me to mediate. Neighbor disputes, they ask me to arbitrate. I haven't even encountered a single thief. Every day is just mediation, mediation. I don't know where all these trivial matters come from. He smiled, comforting him. Well, that just shows the people live in peace and contentment. That's not bad, is it? Do you think every police officer has a heroic dream like yours? Su Qing secretly recalled their school days. That kid, Xin Hao, had dreamed of being a police officer since he was little. But after 1.60 meters, he stopped growing. After learning that the minimum height requirement for the physical exam was 1.70 meters, he even cried in his arms. Fortunately, the height restriction was later abolished, which made him so excited he started practicing height jumps day and night. Now he's finally a police officer. Xin Hao grumbled irritably. Don't even talk about it. I feel like I'm about to go crazy. You weren't here a moment ago. I was looking around. If someone with a saber had suddenly appeared, running around wildly, I would have slammed the table, jumped out, and fought him. I would have been so satisfied. Su Qing suddenly remembered Jiang he and waved his hand. What are you talking about? Stop dreaming. He suddenly glanced across the street. He mysteriously spoke. I have something I want to ask you. I don't know if you're familiar with it. He was puzzled. What is it? He continued. This is just a hypothetical, all right? Suppose there's a lost, amnesiac person who wants to get an ID to find a job. But they don't have an ID. How can they get one? He immediately replied. They can't. There's no way. Do you think it's as casual as buying a bunch of vegetables on the street? This is an illegal resident. It can't be done. Su Qing was puzzled. But it's precisely an illegal resident who needs one, right? If not, what's the point of making one? Xin Hao's gaze turned sharp. He questioned. What's wrong? Does someone need to get one? Your friend? What's their name? Where are they? He scratched his head, evading the question. It's my grandpa's third neighbor's grandnephew. He just asked me a bit. He has a rather unique friend. He immediately cut him off. Stop rambling. For an illegal resident, unless they can provide proof of identity, for example, by finding their parents, or providing DNA evidence of a blood relationship, or something, or anyway, it's very complicated. Without any proof, if a person just appears out of nowhere, don't even think about it. Su Qing asked curiously. So, What do you guys do if you encounter an illegal resident with no identity? Or a vagrant? Or something? How do you handle them? He replied, why would we handle them? Unless there's suspicious behavior, we usually just question them briefly. See if we can investigate whether they're an escaped criminal. Xin Hao suddenly slammed his glass on the table, raising his voice. No way. You're in trouble, aren't you? Su Qing secretly thought. Even though this guy is usually very curious, it still feels like something's off. He then explained, what trouble could I possibly be in? You just started your job not long ago. You're a real nutcase. Do you think I'd hide a wanted criminal and then come to a cop like you to find a way to cover it up? Xin Hao continued. You're right. I guess you don't have the guts for that. Normally, if we encounter a situation like what you described, we have to ask questions first. Ask for basic information. See if they can recall their ID. If they have amnesia or are faking it, then we have to investigate. Investigate missing persons. Investigate their background, you know? Or if they're not a fugitive. He was puzzled. So if none of those three things are an issue, is it fine? Xin Hao got annoyed by the repeated questions and snapped. Why do you keep bringing up this issue? He awkwardly replied. Aren't I just trying to find something to talk about? Otherwise, what would two single guys like us have to say? Several empty bottles lay scattered on the table. Xin Hao lay sprawled on the table, muttering. Just you wait. Someday, I'll definitely be a legend. And solve major cases. I'll be on TV. Su Qing reassured him. You're the best. Can you make a home? Don't mess up tomorrow's mediation between those arguing aunties. Xin Hao groggily sat up and shouted, Boss! Bill! He waved his hand, teasing. My treat. You pay. He looked at him, clinging to him like a monkey, joking. All right, that's enough out of you. The boss replied. That'll be 128 yuan in total. The boss suddenly suggested, Handsome man, our shop now has a buy 100, get 50 free promotion. It's like getting a few skewers for free. Su Qing was puzzled. Is that true? The boss affirmed. Do you want some to go? Remembering Jiang, he was still waiting at home. He called out, Okay, boss. Can I get a few beef skewers and fish tofu to go, please? Xin Hao in the taxi exclaimed. See you next time. He waved goodbye to him. All right. Bye. Su Qing let out a sigh. He thought to himself, it's a bit troublesome, but also quite interesting. So many people and events from the past are hidden in time, turning into dust. And now, a tiny grain of dust has leaped out, and Su Qing happened to encounter it. He pushed the door open, entered the house, and called out, I'm home. Su Qing saw Jiang, he's sleeping on the sofa. Seeing her sleeping soundly on the couch, he suddenly blushed. What is this feeling? Jiang, he suddenly woke up and asked. You're back. He held up the bag of skewers. You ate dinner too early. I was afraid you'd get hungry, so I brought some back. She quickly replied. Thank you. Su Qing pretended not to hear and asked again. Data? Jiang, he blushed shyly. Thank you. Young hero Su. He happily waved his hand. It's nothing. It's nothing. As soon as he sat down, she frowned and covered her nose. You've had a lot to drink. Su Qing calmly said. Not much. Just a few bottles. He opened a yogurt cup and instructed, This is called yogurt. Before you eat it, lick a little from the lid. Jiang, he curiously watched him taste the yogurt from the lid. He then gestured. You try it. Su Qing confidently asked. How is it? She happily replied. It's delicious. Seeing her happily eat the yogurt, he unconsciously smiled. Su Qing then stood up and instructed. Eat quickly. Drink it all in one go. Don't let it get cold. He happily thought to himself. This feeling of coming home to a lit lamp, with someone sitting in the room, it feels so good. There's a bit of life to it. Su Qing walked out of the bathroom. He looked at her, puzzled. Still studying? He approached Jiang He, saying, Life conditions are very good now. You can shower every day. It's very enjoyable. No need to help me save anything. And there are clothes. Do you know how to use them yet? Jiang He was puzzled. Clothes? She recalled the pile of undergarments she had found. Jiang He suddenly blushed shyly. She continuously shook her head. He looked flustered. All right. I'll teach you how to use a hairdryer. The clock still ticked. Jiang He's expression darkened. She looked at the dress Su Qing had bought for her, deep in thought. Then she picked it up and compared the two items. Jiang He angrily threw the dress onto the bed. She began to bathe. Her hand reached for the towel. Jiang He happily thought, I can bathe every day? How lucky to have met such a good young hero. So I can gradually get used to everything here. But relying on others isn't a long-term plan. I'll just have to take it one step at a time and try to understand this world. It was already morning. The early breeze blew through the window. Jiang He, still sleepy, walked out into the living room. Seeing Su Qing sitting there, she felt a little unfamiliar. He put down his device and spoke. Good morning, sunshine. She asked, puzzled. Are you working? He then explained, just looking at the news. She frowned darkly, questioning. You're not a government official, are you? Su Qing looked flustered. I'm not. If I were, then your identity would be much easier to deal with. He continued, "Are you hungry? It's rare for me to wake up early today. I'm going to buy breakfast. Do you want to come along?" She shyly walked into the bathroom and replied, "No need." Su Qing didn't think much of it, gave her an instruction, and left. "All right, I'll go alone then. You can keep watching TikTok." He calmly walked around the apartment complex courtyard. Uncle Zhao from the side called out to him. "Little Su," he approached, happily speaking. "What's up, Aunt Shun? Uncle Chun? What national affairs are you all discussing?" Aunt Shun looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "What national affairs are you all discussing?" Aunt Shun looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. She approached him, inquiring, "Lately, when you sleep at night, have you heard any strange noises?" Su Qing stood in the apartment courtyard, puzzled. "Strange noises?" He scratched his head, flustered. "No, I slept very well." "What's wrong?" "A thief," Uncle Chun said cautiously. "There might be ghosts here. A few nights ago, in the middle of the night. I don't know what scared my dog senseless. It tucked its tail and wouldn't come out, no matter how much I called it. I already felt something was strange then." He turned to Uncle Zhao and spoke. "Uncle Zhao, did you see anything too?" He held a cigarette in his mouth. Then he let out a long sigh. Uncle Zhao spoke. "I didn't see anything, but I caught it on camera." The whole group headed to the surveillance room. Uncle Zhao carefully turned on the camera. The apartment complex's surveillance footage from last night appeared. A nimble figure darted from one building to another. The video paused. Everyone's faces turned pale. Su Qing held his head, helpless. That agility, it's definitely her. "No, I need to quickly go back and ask that female knight why she's acting like a night ghost in the middle of the night." The others continued to whisper beside him. "It really is a ghost, isn't it? Could it just be a big stray cat? How could a cat jump like that?" He worriedly thought to himself. Heaven knows how many other cameras outside have captured this already. He approached Uncle Zhao, suggesting, "Uncle Zhao, did anything else happen last night?" He replied, "No," he laughed awkwardly. "For now, let's just observe the situation. Maybe no, it was just a passing ghost." Uncle Chun kept pressing, "Passing by? Do ghosts just pass by for a chat too?" Aunt Shin was puzzled. "Isn't it? Maybe it just passed by our place for a bit." Uncle Zhao then reassured them. "I'll keep observing these next few days." Su Qing was alarmed. "Finally, it's resolved. If they call the police, I'd be screwed." Back at home, he immediately questioned Jiang He. "You secretly sneaked out in the middle of the night, didn't you?" Seeing his angry face, she had to admit. "How did you know?" Su Qing angrily yelled. "You're asking me how I knew? The cameras." "Ah, no, the heavenly sight eyes. They all recorded your image." He walked past her. Su Qing tiredly sat down on a chair. He then asked, "What were you wearing?" She replied, "Black clothes. I even cover my face." He secretly sighed. "You scared me to death." As long as her face wasn't revealed, then no one will find this place. Raising an ancient person, it's really quite stimulating. Su Qing sternly instructed, "From now on, if you want to leave, tell me. I'll take you. While you're still living here, don't run outside alone without asking. Your identity in this world is very dangerous. Don't run around recklessly, okay?" Jiang He asked, flustered, "Did I cause trouble?" He calmed himself and reassured her. "It's good that you know. Everyone outside is saying it was haunted by a ghost right now." Jiang He was puzzled. Haunted by a ghost? Su Qing glared at the search bar. Are there videos of ancient people traveling to modern times and getting shot to death? Yuzhong, waiting. He muttered to himself. I absolutely must let her know how dangerous it is here. Otherwise, a bleak scenario was imagined by Su Qing. It's divided so clearly, huh? Jiang He clutched her clothes in alarm and said, If I bring you too much trouble, I'll leave right now. He then reassured her. The most important thing you need to do now is to study quickly. I'll order food from outside in a bit. What do you want to eat? Hamburgers? Chicken wraps? Grilled flatbread? Jiang He felt relieved and smiled upon hearing this. She continued, healthy food. Thank you, young hero. Healthy food. Su Qing replied, then eat cat food. Jiang He glared at him angrily upon hearing this. Su Qing carried the pile of clothes. Jiang He also trotted after him, watching him put the clothes into the washing machine. He began to explain, this is called a washing machine, meaning a machine to wash clothes. It's very convenient. If you want to wash clothes, you can put them in too. Jiang He was puzzled. Can it really get them clean? As he poured in detergent, he replied, it gets them cleaner than if you wash them yourself. Jiang He immediately ran into her room upon hearing this. She returned with a pile of clothes. Then, following Su Qing's instructions, she put the clothes into the washing machine. He looked at the pile of clothes she put in and continued. If there's anything else, bring it all out. What is this? Su Qing picked up a strip of cloth. Jiang He immediately blushed and snatched the strip back. Seeing her fleeing frantically, he yelled in alarm. Wait, he asked himself, puzzled. Foot binding insoles? She could practice such powerful martial arts even with bound feet. The washing machine rumbled incessantly. Su Qing's face darkened as he muttered to himself. No, that's not right. Last time, I saw her change into straw shoes. Her feet were perfectly fine. How could she suddenly? Do martial artists also have an interest in this? He looked at the search results on the screen, somewhat unable to comprehend. Su Qing softly suggested, What was that? Could you lift your foot a bit, so I can see? He puffed out her cheeks and definitively refused. No lifting, he repeated, flustered. That thing just now was, he suddenly remembered. That thing just now was, he suddenly remembered. Su Qing thought in panic. That day, I bought a bunch of underwear of all sizes. She didn't wear any of it. So, it wasn't because of a lack of nutrition. It was because she was wrapped up. What foot binding? That's basically... What an idiot. Why'd I ask a girl that? Seeing Jiang, he turned to face him. He could only mutter to himself. I'm doomed. She drew her sword and angrily shouted directly into his face. Pervert. He angrily retreated into her room, leaving Su Qing trembling there. He pondered for a moment with difficulty, then gathered his courage, approached her, and spoke. No beauty in the world can compare to the women of Chu Kingdom. The courtesans of Chu Kingdom are considered the most beautiful, the homeland of beauties, a girl from the eastern neighborhood. Because this girl's figure was just right, not too tall, not too short. Her complexion was naturally excellent. No need for powder or rouge. Her eyelashes, her skin, her waist, her teeth. Nothing about her wasn't beautiful. When she smiled, she was indescribably beautiful. It's unknown how many people she'd enchanted. But the immoral thief was not like that. His wife's hair was disheveled. Lopsided ears, drooling, missing teeth, stuttering, a hunchbacked waist, full of sores, and suffered from severe hemorrhoids. Yet the immoral thief really liked her. He had 5 children with her. 5 children. Impressive, isn't it? To marry such an ugly wife and still live harmoniously with a house full of children. The immoral thief is an extraordinary man, truly a role model for us. Therefore, Su Qing thanked the female knight for her praise. He thought, starting today, I am an immoral thief. Ahem. The atmosphere between the two immediately fell silent. Su Qing pondered for a moment, then spoke. Right. Do people from your place, usually? When repaying kindness, if the benefactor is, they'll say they'll be an ox, or a horse in the next life, to repay it. But if the benefactor is handsome, they'll say, I have nothing to repay you with. This humble maiden wishes to offer herself, to be with you. He leaped up upon hearing that, exasperated. What? You pervert. He quickly tried to calm her. Don't glare. I was just kidding. Su Qing held up a zucchini, looking apologetic. My apologies. I was wrong. He continued. All right, joking aside though, but you also have to learn this. Although that long white cloth can be used, now that you can enjoy the best things of this era, it's not good to still hold on to bad customs. Besides, the clothes have already been bought. They can't be thrown away. Let's do this. I'll step out for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Su Qing entered the house and happily asked, How is it? He stammered, trembling. You people here, your lives here are all like this. Her face was flushed red. She shyly asked, So unrestrained? Su Qing was puzzled. Unrestrained? To dress comfortably and enjoy life? Isn't that normal? She angrily retorted. Shameless. He wasn't convinced and countered. Then you tell me. What is shameless? He blushed and looked flustered. It's just... Su Qing seized the opportunity to explain. What you're doing is called being old-fashioned. Haven't you seen it on the streets? Those girls, showing their thighs, showing their waists. That's human freedom. Men can show skin. Why can't women show skin? If you can't accept it, you can wear a long dress or a long skirt, but you can't run up to them and call them shameless. He turned back, still unconvinced. Is that so? She shouted. I can't accept it. I just can't accept it. Seeing her so angry, Su Qing quickly reassured her. All right. Then you don't accept it. Let's change the subject, okay? Change the subject. He continued to introduce things. Besides studying and remote work, this computer can also be used to play games. The games in here are incredibly fun. Scientific research shows that 90% of people initially learn computer operations by playing games. I believe you're not among the remaining 10%. The mouse cursor moved to the star button. The game's effects and the light from the screen fascinated her. He followed his instructions, working tirelessly. He watched her intently and thought, I need to find something for her to do. Otherwise, if she keeps thinking about sneaking out at night every day, or constantly thinking about cultivating, it won't be good. What if one day he understands this society and just leaves without a word? Goodbye, young hero. I'm off. Or goes looking for a Chang'an or Gusu, or whatever else. That's not as good as playing games at home. Su Qing stepped forward to stop her. All right. You've been playing for over an hour. He exclaimed, puzzled. He then suggested, How about I teach you how to play Fight the Landlord? Su Qing watched Jiang he imitate the actions in the video and sighed. Double, four of a kind. He yawned widely as he entered his room, muttering to himself. Nothing to do for now. Might as well get some sleep. The sound of the video continued to echo. The bedroom door closed, blocking out the sound from the video. Sorry. Su Qing entered the room, lamenting. It's a good thing I hadn't found a job that day. Otherwise, even if the interview had been successful, and I'd picked up an ancient female knight from 1200 years ago, I would still have had to give up that job. I guess I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Lost in thought, he drifted off to sleep unknowingly. The setting sun cast its light into the living room. Su Qing tiredly walked out of the bedroom. He scratched his head and said, It's about time. Let's go. Let's go out to eat. This time I'll take you towards the east. It'd be best to change your dress. And you don't need to tie your hair up. Just let it down. A few days ago, when you went out at night, you always tied your hair up, right? Change your hairstyle too. It helps a lot with changing impressions. So people won't realize that shadowy figure from that day was you. Jiang he looked down at the clothes she was wearing, a little puzzled. The sound of the bedroom door closing. She cautiously draped a white dress over herself and said, Is that so? Su Qing looked at her, blushed, and froze. He awkwardly scratched his head, avoiding her gaze, and sighed. The aura of ancient people. It's truly a mystery. He suddenly said, blushing, Never mind. Change back into your previous clothes. This way, you'll attract too much attention. Jiang he trembled with anger. Her fists clenched tight. The bedroom door slammed shut in front of him. Su Qing recalled her trying on each outfit and secretly sighed. That feeling, it can make others feel warm. The two of them walked down to the apartment complex. Uncle Zhao looked at them, beaming, and said, Taking your girlfriend for a stroll again? He awkwardly explained, Just a friend, looking at the object in his hand. Su Qing was puzzled. Uncle Zhao is that? Peachwood. He happily swung the stick, introducing it. No, Peachwood isn't in stock yet. For now, I'm just using this temporary one. Uncle Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. He leaned on his stick and seriously asked, Don't I look like that New Year painting of Qin Xiong? Su Qing awkwardly agreed. You really do. It's getting late. You should be careful, uncle. He calmly replied. It's fine. I even have the Great Compassion mantra with me. Jiang he looked at the object in his hand, puzzled. Is that a sword? Su Qing turned his face away, feeling awkward. What a mess. The two of them walked side by side on the street. Jiang he looked left. Then she turned to look right. Then she asked, puzzled. What is a girlfriend? He casually replied. It just means a friend. She continued, puzzled. Why add the word girl? Su Qing explained. Because you're a girl. Jiang he questioned, puzzled. Then why did you say it wasn't? He just smiled evasively. If I tell you now, you won't understand. You'll know later. Looking at Jiang he's gloomy face. He secretly thought, if she knew what girlfriend really meant, I'm afraid she'd pack her bags and run away in the middle of the night. Su Qing then changed the subject. Right, the Tang dynasty fell. So, what did you think when you watched that video about the dynastic changes earlier? She just shook her head. He sighed helplessly. Is that so? It was gradually getting dark. People rushed along the streets. Jiang he looked at everything around her, silently observing. Here, there's no curfew at night. No hawkers crowding the streets. No uneven, muddy ground. The air outside has so many indescribable scents. I've never encountered such a peaceful place. Not even the prosperous era that second mistress once spoke of had this. Security is everywhere. I can see everything just by looking up. It's like a dream. Su Qing's voice suddenly rang out. Female knight, want some milk tea? She was surprised. Tea. He approached the beverage stand and ordered 2 drinks. 1 pearl milk tea, 1 lemon water. Less ice, less sugar. Su Qing handed the milk tea to Jiang he and introduced it. This is milk tea. You definitely can't drink this where you're from. The pearls are those black things. You can eat them. It's very sweet. You try it. She looked towards the beverage stand and wondered, those people just now, were they making money by doing this? Can I learn to do this work too? He then explained, yes, that's work. You can learn it too. But you can't make money from it, because you don't have an ID card. The identity issue will be dealt with gradually. It can't be resolved all at once. Don't worry. We'll definitely find a solution. Let's not talk about that anymore. You drink your milk tea first. Jiang he then took a sip first. Her expression gradually frowned as she tried to chew the pearls. Su Qing happily asked, how does it taste? Seeing her expression darken even more. He was puzzled. Is it not good? She finished chewing and replied, it's a bit strange. The pearls are also hard to chew. Su Qing excitedly exclaimed, you too, young hero. I feel the same way. Why would anyone like this kind of drink? Her expression immediately darkened. This person, is something wrong with him? He thinks it tastes bad, but he still bought it for me. He handed his lemon water to Jiang he and explained, because they say all girls like sweet drinks. I thought you'd like it. Mine is sour. Maybe you'll find it even more unfamiliar to drink. Don't believe me? Try it. Put your straw in it. It's a bit strange. Anyway, you'll know when you drink it yourself. Jiang He then flipped the straw around. She took a sip of the lemon water. Jiang He's eyes lit up as she praised. It tastes great. Su Qing heard this and immediately swapped cups with her. Then you drink this. I'll drink that pearl milk tea. Since it's already bought, it wouldn't be good to just throw it away. He smiled happily. I'm glad you like this one. Jiang He looked at him, full of doubt. I always feel like something isn't quite right. Never mind. It really is delicious. Only empty plates and bowls remained on the dining table. Su Qing patted his stomach and let out a sigh. That was a lot. He softly suggested, let's walk around after dinner and then head home. The two walked along the night street. He suddenly noticed the destination of the bus stop. Su Qing turned to her and mysteriously said, I'm taking you to a very fun place. He took Jiang He to wait at the bus stop. Su Qing pointed to the bus and instructed, don't panic, just follow me. Jiang He obediently followed closely behind him. The two successfully boarded the bus. He then suggested, you sit by the window. It's better for viewing the scenery over there. The bus slowly began to move. The bus began to carry the two towards the city center. Su Qing looked at Jiang He, who was glued to the window, and asked, is this bus very stable? He said with a hint of disappointment, I thought you'd be a little surprised. You look so calm. Jiang He glanced at him and explained, I've ridden horse carriages before. The mechanical announcement of the bus rang out. This is Lanjiang Bridge Station. Passengers, please exit in an orderly fashion. The two stepped off the bus simultaneously. Jiang He was surprised by the scenery before her eyes. He then introduced, this place is called Lanjiang. The two stood on the bridge, admiring the city lights. Su Qing continued, in your era, it must have been very dark at night. Now it's not like that. This is called a modern city nightscape. Jiang He pondered for a moment. She couldn't take her eyes off the scenery and spoke, is it really over 1,000 years later? Su Qing didn't deny it, only replying, you've already seen more than half of the history. You probably have your own answer. 1,200 years. A massive change. He tilted his head to look at Jiang He. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed intently forward. Su Qing then pulled out his phone and whispered, perhaps you can't go back anymore. Although finding an identity is difficult, finding a way back is much harder. Stay here. It's actually very good. Ascend to the heavens, descend to the earth, descend to the sea. Now, there's nothing that can't be done. People have even set foot on the moon. If one day you can get an ID card, I'll take you on an airplane to explore the sky. She looked up at the sky, puzzled. To the heavens. He nodded. To the heavens. And one day, we might even be able to travel to the moon. But talking about these things now is too far off. That's a very long time away. You'll have to stay in my small room to study and understand this world. Jiang He curiously asked, and then what? He pondered for a moment, then replied, and then you'll just keep living. After a long time, no matter what, you'll definitely find something you like and that suits your way of life. Live here. Integrate into this place. Enjoy the prosperity of 1,200 years later. Su Qing looked at his phone and sighed. It's getting really late. Jiang He's eyes reflected the glittering lights. Clusters of fireworks were shot high into the sky. Su Qing looked ahead and thought, this is the best era in thousands of years. There's no reason it can't accommodate a girl, even if she arrived here by accident. Looking at Jiang He's bright eyes, he asked with a hint of curiosity, what are you thinking about? She replied, I was thinking if my teacher saw this world, she would be so happy. He smiled upon hearing that. Su Qing turned around, nodding in agreement. Then you can experience it for her. And for the first master, the second master, the third master, see everything for all of them. Welcome to this era. Sunlight shone on the tabletop. Su Qing scrolled through posts on the forum. He frowned and cursed inwardly. What a mess. Playing as an immoral thief in the middle of the night. Now fewer people are out at night. The police will patrol this area tonight. I don't even dare to take her out during the day. I can only keep her indoors. Jiang He pointed to the scene outside the window and asked him, where are all those people over there looking at? Su Qing approached curiously. What? He suddenly exclaimed, then covered his face and stammered, they're watching an exorcist catch ghosts. Jiang He asked, puzzled, are all of you here like this? Like being confined in a prison? Recalling what they had been doing, Su Qing was a bit stunned. First, breakfast, then computer, then lunch. Then he yawned and ate dinner. He awkwardly explained, of course not. This is called staying in. A shut-in is a way of life. She frowned and awkwardly replied, I don't understand. He continued, I can choose to go out, or I can choose to stay home. Going out for a stroll is tiring. So, I'd rather stay home, like a wealthy landowner. Spending all day at home, raising dogs and cats. Jiang He suddenly spoke up. I want to go out and move around. His words puzzled him. He asked, go out and move around? You mean, leave this place? Su Qing immediately retorted, don't joke around. If you leave, what can you do? Other things aside, what about clothes? Movement? You can walk on 2 feet. What about shelter? What about food? Hang out in someone else's room to sleep? And food? Go steal? Or rob? She was speechless by his words. Su Qing continued. I can give you some money. You've also learned how to eat at restaurants. But a person without a way to earn a living will eventually run out of money. At that point, you'll be in a dead end. Besides not breaking the law, you can only hope for kind-hearted people. There are no deep forests or mountains around here for you to hunt wild boars. You might have to scavenge through trash cans. Jiang He ate her pastry, looking flustered. She began to reconsider. Without an identity, it's truly difficult to take even half a step. Seeing Jiang He's gloomy expression, he replied, changing living habits, ways of life, and practical knowledge. These things are very difficult. I can understand that. Su Qing put his hand in his pocket. He pulled out 2 dimes and explained, but everything has to be done slowly. At least, you now know how to ride public transportation. You recognize money, don't you? This is huge progress. Her face was dejected and troubled. I haven't learned anything. He placed the money in her hand and explained, no, you're learning a lot of things. At least, when I tell you these things now, you don't pull out your sword anymore. I'll give you some money. You can live outside for a while. So now, compared to when you first arrived a little over a month ago, you're much more capable. Learn slowly. Wait until the ghost-breaking incident outside calms down. I'll often take you out for walks. Some things, you have to experience them to understand. She asked, puzzled. Is it really ghost-breaking outside? He pointed out the window and replied. The Taoist priest is still dancing outside. Su Qing continued. Later, when you earn money, just pay me back. If you can't pay it back, I'll have to find you a job. Let me think about what kind of work you can do. She excitedly said, thank you, young hero. He scrolled through web pages, pondering. A proper job is out of the question. But now is the age of internet information. Traditional style, cultivating can help her pass the time and talk to others. For someone who's just starting to accept this world. An ancient person earning money, still not adapted. It's really not that simple. I believe this is what she wants to learn. Su Qing waved her over. Come play this. See if you can learn it. Jiang He looked at the screen, puzzled. Play? Can't I do what you do, which is tracking people and then earning money? He immediately interrupted her. That's too complicated. You can't learn that right now. There's too much to learn. And you need experience. The outer door clicked open. He called out loudly and gestured. Who is it? Go back to your room. Old Su's voice came from outside. Open the door. Su Qing's face turned pale. It's my family outside. You quickly go hide in your room. People outside can freely open the door. The one living inside, on the other hand, has to hide. The knocking on the door became more insistent. He called out, coming, coming. He opened the door. Awkwardly looking at old Su, he spoke. Dad, why are you here again? He sternly reminded him. Call me your landlord. He looked around, frowning, and asked, still haven't found a job? Su Qing happily replied, a landlord like you also cares if I find a job? Isn't it enough to just give you the money? What job do I need to find? Aren't I doing perfectly fine? Old Su spoke sternly. You've graduated and you're not looking for a decent job? All day long, you're speculating, doing all sorts of shady things. He angrily retorted. What's that like? You should find me and build me a cow shed. This is for you, Mom. Dad, you came here yourself to see if I was working? It's National Day. No one's working. Dad came to check the utility bills. Looking at the game screen on the computer, he became even angrier. If you still haven't found a job next month, the rent will increase. Let's see if you can still be a shut-in all day. He suddenly spoke up. Right, Dad. Dad, when you just arrived, did you see that Taoist priest? He asked, puzzled, saw him. What about it? He continued, this place is haunted. It's unsafe. The environment is dilapidated. Your rent has to be lowered, Dad. He angrily shouted. What are you talking about? Go find a job quickly. Old Su suddenly stopped. He softly called out. Su Qing, looking at the pile of dresses on the desk. He panicked. Dad, listen to me. His tone was clearly puzzled. Are you still learning to wear this kind of clothing now? Seeing old Su standing outside the door, Su Qing's face immediately turned pale. To admit or not to admit? That is the question. Compared to his son wearing women's clothes. It's not too strange for there to suddenly be another girl in the house, right? That shouldn't be too weird, right? He can be deceived for a moment. He can't be deceived for a lifetime. As soon as Dad meets Andy Chung outside, and they chat for a bit, those big mouths will definitely spill the beans about there being a girl in my house. The more he thought about it, the worse it seemed. He then excused himself. Actually, it's my friends. He awkwardly evaded. This is a long story. I have a friend, his sister. Yes, my friend's sister. Came to stay for a few days. He then walked over and knocked on her room door. Jiang He, open the door for a moment. The door opened. Jiang He cautiously stepped out. He then introduced, Dad. This is Jiang He. I hope this female knight doesn't do anything strange to get Dad to notice. This is my dad. Jiang He stammered, unable to form words. She suddenly looked down, then whispered, how should I address him? Su Qing cleared his throat. Call him uncle. Old Su on the side was shocked thinking just now this girl was about to call me dad, wasn't she? It must be. She bowed her head. Hello, uncle, he replied. Hello, hello. Su Qing awkwardly scratched his chin. Anyway, that's roughly the situation. She'll be staying here for a while. Jiang He also chimed in with him. Old Su then grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Hey, come here for a bit. He suddenly stopped. Old Su looked at her, reassuringly. Jiang He, right? It's nothing. It's nothing. She awkwardly spoke up. He closed the door and began to question him. Tell me, what exactly is going on? He then explained. That's just how it is. A friend came to stay over. Dad, don't just run around for no reason. You'll scare the girl. The spare key I gave you. Give it to her for now. When she leaves, you can have it back. He thought, I must get the spare key back. Otherwise, if I'm not home one day, whether it's my dad or mom, if they encounter Jiang He alone at home, it's very likely that unnecessary trouble will arise. He sternly said, She's your girlfriend, isn't she? Su Qing retorted. No, he insisted. Just now, the girl was about to call me dad. He hurriedly clarified. You miss her, Dad. He continued, How old is she? He replied, Looks 18. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Old Su sighed. What a mess. He angrily spoke up. What mess? She's just staying over. Stepping back 10 steps, or even 100 steps. Let's say, even if the two of us were truly in a relationship, it would still be reasonable by those standards. How can you call a mess? He thought. I came here to urge my son to pay rent and find a job. And what happened was a little girl almost called me dad. Old Su spoke sternly. You punk. You don't even have a job. Su Qing angrily retorted. As long as I can earn money, that's enough. What kind of job? This is the age of technology. I've explained the Upmaster thing to you many times, Dad. But in the end, you just keep saying it has no insurance or something. I've transferred the money to you, Dad. The rent has been paid in full. Leave the key. How much are the utilities? He replied, 230 yuan. He quickly transferred the money and showed it to him. All right, give me the key. I've never heard of a landlord still holding a key to freely enter and exit. Old Su insisted, This is my house. His face darkened as he repeated, I've rented it. I've rented it. He sternly instructed. Remember to pay on time. Don't make me come and collect it every time. If you find a job, you can stay as long as you like. If you don't find a job, you'll have to pay rent every month. Not only will you have to rent, but it'll be more expensive than other places. If you don't like it, go rent somewhere else. Su Qing chuckled inwardly. This old man can play chess with me. Renting a room from family might be a little more expensive. But later, all that rent money will be mine. If I rent from someone else, that money would be theirs. Old Su awkwardly took off his glasses. Mom called you to come home for dinner. He suddenly turned his head. Son, he frantically explained. This is just my friend, not a girlfriend. He then straightened his face. Do you think your dad looks like an idiot? He sighed, wanted to see him off. All right, I still have work to do. I'll come home when I'm free. He cautiously probed. Didn't I say, you young people, falling in love too early can easily lead to problems? Compared to last time, Zhu. Su Qing immediately interrupted. He stepped into the living room and sighed. Oh, forget it. What's past is past. No need to bring it up again. Go find a job and start working soon. He calmly agreed. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Old Su suddenly stopped. He adjusted his glasses and instructed. Remember to be careful. He hastily said, They're really just friends. Su Qing glanced at the corner of the room. He called out again. Dad, wait a moment. He picked up Jiang He's straw sandals. He asked, puzzled, Why are you showing me this? He eagerly asked. Look, a Tang Dynasty antique. How much can it be sold for? Dad is an archaeologist. He's been doing it for over half his life. He knows about these things. Asking him is definitely the right person. He asked, puzzled, Wait, what Tang Dynasty antique are you talking about? Tang Dynasty. Su Qing immediately replied. It should be from Emperor Xuanzong's time. Look, is it worth anything? Looking at his son's starry eyes, Old Su spoke sternly. Whether it's worth anything or not, I don't know. Go to Nanshan Hospital and get a psychiatric evaluation. He walked out the door, asking himself, I wonder if it's still possible to have a second child now. Su Qing watched him, puzzled, from inside the house. Why did he leave? Old Su looked at Su Qing, puzzled, and thought. He's holding a pair of broken straw shoes and calling them Tang Dynasty antiques. Why doesn't he just say Liu Bei embroidered those shoes himself? He unconsciously spoke up. They say people who play too much on a computer become stupid. Play less computer. Go out more. He suddenly sighed. It seems my dream of getting rich is completely hopeless. Seriously, though, to say these straw shoes are from before the Zhou dynasty is correct. To say they're from the Kaiyuan era is also correct. After all, no one would think that history is just a thin membrane away from the present. Puncture it, and a person falls out. He suddenly suggested, Dad, try looking carefully one more time. See if you can make it look old. Old Su sharply looked at him. He repeatedly criticized him. You make it old, and it becomes an antique. Look at you. Didn't I tell you? Can you not get a serious job? Don't spend all day thinking about nothing. Why don't you learn from Tan Hao, huh? Old Tan came over, bragging that his boy, Little Hao, became a police officer. When he asked what you were doing, I couldn't even mention it without losing face. Su Qing quickly hid the sandals, retorted, freelance. I'm freelance. I can't let Jiang He see this. Otherwise, she'd think I'm some kind of pervert with these straw shoes. He roared, freelance. Freelance. Old Su suddenly erupted in rage. You rascal. Freelance. And you're holding up a pair of tattered, fake shoes? If you weren't already grown up. He grabbed the sword beside him, sputtering. I'd definitely give you a good thrashing with a stick. Old Su suddenly looked at the sword in his hand. Seeing him pause, his face turned pale. Oh no, if Dad takes the sword. Jiang He would be furious. She even carries this thing with her when she eats. He lunged to snatch it back, explaining, it's a toy. Just a toy I bought. Old Su roared. Let go. He weakly retorted. It's just a toy. There's no antique here. The two of them froze midair. Su Qing then compromised. All right. Let me have a look. Seeing him carefully examining it, he wondered, looking at it this way, could it really be an antique? Old Su pulled the sword out with force. His face also turned pale. He held out his hand, puzzled. So? He angrily replied. Here, take it. With that, he threw the sword towards Su Qing. He angrily walked into the room, exclaiming, that scared me. I almost believed this abnormal punk. Find a decent job, or else go take the civil service exam. Sir the people. Then the room door slammed shut. Su Qing carefully examined the blade, sighing. No wonder. There's no sign of oxidation at all. It really looks like a toy from thousands of years ago. Looking at the gleaming sword out of its scabbard, he suddenly sighed. Don't peek from there anymore. Keep this carefully. Don't take it out casually. Su Qing asked, puzzled. What were you going to call my dad just now? Jiang He awkwardly replied. I just didn't know what to call him. He then explained. That's my dad. My father. My old man. It's all the same meaning. You could just call him uncle. If you meet my mom someday, who is also my mother, what would you call her? She then nodded. I'll remember that. Call him uncle, right? Don't you want to learn martial arts anymore? He sighed inwardly, then asked. Some civilized Su tried practicing the standing stance for a bit, but couldn't last 5 minutes. Is there a shortcut to becoming a master quickly? Or is there some powerful cultivation technique? She retorted, puzzled. How can it be a shortcut to practicing martial arts? Su Qing leaned back, laughing at himself. He thought, in today's peaceful society, the value of practicing martial arts is very low. Compared to outside, it's practically useless. Injuring others means paying compensation. Practicing cultivation. Practicing what? Hardship is for future enjoyment. If there's no benefit, why bother with hardship? That's a sickness. He snapped back to reality, sat up, then looked at her seriously and suggested, come here, let's play a game. We'll talk about practicing cultivation later. Seeing Jiang, he sit down at the desk. He thought, learning how to live is a gradual process. A child, when they begin to understand things, also starts by playing games to approach the world. Building blocks, puzzles, or games. Playing online games is also a game. There's no difference. Jiang He looked at the computer screen. He instructed her, right? This is it. You can ignore that part. Dusk gradually fell. Jiang He, eating her meal, suddenly asked, is this a game? How does one earn money from this? He replied, when you finish learning, you can help others play. Help whom? Why? Let me think about how to explain this to her. Otherwise, she won't have the motivation to learn. She might even suspect I'm tricking her. This is a form of entertainment. It's just for people who have eaten their fill and have nothing else to do, so they play to amuse themselves. It's like playing around. Do you understand? Then there are many people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people playing a game together. So many people. There are bound to be some who don't have time to play. Not everyone is as idle as you and me. They don't have time to play. So they'll pay idle people like you to play for them. She suddenly exclaimed, I don't understand. They don't have time to play games. So they spend money to hire people to play for them? He also echoed, exactly. They've already spent money to buy the game, and they still want me to spend time playing it. It's like you're helping a wealthy landlord raise his crickets. Once you've raised them well, he'll just take them to fight directly. Do you understand it that way? A gaming addict is better than someone pretending to be a ghost and scaring people in the middle of the night. As for the future, first, she needs to understand how to live. Only then can we talk about the future. Winter Melon stretched. It ambled towards Su Qing. It made a gesture, then whined at him. He shooed it away. Go on. Go over there. Winter Melon obediently went towards Jiang He. It proudly looked up at the computer desk, then jumped up. It naturally climbed onto her, then curled up into a ball and lay down. Jiang He looked at it and involuntarily smiled. She suddenly exclaimed, strange cat. The police station enjoyed a rare peace. Everyone sat in the office, handling documents. Police Officer Gu spoke up. Is everyone hungry? Let's order some food together. A plump colleague excitedly rushed over. I'm hungry too. Where should we order from? Jingong Min? He continued, Sounds good. Anyone else? Sound good. Anyone else? How, are you hungry? Tanhao sat on the side and politely replied, I'm not very hungry. Thank you. He looked out the window and sighed. Today is really slow. Nothing to do. Everyone in the office turned to look at him. Tanhao was puzzled. What is it? Why are you looking at me? Police officer Gu asked helplessly. Didn't your master teach you not to say things like that? Tanhao scratched his head, puzzled. What things? An alarm bell rang. All of them sighed. They quickly stood up and dispersed, complaining, it's going to be a busy night again. Tanhao followed police officer Gu to the car. Sitting in the car, he instructed, from now on, absolutely do not say in the office that today is really slow, or today there's nothing to do, or anything similar. Like, under no circumstances should you say it. He then asked, why? He helplessly explained, it's metaphysics. It can't be clearly explained. In short, if someone says that, you definitely won't be idle all day. You'll definitely be crazy busy. Tanhao turned away, thinking, is this what Su Qing meant by jinxing oneself? The two of them arrived at Su Qing's apartment building. We're here. Let me check. It's building 6, unit 14. Tanhao followed behind him, thinking, in the middle of the night. This old district is indeed a bit sensitive. Police officer Gu shined his flashlight on the drunk man outside. At this cliff face. Perhaps it's here. He spoke up. What are you doing lying here? Tanhao looked at the man, thinking, a big case. The man, reeking of alcohol, awoke with a start and grumbled. Why are you so late? I've been waiting for ages. Hurry up and tell that smelly woman to open the door. Tanhao covered his nose as he approached the man. The smell of alcohol is so strong. Police officer Gu calmly knocked on the nearby door, whispering, we received a report saying someone here is causing a disturbance. Please open the door and cooperate with our work. The door creaked open. A weary woman peered out. He then asked, did you report this, ma'am? She awkwardly replied, officer, I didn't report it. It must have been a neighbor. The noise was indeed a bit loud. He suddenly struggled up. I was the one who called. You stinking woman. You dare lock me out. Don't you have any other methods? Police officer Gu looked at him, frowning in suspicion. Is this man your husband? She awkwardly replied, he's my husband. I just got angry and didn't let him in. Because he drank too much. I already told him last time. I'm so sorry. I'll take care of him right away. He stood up, pointed at her, and cursed me, teach you. You dare to lock me out. So what if I had a few drinks? I'll show you. Police officer Gu couldn't help but threaten, otherwise, we'll take you to the station. To sober you up a bit. No need. He flinched, trembling. I'm sober. Tanhao chuckled inwardly. Another big case solved. So impressive. They left the building. The announcement sounded again. Anomaly in Community 20. Police officer Gu shrugged, helplessly. See? Su Qing suddenly woke up. He scratched his head and sat up, puzzled. What was that noise? He secretly looked at the shadow in the living room, thinking, is the female knight pretending to be a ghost outside in the middle of the night again? Sure enough, Su Qing sighed and turned on the light. I'm telling you, female knight. Are you going out again? Seeing the silhouette in the living room wasn't Jiang He, but a stranger. He cautiously backed away. Hi, who are you? Su Qing suddenly came to his senses. He yelled, thief. The man, realizing he was discovered, tried to bolt. Su Qing quickly shouted, stop right there. Jiang He's figure rushed forward and grabbed his head. Her powerful grip held him tight, rendering him immobile. Her hand tightened further. Su Qing frantically stopped her. Stop. If you use any more force, you'll kill him. Let go quickly. He frowned, puzzled, looking at the thief trembling like a dog on the floor. Su Qing glanced to the side and saw Jiang He still cautiously watching him. He helplessly thought, what the heck? Su Qing looked at the trembling thief kneeling on the floor, thinking. In an instant, she choked an adult with one hand, throwing him to the ground. He almost couldn't breathe. There are still several handprints on his arm. Too brutal. He sighed and spoke up. You stay put and don't move around. I'm going to call my police friend. I'll have him come here. The thief reached out, pleading, big brother. Let me go. Jiang He's sharp gaze swept towards the thief again. He froze, stammering. Big brother, please, let me go this one time. You've already hit me. Just let me go this one time. I only did it because I was confused. I won't dare to do it again. Su Qing sternly retorted. You deserve to be hit. You have hands and feet. What can't you do? Do you think my money just blows in on the wind? Look at you. What? First time? The thief immediately collapsed, earnestly pleading, first time. Big brother, you're a magnanimous person. Don't call the police. I really won't do it again. If there's a next time, I won't even have this life. This is truly bad luck. I heard this place was haunted, so I dared to come check it out. As soon as I started, I was almost choked to death. This aura, this strength. This girl is a 2-star martial arts champion. He looked at him thoughtfully, then softly said, apologize. The thief immediately kowtowed sincerely. Apologies. Su Qing calmly picked up his phone. Absolutely no sincerity. Oh, forget it. It's better to call the police. First, I'll call my police friend. Ask if this counts as legitimate self-defense. If there's any problem, we'll go to the hospital with the police. The thief immediately grabbed his pants in a panic. No, I'm fine. Big brother, please let me go this one time. I swear to the heavens. These injuries are from me accidentally falling. They have nothing to do with big brother or big sister. He frowned, puzzled. To avoid calling the police like this. Is this truly your first time? He nodded honestly. Truly, truly, more real than pearls. Su Qing walked to the window, pointed at the man's grappling hook, and sternly said, however you came in, get out the same way. I'll pretend nothing happened. He immediately rushed straight out the window, repeatedly giving thanks. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister. The thief, already in the courtyard, turned back and waved at the two of them. Good people, live a peaceful life. Su Qing rubbed his temples, helplessly sighing, shouting so loud in the middle of the night. You're going to get cursed for disturbing the residents. Jiang, he asked, puzzled. Just like that, you let him go? He pulled at the stuck window, explaining, otherwise, what else could I do? If I call the police, I don't even know if you'll be prosecuted for hitting him. And your identity too, if we follow normal procedures. And they investigate. I really can't help you. So, I just had to scare that thief a bit, so he wouldn't care about anything else. Pretending nothing happened is the best plan. She exclaimed, retorted. He came here to steal, and I get prosecuted for hitting him. Su Qing helplessly emphasized, stealing is one thing. You hitting someone is another thing. This can't be clearly explained. Specifically, it depends on his injuries. Huh? Why are you still wearing your jacket out here? Don't tell me you wanted to sneak out again? Jiang, he looked at the jacket she was wearing and said softly, no, I'm used to sleeping in this. Just now, I heard movement in the living room. I came to see what you were doing. Then Su Qing helplessly waved his hand and said, do you think everyone is like you? Interested in running around like a night owl in the middle of the night? Stop overthinking and go back to sleep. I'll call someone to fix the broken window tomorrow. I'm turning off the light now, okay? Good night. Jiang, he still stood rooted in the dark room. She also uttered, good night. It was already morning. Su Qing stood in the bathroom, brushing his teeth. He calmly wiped his face, then stepped out. He suddenly encountered Jiang, he also coming out. Su Qing then spoke. Good morning. Seeing her drenched in sweat, he asked, puzzled, did you secretly practice cultivation in your room this morning? Jiang, he untied her hair tie, replying to him. Su Qing's eyes immediately lit up. He suggested, next time, can you leave the door open, so I can see how you practice? She agreed immediately. All right, a great hero shouldn't be so petty, you know? Su Qing suddenly froze in alarm. You happily agreed again? Did the sun rise in the west? She played with Wintermelon, looking up at him, puzzled. You're a strange person. It's not good if I agree, and it's not good if I don't agree. He told himself. Su Qing, you must stay calm. A true man doesn't quibble with ancient people. He suddenly blurted out, let's go out for breakfast. And while we're at it, find someone to fix the window. She agreed immediately. Walking along the sidewalk, Su Qing continued. I thought about it all last night. Just staying home and learning theory won't cut it. To learn how to live, the best way is to experience life. See more, hear more, and learn more. Life is everywhere. Do you know how to learn? She asked curiously. How to learn? He replied. Cast aside the thoughts and ideas of the past. Forget your old home. Let everything become new. Jiang, he stared up stunned. Everything new? Su Qing gently said. Like the thief last night. If you encounter a similar situation, you can subdue him, but don't hit too hard. Last night, were you trying to break his neck? With a dramatic, smoking fist, Jiang, he happily replied. No, I held back a lot of strength. Seeing that powerful hand, he turned pale. That's good then. Su Qing returned to the topic, continuing. Hurting people here is very troublesome. Even if he's a bad guy, you can't kill him. Let the officials handle everything. But given your abilities, basically no one can threaten you anymore. So, no matter what, you mustn't strike out. She asked, puzzled. Then to what extent can I hit? He heard that and thought for a moment before replying. It depends on the situation. For example, why do you want to hit someone? Jiang, he also cunningly retorted. If you secretly sneak into my room in the middle of the night, then should I hit hard or not? After hearing that, Su Qing froze, his face turning purple. His sensitive spot poked. He quickly and uncomfortably clarified. That's basically impossible. Let's take a different example. Do I look like that kind of person? With an utterly serious expression, Jiang, he affirmed. The vitality, it's truly unacceptable. He cried out, defending himself. What do I look like it? I'm a young hero, with good morals. A righteous and awe-inspiring young hero. Understand, after that display of authority, Jiang, he shyly replied, I'll believe it for now. Her reply only made him erupt in more anger. What do you mean for now? Wait, why would you even think I'd sneak into your room? Why would you have such a strange idea? After saying that, Su Qing also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, Although I did throw her straw shoes in the trash and then pick them up, I definitely didn't do anything else. Hearing that, she sweated profusely, not daring to meet his gaze. You were the one who said it before. It seems Su Qing hadn't processed the information, questioning what? The more she sweated, the more she whispered. You said you were a lecher. Although annoyed and wanted to hit her, Su Qing had to hold back. What? Those are just jokes. Besides, you've already seen how weak I am. If I really try to touch you, I'd be dealt with instantly. Who would be so foolish as to do that? Although this isn't something to be proud of. After explaining, even he felt something was off. Su Qing continued with a look that couldn't be more dismissive. If something like that really happened later, what should you do? With innocent eyes and a fist, Jiang He calmly raised her hand. I'll punch you. Just one sentence was enough to send waves through his heart. This punch, I'm afraid, isn't meant to save my life, is it? After all that walking, their feet finally stopped. Returning to his normal state, Su Qing announced, We're here. He and she sat down at a table and waved the server, 2 of the usual, please. He quickly replied, okay. After ordering their drinks, the 2 suddenly fell silent. Su Qing spoke first, still with an air of authority. From now on, feel and experience life. And remember this day. Suddenly, Jiang He's eyes drifted to her outstretched hand. She looked at her hand, repeating. Suddenly, her hand trembled, merging with her thoughts. No longer needing to wield a sword to kill. The staff's voice interrupted Jiang He's train of thought, announcing, Your order is all up, placing the food on the table. Su Qing politely said, Thank you. Meanwhile, she seemed to have discovered something. The food on the table, white and yellow, looked truly appetizing. Jiang He took a steamed bun, ready to savor it. Just a small bite made her happy. Jiang He exclaimed in delight. So delicious. In the scene before him, Su Qing involuntarily smiled. Looking at her, he thought to himself, no one would ever guess that this girl eating steamed buns is from ancient times. Speaking of which, do ancient people have huge appetites? Su Qing spoke up, surprising Jiang He. If you're not full, there's more. The porridge here is self-serve. If you want more steamed buns, just tell the server how many. I'll pay later. Hearing that, she looked at the food, appearing quite hesitant. Jiang He timidly and anxiously probed, Are these steamed buns expensive? Su Qing smiled reassuringly. Not expensive. Breakfast food is arguably the cheapest. Here, you basically don't have to worry about food. Eating until you're full is the main thing. Just eating a little like this won't cost much. Eat without worries. Suddenly, she stood up and left her seat. His heart involuntarily swelled with joy. Making a comparison, it's like raising a child. Don't even mention it. There's definitely a sense of accomplishment. Sure enough, she wasn't full yet. Taking her to experience life was absolutely the right decision. In the distance, Jiang He innocently said, Hello, I'd like 10, no 5 steamed buns. Having just happily heard this, Su Qing choked on his water. He quickly coughed, shocked. 5 buns. The staff, seeing the scene, could only force a smile. Okay. Seeing her return to the table, Su Qing inquired, Can you eat all of that? Despite his words, Jiang He calmly replied, Yes. Am I eating too much? She seemed a bit self-conscious. Her sparkling eyes looked at him. Su Qing returned to his composed demeanor, comforting her. Not really. I told you to eat without worries, so just eat without worries. It's just that it draws too much attention. Maintain a normal appetite when you're out. Buy some to take home and keep eating. You can have 2 more bowls of porridge. It's fine. Jiang He leisurely sipped her porridge and said, Once I learn how to earn money playing games, I'll pay you back. Hearing that, he happily and smugly replied, Then I'll wait, my lady knight. Check, please. The staff member heard this and replied, Okay, come again next time. The 2 of them actually bought 10 steamed buns on their way back. Suddenly, both glanced in one direction, surprised. It turned out they had stopped in front of an all-you-can-eat hot pot restaurant. Su Qing saw it and suddenly promised, Tomorrow, I'll take you to an all-you-can-eat buffet. You'll love it, I guarantee. Jiang He asked, puzzled. What is that? He seriously used sophisticated words to explain. It means you pay a small amount of money, and then you can take as much food as you want. Eat until you can't eat anymore, just like the porridge earlier. The only difference is that it's not just porridge. There are also vegetables and meat. I'll take you to eat another day, and you'll understand. Jiang He was also surprisingly enthusiastic, gaping. There's such a good thing. That's like a charity organization. He looked at the bag of steamed buns in front of him and replied, No, it's a normal restaurant. It's just a business model. Most people here are white-collar workers. Like the emperor. Once they sit down, they sit all day, handling all sorts of work. They basically don't need to exert physical strength, so they eat less. If you ate 15 or 20 steamed buns in a restaurant, it would draw attention. For you to completely integrate here and conceal your ancient identity, we have to be a bit more subtle. Seeing the bag open, Jiang, he also took one casually. It's like that because we don't eat much, so some merchants open such restaurants. You pay a bit of money and eat as much as you like. Anyway, we can't eat that much, especially girls and children. Give them 100 yuan, and most will eat for 3 weeks. That way, the restaurant can still make more than half in profit. After hearing his explanation, she also expressed her thoughts. So, some people eat a lot. Losing a little money is fine. They can make it back from those who eat less. Seeing this, Su Qing didn't hesitate to praise her. Very clever. When I was young, the first time I went to an all-you-can-eat buffet with my dad, I admired the owner for being such a good person, letting everyone eat as much as they wanted. She also continued with her own question. But if people eat so little, why do they go to eat? Is it too expensive? Su Qing also happily continued to explain. A buffet has many varieties. You eat whatever you want. This is very convenient and satisfying for everyone. No need to fuss over ordering dishes, and no need to fuss over prices. Having processed the information, Jiang He couldn't help but gape. Looking at her naive expression, Su Qing thought to himself, for someone as blank as Jiang He, anything I tell her is a lesson. Although this world is complex, many things are interconnected. All aspects of life combine to a certain degree, which will lead to qualitative changes, making her suddenly understand how this world operates. Jiang He and this world seemed to be gradually merging. Time flew by. 2 days later, Su Qing handed over a new smartphone, saying, "This phone is for you. If anything happens, call me." Jiang He cautiously inquired about the price. Is a phone very expensive? He quickly waved his hand, clarifying, "Not expensive. It's just a gift." He also thought it's a side quest, giving her an Android phone worth over 1,000 yuan. It's just right for the female knight to use. Looking at the phone in her hand, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Jiang He carefully held it and respectfully said, "Thank you, young hero." Receiving such sincere thanks, Su Qing was delighted. No need to be so polite. Try it out. Learn how to call me. She also agreed and focused on learning. Seeing this, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's done. With Jiang He's IQ, she'll probably quickly. Suddenly, Su Qing's face darkened, feeling something was off. His heart churned with anxiety for himself. Why do I feel like an NPC? Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Learning quickly is also convenient for me. I'm going out for a bit. You eat dinner by yourself. No need to wait for me. Jiang He heard this and replied. Before leaving the house, he added a few more instructions. I might be back a bit late. If you don't want to play games, you can watch videos of Fight the Landlord or explore the phone. Either is fine. It's past work hours now. He thought to himself. At first, I was worried she wouldn't be interested in playing games. Now that she knows she can earn money, she instantly transformed into a gaming addict. I'm worried Jiang He will get too immersed. Jiang He pondered his words, controlling these little figures running back and forth. He also explained to her, of course, if you keep playing after work hours, that's overtime. Since this is an internship, there's no overtime pay yet. I've left the food on the table. If anything comes up, call me. Eat first. I'm heading out now. Jiang He also didn't forget to instruct. Be careful on the road. After that, he went down to the lobby and got into a taxi. As he sat in the car, his mind drifted into his own world. It seems I haven't been home since I picked up Jiang. The door suddenly opened with a voice. You're back. What met Su Qing's eyes was an empty house. Suddenly, old Su came out with a book, saying, You punk, you're back, are you? Seeing him, he asked, Where's Mom? Old Su approached the sofa and replied, She's still playing mahjong and hasn't come back yet. Hearing that, Su Qing worried, What time is it already? Aren't you hungry, Dad? Suddenly, he also felt his stomach growl. Now that you mention it, I really am a bit hungry. Call her and tell her to come home. It's just you. Where's your girlfriend? Hitting a sore spot, he started rambling defensively. What girlfriend? She's just a normal friend. Just staying over for a while. Seeing his evasive manner, he understood. The little thoughts of young people. Don't tell me, I still don't understand. Staying over? If it were a man, would you let him stay over? Tan, how has stayed over before? He doesn't count. If that punk were a girl, she'd have been your girlfriend ages ago. Hearing that, Su Qing was speechless. I can't talk about this anymore. I'm not talking to you anymore. Hurry up and call Mom to come home. He agreed outwardly, but inwardly he thought, when Mom plays mahjong, she throws everything else aside. I don't know how my old man put up with it for so many years. You can be happy. Hello, it's me. I'm home now. Hangs up. Done. Each to his own. Quieter than a test room. He was still the first to speak. Oh, right. A few days ago, there was a thief at my place. I need to fix the window and install an anti-theft device while I'm at it. You'll reimburse me for the cost, right? Old Su replied with an utterly contemptuous tone. A thief? What is there to steal at your place? To the point where Su Qing's pride flared up. Isn't it computer money? He handed him a crumpled piece of paper. Old Su still used that same tone. Don't you hug your computer to sleep? Who would be able to steal it? Don't spend all day treating your computer like your wife. Are you all right? Receiving a flash of recognition, Su Qing seized the opportunity. I gave him a good beating and chased him away. although it wasn't him who struck. He'd veered off topic with his dad. I'm asking about you, not the thief. He still didn't quite understand. I beat the thief up. What could possibly happen? Mid-sentence, he was interrupted by Aunt Sue's voice. Qingzi, you're back? Why didn't you tell Mom beforehand? Su Qing quickly reminded her. I already said it in the group chat this afternoon. You even replied, Mom. She also said awkwardly. Is that so? I was so busy I forgot. I'll go cook now. Go watch TV or something first. In the distance, his heart was uneasy, thinking this song probably means she won about 10 yuan or more. Very quickly, Aunt Sue was already preparing food. She also didn't forget to ask her beloved son, oh right, where's your girlfriend? Su Qing had to quickly clarify. I don't have a girlfriend. Don't listen to Dad talking nonsense. Not to be outdone, old Sue also took up the challenge. What do you mean, talking nonsense? Her clothes are already hanging up. You're eating together, living together, and even washing clothes together. Can ordinary friends really do that? Aunt Sue was startled by this and called out from the kitchen. What? They're already eating and living together? Why didn't you tell me? He continued, speaking to his wife. Wasn't I waiting for him to come back? With a face of utter helplessness, Su Qing managed to utter. Why are you two getting more and more outrageous? Indeed, Aunt Sue was very efficient. She quickly finished preparing. She sat down, still expressing her curiosity. Do you have any pictures? Let me see. He thought to himself, helpless. I originally planned to go over and check it out. But then he reminded me, I still don't know the situation. Just casually going over to see might not be too good. It seems. I'll just have to wait for Qingzi to come back and ask him. She's just a friend. She has 2 eyes and 1 nose. What's so interesting to look at? Given Mom's nosy nature, it looks like I won't be able to get out of showing her something today. It's this one. She's a friend, not a girlfriend. Aunt Sue seemed very pleased with this prospective daughter-in-law. So elegant and pretty. Bring it here. Let me take a closer look. This photo was taken on the Lanjiang Bridge, wasn't it? This one is truly vibrant. You took so many pictures for your friend? Su Qing quickly refuted that question. Don't overthink things. You've seen enough. Now give me back my phone. This is my antique. He observed his notes. Elegant or not elegant? How did Mom see her as a daughter-in-law already? No matter how Su Qing clarified, Aunt Sue still said, no matter if she's walking, sitting, or strolling, this kid always takes a few photos of her. Even though she's not his girlfriend yet, this kid definitely has feelings for her. The kid is interested in that girl, and that girl is staying at his place. It's obvious they have something going on. She looks quite young. 18, right? Where does she study? He replied tersely. She doesn't go to school. She refused to believe that lie, retorting, not in school? She looks so elegant. How could she not be in school? Picking up food, Su Qing patiently explained. What does going to school have to do with being beautiful when you grow up? It's not a beauty pageant. Her family is poor, so she couldn't afford to go to school. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? Seizing the opportunity, old Sue boldly chided his son. If she were highly talented, would she even look at my son? He spends all day messing around, cooped up at home with his computer. He doesn't even have a job. Aunt Sue, however, felt a pang of sadness. Such a young girl, what a pity. Su Qing tried to defend his reputation. All right, Dad. You want to pick a bone with me, but I'm not giving you one. She was still very curious and asked further. How did you two meet? Isn't she from Jiangcheng? He solemnly and seriously said. You all should just talk about my business. He thought to himself. The Lady Knight hasn't even figured out how to live in this world yet, and they're already playing matchmaker for her here. This shouldn't be happening. Truly, it shouldn't. I'm going home now. You two go to bed early. And Mom, don't play mahjong every day and leave Dad hungry. Hearing that, his dependent nature flared up. He guaranteed, it's harder for her not to play mahjong than for you to not stay cooped up at home. Embarrassed, Aunt Sue quickly retorted, what kind of talk is that? Wait a minute. Mom heard that your place is haunted. They said there's a girl crying in the middle of the night. Something about a red-clad, vengeful spirit. Are you all right? He triumphantly grinned. It's true. I heard it too. Aunt Sue truly couldn't believe her ears. It's true? He replied quickly. Dad, you need to cut my rent in half. That's a haunted house. Otherwise, I won't rent it anymore. But his father scolded him sternly. Nonsense. He quickly argued. I'm not talking nonsense. A few days ago, a Taoist priest even came to perform a ritual. Didn't you see it? Aunt Sue also interjected slightly. Whether they're ghosts or not doesn't matter. Having a girlfriend means more expenses too. He pushed up his glasses. He said she's not. But Su Qing interrupted him. Even if the heavenly king himself came down, she's still my girlfriend. At the same time, at Su Qing's apartment, Jiang he had just dropped something with a loud clang. He opened the door and saw everything. Su Qing spoke. I'm home. Why are you holding a sword? Were you just practicing swordsmanship? Seeing this, Jiang he dared not speak. She quickly ran off in a panic. I'm going to take a bath. She grabbed her clothes and ran in. She ran past, realized she took the wrong turn, and had to loop back. Then she grabbed her clothes and kept running. Su Qing noticed the odd behavior and cautiously asked, "Why are you taking a sword with you to bathe?" Jiang, he nervously stammered, "I want to take it with me." Feeling truly odd and something being off, he decided to ask her, "Wait a minute, did something happen when I was out just now? Did someone come in?" Jiang, he still vehemently denied it, saying, "No." Suddenly realizing something, he asked cautiously, "Then who are you guarding against?" "Guarding against me?" She still kept the matter tightly under wraps. "No, you're a good person." After saying that, she darted off, slamming the door shut, leaving Su Qing standing there, contemplating for a moment. Never mind. As long as she's not guarding against me, it's fine. As a dignified great hero, how could Su Qing be guarded against like a wolf? He sat quietly, deep in thought, listening to the trickling water. The quieter it became, the more the sound of water made him uneasy. That sound of water truly made Su Qing very curious. He wondered, is it really a gush? He thought of some very strange, imaginary images. After thinking, he shook his head, looking proper and serious. "I'm a bright and magnificent great hero. I'm a bright and magnificent great hero. I'm a bright and magnificent great hero. I'm a bright and magnificent great hero." Suddenly, something caught his eye. "Huh?" A bit curious and confused, he thought to himself, "When did my iPad turn on? Or did I forget to turn it off? Never mind. I won't bother with it. I'll just leave it there. Tomorrow, I still need to cut it to edit videos. Anyway, I already gave that computer to the lady knight to play games on. Oh no, to work, I mean." Finally, Jiang, he came out of the bathroom, one hand wiping her hair with a towel, the other ready with a hairdryer. Her eyes sparkled, luminous with the shimmering water. Before the stunning beauty, Su Qing foolishly asked, "I've always wanted to ask, does practicing martial arts also have a beautifying effect?" Jiang, he was slightly confused. He still rambled on innocently. "You used to be exposed to the sun and wind. Even if your skin wasn't rough, it shouldn't be this smooth, right? And you said you don't know internal arts." Jiang, he heard this and quickly retorted, "I want to teach you, but you didn't learn." Su Qing disagreed, interjecting, "So it really can only start from applying makeup? So it really can only start from applying makeup?" He thought to himself, others just ask a bit, or tap twice, and learn all sorts of peerless martial arts. Why do I have to painstakingly practice makeup, or whatever? Wait a minute, maybe she can open a beauty-enhancing martial arts class later. No, that's not right. Young people nowadays sign up for gym memberships a few times a year and barely go to any sessions. They can't even lose weight. Practice martial arts? Practice my foot. Jiang, he went to plug in the hairdryer. She prepared to turn on the hairdryer. Seeing the silent atmosphere, she started a conversation. "Did that master catch the ghost a few days ago?" Su Qing honestly and frankly replied, "How could he catch it? It was all a scam. You secretly ran out in the middle of the night, and people thought you were a ghost. There are no ghosts in this world. If we're catching ghosts, we'd have to catch you first." Jiang, he heard this and indignantly clarified, "I'm a human, not a ghost." But he pretended not to care, only focusing on pressing the switch. Su Qing eagerly volunteered, "You're not used to using this yet. I'll help you dry your hair." Jiang, he stared intently at the hairdryer in her hand. But seeing it was hopeless, she reluctantly handed it to Su Qing. He turned on the machine and continued on the previous topic. "You are human. The main point is that people of this era have never seen martial arts like yours. That's why they thought you were a ghost in the middle of the night. Next time, don't run out and climb walls in the middle of the night, and everything will be fine." Jiang, he looked at the sword in her hand, couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you people practice martial arts?" Su Qing gently explained, "Living conditions are good now. Everyone has risen up. They eat well and dress warmly. Everyone thinks about how to enjoy themselves. Even good martial arts are useless. After that, some martial arts naturally died out. Simply put, the more peaceful people live, the fewer people practice martial arts. Thinking about practicing martial arts every day, then going out to fight and kill, stepping on others, that's just sick. Don't fall into that bad habit. Because people all like to enjoy themselves. If given a choice, who would choose to painstakingly practice martial arts? So you see, I'm lazy to practice. You can even see it from history. Back then, a Qing, with one wooden sword, broke through 3,000 armored soldiers. Following that, Guojing defended the city, but even millions of people couldn't resist. Then who? Ling Huchong learned swordsmanship without needing internal arts and could still dominate the world. Then came the era of Wei Xiaobao. It's over. Jiang, he was even more puzzled. Why haven't I seen these people in my history lessons? Why haven't I seen these people in my history lessons? Su Qing still gently explained. This is the history of old Master Jin. In short, martial arts are dead. To live comfortably, you still have to rely on science and technology. If you had today's science and technology back then, you'd have enough money to spend, enough food to eat. Young people would definitely play video games every day, who would still practice martial arts. Now, put your sword away. What are you hugging it for? It was beyond endurance. Jiang, he suddenly shrieked. There's a ghost. I'm hugging it for self-defense. Su Qing was truly too patient to speak gently. Where did a ghost come from? You're talking nonsense. It's all you're doing. Jiang He's expression suddenly faded as she said, I saw it. When you went out, I saw a ghost. Jiang He's face was devoid of emotion as she said, when you went out, I saw a ghost. Just one sentence turned Su Qing's face pale. He thought to himself, I can't use normal logic to understand this Lady Knight's words. For example, some Annie wearing a face mask goes out to throw trash. What did that ghost look like? Jiang He also enthusiastically described it. Very long hair, longer than my hair. She stroked her own hair. Jiang He continued. It was basically like this. That horrifying expression made him blur out a word. And then, damn it, a bit frightened. She continued, still trembling, and its face was pale, extremely pale, and even paler than the steamed buns I ate earlier. And it wore blue clothes, a very strange robe, with such long sleeves. It was too terrifying. Su Qing had to shiver. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Su Qing was truly a bit shocked. Still didn't believe it. What exactly did Jiang He see? Could there really be ghosts here? No. How could that be? Ghosts don't exist. Such things don't exist in this world. We must talk about science. Think about it. If ghosts really existed, how many people would have died 1,000 years ago? Wouldn't there be a pile of dead people then? Where do they all go, right? Perhaps you're under too much stress, and you're having hallucinations. Quickly dry your hair and go to sleep. Jiang He dejectedly said, in our place, ghosts are very scary. He turned on the hairdryer and comforted her. It's the same in our place. They're also very scary. But the problem is they don't exist. They absolutely don't exist. Do you understand? Because people mistakenly think there are ghosts. But there really aren't any. She affirmed again. Yes, I saw it. I wonder if my sword can hurt it? Hearing those cold words, Su Qing fearfully interrupted. Don't say any more. You're making it sound real. He truly was pale and terrified. When someone from the Tang dynasty time traveled here, he couldn't explain the reason. He secretly reassured himself. Jiang, he already has this kind of presence. A ghost appearing doesn't seem to be an unreasonable thing either. Tomorrow, I'll go find Uncle Zhao. See if I can borrow his peachwood sword. After 7,749 seconds of drying her hair was done. Very politely and ceremoniously, Jiang He sincerely stood up. Thank you, young hero. Su Qing also reciprocated in kind. No need to be so polite. Don't think too much anymore. Go to sleep quickly. Hearing that reassurance, she replied. He turned around to put away the hairdryer. He quietly told himself, I should take a shower too. Earlier, I was just talking tough. My Su Qing is still a coward. As a result, his shower time was a third faster than usual. Coming out of the bathroom, he still couldn't escape his thoughts. One person living versus two people living. There's a huge difference after all. She told me that, and now I'm a little scared. I feel like I can't sleep. Now, just edit tomorrow's video a bit. This is... At the same time, in Jiang He's room, she held up the clothes, admiring them. These clothes were all bought by the young hero for me, compared to the clothes other people wear on the street. The young hero helped me choose ones that are acceptable to me. The young hero is a good person. After saying that, she rummaged through her pillow and pulled out an object. Her thoughts were still flowing. This is the outfit I wore when I first arrived. The shoulders of this outfit are a bit tight compared to the clothes I'm wearing now. The sleeves are also much shorter. The fabric is very rough and coarse. If I were in Aunt Air's camp, she would surely mend this outfit. She would add a section to the sleeves, and the sleeves would also have to be a bit wider. These thoughts also brought her back to the past. Martial arts are forged through fighting. Don't be afraid later. Great elder, if anyone looks at you the wrong way, you just hit them. Hit them until they submit. That way, no one will dare to provoke you again. It turned out that deep male voice belonged to the great elder. Next to him was a woman, tenderly caring. Little Miss Chu, you don't even know how to sew clothes. All day long, you're wielding knives and swords. How will you ever get married later? Look, your clothes are torn again. I'll mend them for you later. Thinking of this, Jiang He's heart felt a pang of sadness. I must practice my martial arts well. To deal with that disheveled ghost, I will definitely continue to live well. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Jiang He cautiously opened the door, making Su Qing outside not quite understand. He opened his screen and questioned, Is this what you saw? As soon as she opened it, Jiang He raised her sword and recoiled 80 paces. It's this one. Su Qing sighed, understanding. Sure enough, I opened the iPad and found a horror movie was halfway through. Then I checked the history. If I let her keep watching a true high-level martial arts world. Science my foot. I almost believed it myself. Never mind. You go to sleep first. I'll explain it to you tomorrow. He said that, but Jiang He still looked very scared. He immediately closed the screen. With a look of utter helplessness, he comforted her. All right, I've sealed the ghost away. You can rest easy and go to sleep. Seeing this, she also nodded in agreement. A bright, Crisp morning dawned once more. It seeped into Jiang He's bedroom. The ghost really didn't appear, she thought. She thought that, but when she went out, she was still holding her sword. She was lost in her own thoughts again. I already agreed to leave the door open for him to see me practice swordsmanship. It seems the young hero isn't awake yet, but I still have to practice. In this strange era, I can only protect myself by honing my martial arts. Suqing also just woke up and stepped outside at the same time. Seeing her, he struck up a conversation. Good morning, Jiang He politely replied. Good morning. Morning greetings were done. He scratched his stomach and continued yawning. He didn't forget to glance back at her, thinking to himself, everything is going well. If she encounters a check on the street now, as long as she doesn't suddenly freak out, she should basically be able to handle it. She won't reveal her identity as an ancient person. She already has the privilege of being a woman and beauty. That's much better than if a heavily bearded strongman time-traveled here. If the one who time-traveled was the Great Elder, with a face like a monster's helmet, 8 feet tall, all muscle, carrying a great saber, hiding in the hallway, he would have been immediately reported to the police by an inspector or someone else at first glance. Even though he was brushing his teeth, he still asked, what does your Great Elder look like? Does he have a lot of beard? Jiang He also enthusiastically replied, a little taller than you. He has a beard. Suqing's heart suddenly envisioned his appearance. Sure enough, a bearded uncle. After thinking, she even questioned her landlord. Why didn't he grow a beard? Taking the opportunity, our Suqing seized the chance to brag. Because I'm a scholar, not some brutish overgrown bush. Too lucky, she retorted. Scholars in our place also grow beards. Could it be that? He quickly interrupted to correct her immediately. There's no could it be. I'm a normal man. In our place, we also have razors. They're specifically used for shaving beards. Remember that. Get ready, we're going out for breakfast later. That made Jiang He lose interest. She just nodded indifferently. She suddenly remembered and quietly spoke of a problem she was facing. Oh right, the phone you gave me yesterday seems to be broken. When I woke up this morning, it wasn't responding at all. Is it very expensive to fix? I'll pay you back later. Suqing heard this and nonchalantly explained. No, 8 out of 10, it just ran out of battery. I'll charge it for you later. Jiang He truly felt a bit relieved. It's good that it's not broken. Having prepared everything meticulously, he left the house with her. Looking at the phone in his hand, Suqing spoke. Today is the weekend. You don't have to work. You can put the game aside for now. Quickly learn how to use the phone. For example, if I go out, you can send me a voice message on WeChat or call me. You'll need this for both earning money and spending it. Jiang He suspiciously asked again. Spending money? He sincerely replied, yes. Look here. This is a WeChat red packet. There's nothing inside right now. I'll transfer 100 yuan to you. Now you have 100 yuan. You can spend it. She looked at the phone and mumbled to herself. Tap this to confirm. There it is. He reverted to his cunning nature. He slyly said, consider this me lending you money. When you get your salary, you can pay me back. Thinking back, very few people can borrow money from me. Those people usually don't need to borrow money anyway, and they've never borrowed before. So, this is the first time in my life I've lent money to someone. My first time has been given to you. Cherish it. She was a bit confused by the information, but Jiang He said with a nod. Huh? Anyway, thank you, young hero. At the same time, where the clanging of knives echoed, a steel knife cried tears for not being sharp enough. In the room, someone was sitting, gazing at the distant sky. Suddenly, the door opened from outside. A young man called out, Dad, I'm home. I came straight home after my shift. I'm starving. Is there anything to eat, Dad? He replied, there's some porridge in the pot, and some steamed buns you can eat with it. Last night, I caught a few thieves. It turned out to be Qin Hao. He ate and spoke, why are there so many thieves? Catching them every day. This is a time of peace. With hands and feet, who still turns to thieving. Even a beggar earns more money than a thief. And that man turned out to be his father. Our Suqing, who isn't even a cop, caught a thief. He was startled upon hearing that. What did you say, Dad? When did that happen? He simply recounted the event. Just a few days ago, old Su said, the old room over there was broken into by a thief. Suqing gave him a good beating and then let him go. Qin Hao was so angry he nearly exploded. What? Such a thing happened. This guy didn't even think to contact me. Let him go. I should scold him thoroughly. As a cop, I want to do something meaningful every day. But I never get the chance. This guy just waits at home and merchandise gets delivered right to his door. What kind of world is this? Disorganized. Undisciplined. Severe criticism. Amidst that anger, Uncle Qin nonchalantly said, he already let him go. Why are you still making such a fuss? I heard he even found a girlfriend. She's living with him too. Seriously, no comment on that guy. That kid, if he wants looks, he has looks. If he wants height, he has height. Isn't finding a girlfriend an incredibly simple matter for him? What was that? Uncle Qin's voice sharpened. You know he looks good? Good looks, and he even tries hard to find a girlfriend. What about you? Qin Hao stammered, trying to cover it up. Me? I'm not in a hurry. I just found a job. Why be so hasty? Dad, look, when do I have time? Every day, a phone call comes, and I have to go. Early mornings, late nights. Finding someone too early won't do any good. If I'm going to find someone, I need to find someone I can marry. Otherwise, we'll just break up sooner or later. Isn't that what happened with Qingzi? Boom. Uncle Qin yelled as if thunderstruck. You know that. He's already got 2 people. You know it's hard for you to find someone. So why aren't you thinking about it? Every day you're riding around on your broken bike, swaying back and forth. What are you swaying for? Still chewing, he bravely retorted. Catching thieves. But Uncle Qin uttered a remark that pierced him to the core. Have you caught any? He still bravely fought back fiercely. I will eventually. As for a girlfriend, I'll deal with that after I've made a name for myself. Before that, women are just fleeting clouds to me. His father was helpless. Dad thinks you simply can't find a girlfriend. His pride leveled up to max. He was hit on a sensitive point. Are you looking down on me, Dad? Do you believe that one day I'll bring home a flower of the police force for you to see? His dad's power was too fierce. Uncle Qin picked up a slipper. Your head. You don't even do your main job. Yet you want to bring home a flower of the police force for me to see? If you can find a girlfriend, I'll acknowledge your skill. Qin Hao quickly stammered, as the saying goes. A man should not marry before his career is established. Right? He really wanted to beat his son to a pulp. Your head. Run. Qin Hao took his bowl of porridge to a corner, feeling incredibly upset. Dad really hit hard. What did I say wrong? He just continued eating while listening to music. Men, he thought. Dreams must be big. Appetites must be big too. Suddenly, at this moment, a phone call came in. Hello? What are you calling for, kid? What? Partying tonight? Party my foot. I have night duty. After hanging up, Qin Hao stood up dejectedly. As he entered his bedroom, he didn't forget to remind his dad. Night duty is so sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Mom, wake me up at 4 in the afternoon. On this side, Su Qing also received a call. A get-together? Where? The person on the other end quickly replied. I'll send you the address in a bit. That kid Qin, how doesn't know what kind of chicken feather duty he's on? However, at this moment, he hesitated a little. First, tell me where. If it's a bar, then forget it. A meal is fine. After hearing the other party's words, Su Qing nodded in agreement. I'll bring my friend from the village to meet everyone, okay? Jiang, he was currently listening to this conversation, looking bewildered. Okay then, see you tonight. Su Qing cleared his throat and turned to announce, tonight, I'm taking you out to party. She was still unfamiliar and didn't understand what he meant. Party what? He had to explain. It means going out to have fun. Experience a bit of modern life. You'll know tonight anyway. Remember this. Follow my lead. Don't cause trouble. Although Jiang, he was still a bit confused. Seeing Su Qing playing with Wintermelon, she didn't say much. I understand. Suddenly, she looked at him carrying the cat, with a questioning look on her face. You just said all those ghostly things. And martial arts were all fake. Why can you people create such strange things? Right? They're really strange things. Su Qing gently stroked Wintermelon and explained. This isn't strange. It's originally about seeking excitement. It's just like raising a cat. After people's survival needs are met, they naturally develop spiritual needs. Whether it's pets or movies or games, they're all to satisfy certain human desires. Don't you have strange tales or novels in your time? Jiang, he immediately became confused by those unfamiliar words. I don't know. I've never read one. Novels? He patiently clarified further for her. For example, storytellers in tea houses. They often tell some strange stories. Folklore. It's precisely to satisfy people's curiosity. Simply put, where there's demand, there's supply. Understood? The essence of working is like that. Others pay you to solve a problem. Once you solve the problem, you get paid. In this society, everyone pays others to solve problems. For example, when we go out to eat every day, and that time we drank milk tea, ordered food, and the billboards on the street, clothing stores, these are all for you and me. Everyone needs someone to solve problems. Then they take the money. It's the same. At the same time, everyone who pays someone else to solve a problem is also helping others solve problems. For example, you play games. After you learn, you can play for others. You'll be able to earn money. Then you use the money you earn to pay others to solve problems like eating, buying clothes. It's all transactions. That's how society operates. After hearing his explanation, a thought suddenly sparked in her mind. No wonder Su Qing is like a rich landlord, not needing to go out and work, and even having food delivered to him. Jiang, he cleverly summarized from his words. So, after the problem of eating and drinking your fill is solved, that strange movie about ghosts helps everyone solve the problem of having nothing to do. Then you pay to watch it, and they take the money for production. Su Qing was very satisfied after hearing that. That's right. Smart. Catch. Very quickly, he handed her a can of soda. He stood by the refrigerator, grinning. Reward for answering correctly. Jiang, he looked at the can of soda in her hand. She seemed to be deep in thought. After a long moment, she finally asked, so what about you keeping me here? Helping me doesn't earn you money. Is it also to satisfy a spiritual need? Su Qing was stumped by Jiang He's question. He rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. He looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Perhaps. Honestly, I don't know either. I just wanted to keep you, so I did. Jianghee's cheeks had flushed without her realizing it as she looked at the young man in front of her. The young hero is truly a good person. Without any guard, she reached out and opened the soda can. However, a stream of dark liquid immediately sprayed out, startling Jianghee. Su Qing had to cover his mouth to laugh. Seeing her disheveled appearance, he kindly offered help. Here, wipe yourself with this first. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Su Qing always had a thought in his mind. If everything had to have a purpose, then this world wouldn't be interesting at all. On the way, he carefully instructed Jianghee, it might be a little crowded later, but it's fine. Eat if you want to eat, drink if you want to drink. Anything except alcohol is fine. Suddenly, Su Qing stopped walking. He just stood there, looking at the luxurious building in front of him. We're here. Jianghee, experiencing a place like this for the first time, stared in astonishment. It's here? He, standing beside her, completely understood her feelings. The main thing is to experience it. Those things are a bit new to you. Su Qing walked ahead, leading the way for Jianghee. Let's go. Tonight, the rich guy is treating. Eat all you want. She shyly walked inside with him. Jianghee kept glancing around the space. The loud noises echoing everywhere made her a little uncomfortable. Before long, they stopped in front of a room. Su Qing comfortably announced, here. Inside the room, countless people were already playing around, singing happily. At this moment, a young man was singing, and a girl beside him turned to look. Qingzi, you're here? Su Qing didn't reply, but looked around the room once. He saw everyone was having fun, each engaged in their own activities, so Su Qing was a bit surprised. It already started? Zijuan was incredibly enthusiastic. Anyway, I'm free. Wait for you to sing a song. I'll choose it for you. However, he wasn't in such a rush. Wait a minute. Let me sit down first. Su Qing quickly chose a corner to sit down. Meanwhile, Jianghee was still unfamiliar with her surroundings. Jianghee seemed to be stressed by this luxurious scene. She didn't dare to move at all. Her hands unconsciously clasped tightly together. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of Jianghee. Su Qing warmly offered her snacks. If you're hungry, eat these first to tide you over. Food will be served later. These are all just nuts. With your strength, you might just crush it. However, the sound was too loud, making it difficult for Jianghee to hear. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. It was then that he suddenly realized. That's right. It's too noisy in here. If I don't speak a little louder, she probably won't hear me. So, without thinking twice, Su Qing leaned close to her ear and said, you can crush this. Try it. Jianghee, bewildered, followed his words. Like this? He still hadn't realized, so he continued talking to her at close range. Don't you have these where you come from? I remember these have been around for a long time. Jianghee, because of this, blushed shyly. I don't know. I've never seen them before. But this is really good. Her eyes lit up as she enjoyed the new food. Jianghee also leaned into Su Qing's ear to explain more clearly. This is delicious. Hearing that, he laughed delightedly. If it's good, eat more. He looked at the surroundings and fell into thought. Anyway, in a karaoke environment, no one would notice this side. It's fine if Jianghee crushes pine nuts. Even if someone saw, at most they'd just be surprised by her strength. Suddenly, he picked up a bottle of beer. Su Qing enthusiastically smiled and raised the bottle. Come on, come on. Zijuan, drink up. Zijuan was singing when he was interrupted, making him a little annoyed. Kid, I was in the middle of a great song here. However, he still responded to Su Qing's action. Cheers. Bottoms up. So, both of them drained the beer bottles in their hands. Jianghee, beside him, noticed Su Qing's refreshed expression after drinking beer. Her eyes shone brightly as she suggested, I want to drink this. Su Qing immediately refused without thinking. Girls need to know how to protect themselves when they're out. No drinking alcohol. This is a dangerous beast. Hearing that, Jianghee was a bit annoyed and retorted, I've drunk it before. It won't make my head spin. He was the straightest man of the year, relentlessly chastising her. The alcohol here is much stronger than a rice wine where you come from. Even if you don't get drunk, you still shouldn't drink it. However, she wasn't so easily defeated. I just want to taste it a little bit. Just one sip. Jianghee's eyes lit up, showing her intense desire. Su Qing saw this and sighed in frustration. Finally, he gave in and indulged her. You can only taste a little, got it? Jianghee carefully took a tiny sip. When Su Qing asked, she just frowned, sensing it. How does it taste? Jianghee quietly replied. Not good. He didn't hear clearly, so he asked again. What did you say? She immediately leaned close to his ear and told Su Qing. I said it's not good. Zijuan immediately noticed their secretive actions and quickly reminded them. Hey, what are you two doing there? In broad daylight. The universe is clear. In front of so many people. Su Qing saw this and dismissively waved his hand. Go on, beat it. Keep singing. However, Zijuan was no longer in the mood. He put an arm around Su Qing's shoulder and quietly asked, I've been wanting to ask this. Is it your girlfriend? Jianghee, nearby, was also very curious about their conversation. Aren't you going to introduce her? Su Qing pushed the other's hand away and immediately denied it. Just a normal friend, Jiang He, from the village. He turned and solemnly introduced to her. This is my best friend, Wang Zijuan, a major client of Beijing's Jingyi, a wealthy landlord. Zijuan heard this and was extremely indignant. Who introduces people like you do? He then harbored malicious intent towards Jiang He. Just a normal friend? Then can I be friends with her? Su Qing mercilessly shot him down immediately. Get lost. Don't even dream about it. Zijuan, unwilling to accept, immediately challenged him. What's wrong? What am I lacking? He asked a series of questions without hesitation. Are you as tall as me? Are you as handsome as me? He still confidently affirmed. I have money. VIP client. Su Qing didn't want to argue about this anymore, so he changed the subject. Enough talk. Has it started? I'm starving. At this moment, Jiang He, beside him, was still intently crushing nuts in her hand. Zijuan then walked to the music screen. A few more people haven't arrived yet. Don't rush. Let's warm up our throats first. I've always wanted to hear you sing Mei Mei in Cantonese. Howsy, that damn guy has night duty tonight. Is there really such a thing as night duty in this world? Su Qing was a bit annoyed hearing the other party's words. Howsy is now a protector of the people. A hooligan like you is a parasite of society. Understand, but it seemed they didn't care much. Everyone was dancing and singing happily together. A moment later, Jiang He began to feel uncomfortable. What are so many people doing here? I feel it's too noisy. Su Qing then realized. Bringing her to karaoke was unnecessary to begin with. But if she wanted to learn about life, then of course, the more she encountered, the better. Experiencing various modern activities is also a form of accumulation. Ultimately, it's beneficial for her integration. He forced a smile and waved his hand, explaining, you can just think of it as a celebration. Mainly, it's his girlfriend's birthday. He invited a few more people to liven things up. Places like this are open to easily bring people closer. Such places are opened to easily foster relationships. She looked at him with questioning eyes. At this moment, Su Qing noticed the peeled nuts that Jiang He had prepared. Everyone who comes here has different purposes. Some people come specifically to drink. Others like to sing. They like the excitement. Some want to socialize and make friends. You're good at this, aren't you? Help me peel a few to eat. She obediently peeled a few nuts for Su Qing. He happily accepted, curious, and asked, Thank you, Lady Heroine. But do you know how to sing? Jiang He coldly replied. No. Su Qing smiled smugly. Big brother won't let you sing either. Wait until this young master sings for you. At this moment, the door opened, and a group of people entered immediately after. The person, upon seeing Su Qing, immediately showed disgust. This guy came too. Liangzi walked in from outside. He coldly glanced towards Su Qing. Then he turned his face away coldly. Just then, Su Qing also noticed that loud noises kept coming from Jiang He's side. He looked at the number of peeled nuts on the table, a little astonished. Are you hungry? She still hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. A little. Su Qing forced a smile and advised, wait a little longer. In a bit, there should be a super big cake. Jiang He, upon hearing this, could already imagine it, her mouth watering nonstop. Super big. She recalled her past experiences. She hadn't eaten anything particularly difficult here yet. The worst was when she first arrived. Sneaking to eat baozi that weren't filling and hamburgers. They had gotten a bit hard after 2 days. The taste had also changed, but even so, it was much better than flatbread and water. While Jiang He was still immersed in her passion for food, Zijuan brought the mic over. Qingzi, Howsy isn't here. Let's sing. Su Qing reluctantly took it. Just one song, okay? Jiang He quickly noticed the interesting item in his hand. She curiously touched it. What is this? Immediately, Jiang He's voice came out of the speaker, startling her. What is this? What is this? Why is my voice so loud? Seeing this, Su Qing immediately reassured her. Don't be scared. This thing is called a microphone. It's not some evil ghost or monster. I'll explain it clearly to you later. Jiang He nodded in agreement after hearing that. In Su Qing's heart, he was still very worried. At least later, when she's out walking, hearing a loudspeaker, she won't exclaim in fear. This person's inner power is truly profound. At this very moment, her eyes were wide, looking up at everything. He saw the scene and couldn't help but swallow. He suddenly really wanted to pinch her cheek. Su Qing gathered his courage and reached out his hand, but his hand was still approaching when Jiang He noticed. Su Qing immediately flusteredly pulled his hand back, pretending to whistle to divert attention. Sooner or later, I'll have to pinch it to see how it feels. Afterward, he and Zijuan sang a song together, very happily. He observed the number of people around and gestured. It seems everyone's here now. Let's start. Very quickly, a large gift box was pushed into the room by an employee. Zijuan stood before the crowd and confidently announced, Sorry to keep you all waiting. No more unnecessary words. Today is my girlfriend's birthday. However, at this moment, he was horrified to discover, Where's my girlfriend? At this moment, a girl spoke up. She seems to have just gone out. Zijun immediately asked, gone where? She also helplessly shook her head. I don't know. Suqing looked at the situation before him, also feeling frustrated. Happy birthday to your girlfriend. Turns out, when it was time to cut the birthday cake, his girlfriend was nowhere to be found. I even thought the girl who was singing with you just now was your girlfriend. He still didn't believe it and craned his neck to search around. After failing to find her, Zijun disappointedly turned back. I don't know where she went, so let's just keep partying. Just leave the birthday cake there. We'll deal with it when she gets back. Let's keep drinking. Suqing curiously walked over and asked, just got a new girlfriend? He honestly replied, we've been together for over a month. He smirked, implying, that long, huh? Looks like you're about to break up. Zijun was furious when he heard that and shouted, we're truly in love. Jianghe, nearby, seriously listened to their conversation. Truly in love? Girlfriend? She curiously approached Suqing and asked, is girlfriend the same as wife? He scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, oh no, girlfriend is just a term. Everyone is different. Zijun, nearby, was stunned when he heard that. What is she asking? Suqing didn't hesitate to give a practical example. For example, his girlfriend will be someone else's wife in the future. The more he listened, the angrier he became. You little punk. However, a second later, Zijun thought about it and realized it was true. Thinking about it, he's not wrong. Just then, Liangzi suddenly walked over. He smiled warmly, offering a drink. Brother Qing, don't be such a stranger. Here's to you a toast. Suqing coldly refused immediately. I'm not drinking. Liangzi still didn't give up. Look at what you're saying. However, he gave the other party a warning glance. Brother Qing, if you pull another strange stunt, Liangzi, I don't want to deal with you today. Stay put. Understood? Zijun, who had just walked in, sensed that the situation was not good. Those two are about to fight. He was now very bewildered. They were classmates for years, even roommates. Such animosity is not good. He originally invited Liangzi because he wanted to. Zijun looked at their gloomy faces, very worried. The situation now, it's ruined. He quickly walked over to dissuade them. Hey, you two talk out properly. Don't resort to violence. Liangzi, don't provoke him. Liangzi chuckled in reply. No, I'm not. Just drinking. It's been so long since we last met. How can you say I'm looking for trouble? Suqing annoyedly glanced at Zijun. You called him here? He was immediately frightened by the other party's attitude. Isn't this what you wanted? Wasn't that all in the past? His eyes immediately turned cold. The past? Suqing looked at the other party meaningfully. Where should I even begin? I've never considered this a big deal. Zijun was now pale with fear and turned to ask, so what do you want to do then? Did you also say this wasn't a big deal? Liangzi calmly adjusted his glasses. Of course. What's this? It's all long past. I just wanted to ask Brother Qing a question, to toast him with a drink. But look what happened. He understood the meaning behind the other's words and frankly retorted, I simply find his weird demeanor unlikable. I have no other intentions. Don't misunderstand. I just purely find him unlikable. He was not to be outdone. Brother Qing finds me unlikable? Isn't that? Suqing's face darkened as he warned. Last time, I didn't hit you hard enough, did I? Jianghe, observing the situation from the side, was also a little worried. Are they going to fight? Everyone present also began to whisper. Zijun was now standing between them, very bewildered. Wait, when did you two fight? No, what's wrong with you two? Why are you acting like children? However, Liangzi's gaze towards Suqing was now anything but friendly. Finally, Zijun had to lower his voice and plead, let go, Liangzi. Just give face. Can we just let my girlfriend celebrate her birthday? He heard that and smiled, raising his wine glass. See, I just came to offer a toast. How did it turn out like this? Brother Qing, drink this glass with me. No more trouble. However, he still firmly maintained his attitude. I'm not drinking. Liangzi saw that Suqing was difficult to handle, so he changed his target to Jianghe. Then I'll toast sister-in-law a glass. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. She, who was just eavesdropping nearby, was suddenly mentioned and very bewildered. Me, sister-in-law? His expression turned even uglier as he warned sternly. She's not drinking. Furthermore, she's not your sister-in-law. Don't try to die. Jianghe, as if echoing his words, repeated, that's right. I'm not. Suqing also quietly advised her. Remember not to talk to him. That guy is disgusting. Zijun finally couldn't stand the situation anymore. So you talk less. He then found a way to make Liangzi leave first. Liangzi, get back to your spot. Suqing also obediently returned to his seat. Zijun tried to calm down as he walked over and sat next to him. When did you two fight? Suqing also honestly said, that was a long time ago. If I had known he was here, I wouldn't have come. It's disgusting to even look at him. Jianghe, beside him, quietly listened to their conversation. He was now very regretful. If I had known you two were like this, I wouldn't have called. Drink up. Suqing nonchalantly replied. That's ancient history. I just don't like people like him. Evil. At this moment, she suddenly blushed and curiously asked, why would he consider me as his sister-in-law? He directly supplied Jiang He with incorrect information. Because he's ugly. Look, aren't I more handsome than him? She observed for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. You're more handsome than him. Suddenly, Su Qing pointed at Jiang He again. Aren't you also very beautiful? Both of us are good-looking. Sitting together, this is called a talented man and a beautiful woman. Naturally, people with messed up minds like them will see us as a couple. Zijuan, nearby, heard more and more things that sounded wrong. Wait. What do you mean messed up in the head? At first, I also thought you two were a couple. Su Qing shot him a dismissive glance. Your head's always been messed up. Zijuan felt humiliated and grew furious. Looks like we're going to have to duke it out too. Jiang He, at this moment, was puzzled again. But why would a talented man and a beautiful woman be seen as a couple? Su Qing immediately pointed at Zijuan. I don't know what kind of messed up minds they have. They're not normal, so it's best not to talk to them. Including this guy. Hearing that, he quickly retorted. I already have a girlfriend. He glanced over to the other side again. Including this guy. At this moment, a girl walked in. Where is she? Zijuan saw her and excitedly shouted. She's here. He just abandoned his friend and left without a moment's hesitation. Waiter, dim the lights. Cut the cake. My girlfriend is here. We can start now. Very quickly, a beautifully decorated 3-tier cake appeared. Jiang He's eyes were as bright as stars. She couldn't believe it. It's really big. All of this just to eat? Su Qing also nodded in confirmation. That's right. But at this moment, something made him hesitate. Wait a minute. I have a strange feeling something's wrong. Jiang He just stared blankly at the slice of cake on the plate. In her round eyes, the scene of everyone throwing cake at each other was reflected. Rewind to a few minutes earlier. Su Qing, without a word, pulled Jiang He along. You follow me. He quickly found a safe spot for her. Just hide here. Make sure you hide well. Don't move around carelessly. Don't come out until I call you. I'll get you a big piece of cake later. Jiang He heard that and was very curious. Cake. I wonder what it tastes like. But why do I have to hide to eat cake? Is there some rule about it? She obediently stayed in the spot Su Qing had arranged. I'm really looking forward to it. A delicious piece of cake suddenly appeared before Jiang He, delighting her. Is this cake? It must be really good. But then, that piece of cake was smashed into the face of someone nearby. Now, everyone was playing around with the cake. Look at this. Jiang He frowned, utterly bewildered. She couldn't hold back anymore and reached out to grab some. But the colossal cake collapsed right before her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Why are you out here? Didn't I tell you to hide well? Despite being covered in cream, Su Qing tried his best to keep the piece of cake on the plate intact. What's wrong? He sat down tiredly beside her. These madmen, they're killing me. I knew it. That Zijuan bought such a huge cake just to have a cake fight. Here. This is the piece I got before the throwing started. Have a taste. Su Qing offered the piece of cake to Jiang He. She took it with great reverence. However, at this moment, her eyes were filled with sadness. Jiang He put the cake in her mouth to savor it. Su Qing eagerly asked, well, is the cake delicious? Jiang He, deeply moved, finally spoke after a moment. It's too delicious. At this moment, memories of the past flashed in her mind. I really wanted to suggest that Nyang taste this thing called cake. She didn't even dare to eat baked goods, only drinking large bowls of water each time. If she could eat such delicious cake, she would definitely be smiling with her eyes crinkled up. After eating, Jiang He sat there dejectedly, watching the others play with the cake. She was filled with regret. Such delicious food, why throw it away? Even a wealthy landlord's money is hard-earned. Su Qing wiped the cream from his face as he explained, because that's one of its uses. If you like it, I'll buy it for you next time. We'll hide at home and eat it. Not a bit will go to waste. Jiang He frowned deeply. At this moment, she seemed to understand. Delicious food not eaten, but thrown away. Especially getting clothes dirty, but it's very fun. Clearly having such a peaceful life, yet pursuing such excitement/stimulation. This is the best era. Jiang He's eyes held a myriad of thoughts. She looked at the empty cake plate on the table. And then she continuously asked herself, is this a golden age? The two of them just sat there dejectedly, watching the crowd. After an unknown amount of time, Su Qing finally pulled Jiang He to her feet. They're done playing. It's probably safe now. You don't have to hide here anymore. I'm going to the restroom to wash up a bit. Then we'll go home. She obediently sat there, waiting for him to return. Suddenly, someone came over to strike up a conversation. Sister-in-law, did Brother Qing abandon you here? Liangzi approached with a friendly demeanor. What's your name? Let's get acquainted. Jiang He's attitude was completely different. She was very annoyed. I don't want to talk to you. He shamelessly sat down beside her. Don't be so fierce. Did Brother Qing tell you to say that? You're so clean. Didn't you play with him just now? Come on. Let me give you some. However, before Liangzi could achieve his goal, Jiang He dodged. What are you doing? He still refused to give up. Everyone else is dirty. It's not good for you to be so clean. Get a little dirty too. Just as Liangzi's finger came close to Jianghe, she was very tense. Jianghe's hand was clenched so tight it made a creaking sound. However, at this moment, a hand appeared and tightly gripped Liangzi's shoulder. Su Qing questioned him in a low voice. Who gave you the nerve? He then wildly punched the other party. Su Qing gave Liangzi no chance to fight back. Giving you face. Now, he was shaking uncontrollably from Su Qing's punches. Liangzi couldn't take the humiliation and was so angry his eyes turned red. Damn it. Then he punched Su Qing squarely in the face. He was caught off guard and angrily glared at the other party. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them finally separated. Zijuan was utterly bewildered by this scene. You two are fighting again. Stop it, both of you. Zijuan saw Su Qing pinning Liangzi to the ground and beating him, so he shouted, Turn on the lights. You two stop fighting. Quickly pull them apart. Those present quickly rushed over to pull the two of them apart. Su Qing was held by his collar, while Liangzi was held tightly by the shoulders. The two young men holding Su Qing looked at Jiang, he gently grabbing his collar, exclaiming in surprise, This girl is truly strong. She pulled him back with just one hand. Zijuan's side was not so relaxed. It took the strength of 3 young men to restrain the irrational Liangzi. Zijuan gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it. Why did I ever let them be together? Su Qing used his hand to wipe away the blood from his nose. He raised an eyebrow, provoking. Zijuan, look. A fun birthday party turn out like this. How about you throw a few punches too? Zijuan's mouth kept twitching. I'd rather punch both of you. He turned to dismiss the guests. I'm really sorry, everyone. Let's call a night. Let's break up for tonight. We'll gather another day. This is a bit messy. There weren't many people left in the room. He put cotton in his nose and asked Liangzi, How about it? Can you stand up? If you can, we'll keep fighting. If you can't, then I'm leaving. He annoyedly looked at Su Qing. Zijuan heard that and cursed. Fight what? What fight? Seeing Su Qing's swollen face, he asked, Are you okay? Your face is already so swollen. He replied, I know my limits. I'm fine. Ask again, still want to fight? The two of them continued to quarrel. Truly audacious. You dare to touch my girlfriend's face. If you have a problem, let's settle it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Someone knocked on the door from outside. All 4 looked toward the sound. Zijuan annoyedly went to open the door. Who is it? We're busy here right now. Outside were 2 police officers. We received a police report saying there was a fight here. He looked in surprise at the middle-aged police officer behind him. How is he? The middle-aged police officer looked at the pale-faced Qin Hao and asked, Do you know him? He recalled confidently boasting to the middle-aged police officer just now. I used to come here often with friends. Maybe I'll even run into some acquaintances. Officer Gu replied without much thought. Is that so? He forced a laugh. Too well acquainted. All 3 fell silent. He looked towards Su Qing and Liangzi. Seeing the wounds on Su Qing's face, he said awkwardly, You guys, and the injury on Liangzi's hand. He pushed up his hat and raised an eyebrow. You guys sure had a blast. Zijuan ran over to intercede. We were having so much fun singing that we tumbled over. Someone must have mistaken it for a fight and called the police. See? Isn't that being a busybody? She covered her hand and whispered to Qin Hao. Did you really have to come to work? That uniform looks cool. Qin Hao also enjoyed Zijuan's compliment. Of course. He questioned them. What's going on with you two? Jiang he hid behind him, peeking out. Nothing really. Su Qing quickly stepped in front of her. It's just as he said. Qin Hao secretly assessed them. This seems pretty serious. Ask this side first. As long as this side is okay. The guy with glasses is probably fine too. Officer Gu took out a pen and a small notebook and started taking notes. Show me your ID. You're out celebrating a birthday. Who carries their ID? He showed no leniency to them. State your ID number. He glanced at the broken beer bottle on the ground. So, your earlier point was that there was no fighting? Su Qing forced a laugh, denying it profusely. No. Fighting? What fighting? I don't know who's so idle and playful. Liangzi, however, refused to cooperate. He stood up, adjusted his glasses. We fought. We fought. He hit me. He frowned. So, did you fight or not? Liangzi honestly replied, We fought. Uncle, look, how can a birthday celebration turn out like this? Qin Hao nudged Su Qing's arm. Hey Qingzi, did you really fight? He helplessly replied. If he says we fought, then we fought. Let's talk about it at your place. Zijuan ran over, his ingratiating smile, now looking very unnatural. No, it was just playing around. Fighting? We drank too much. Just got a little excited. He's just talking nonsense now. He closed his notebook and announced. No more arguing. Please come to the station with us to talk. Su Qing, seeing he couldn't escape, pointed at Jiang He. He entrusted her to Zijuan. Help me take my little sister home. I'll go to the station with this guy. He thought confusedly. Why is she a girlfriend one moment and a little sister the next? Despite his doubts, he agreed with Su Qing. Don't worry. Officer Gu turned and left. Let's all go. We need to understand the situation, after all. Hearing that, Su Qing's face suddenly changed. Oh no. Su Qing tried his best to keep Jiang He out of this incident. No need. My little sister is only in middle school. She hasn't finished her homework yet. Officer Gu immediately exposed him. Don't lie to me. Middle school students coming to a place like this? Zijuan thought to himself. Qingzi is usually so smart. Why is he talking nonsense like this? He scratched his head. I'll go along. Ask me anything you want. I've been here the whole time. Whether they fought or not, I know best. Officer Gu impatiently said, just go. Why so much unnecessary talk? Qin Hao smiled helplessly. I'm just a rookie, a grunt. Why say doesn't count? Su Qing glanced at Jiang He. My little sister is from the village. She's never been to places like this. Don't scare her. Qin Hao annoyedly said. We're not cannibals. We just want to understand the situation. He looked at the 4 people and thought to himself. I only heard my dad say this guy just got a girlfriend. I thought this was her. They all left the karaoke place together. Qin Hao smiled and asked him. Hey Qingzi, where'd your cousin come from? Still in middle school? How old is she? We're friends, so your sister is my sister. What's our sister's name? Su Qing knew exactly what he was thinking. Are you doing a household registration check? Middle school students don't have IDs yet. She just came to my place to play for a few days. He began to introduce Jiang He. Her name is Jiang He. Remember that? He happily said, got it. I'm your brother Qin. He frowned, warning, and her actual brother? She's scared of strangers. Don't scare her. Zijuan and his girlfriend stood by his car and spoke up. How's he? We invited you, but you didn't come. Now that it's over, you show up to arrest people? Here, you can borrow my car to drive. I want to ride in a police car to experience it a bit. After they had driven for a while, the car also stopped. The group entered the police station together. Even at the station, Zijuan was still in the mood to tease Su Qing. Qingzi, you're home. He cursed back at him mercilessly. Home, your little sister. Officer Gu warned, all right. Stop arguing. What time is it? Hurry up and go in for questioning. Su Qing worriedly thought to himself. It's a bit tense now. This is what they call a guilty conscience. Raising someone from ancient times is really... I need to rein in my temper. Jiang He stood to the side, trying to memorize her newly fabricated personal information. Cousin, middle school student. No ID. Birthday. Feeling his gaze, she looked up at him. In her eyes was determination. He remained silent. He had made up his mind. After all, he still had to face it. It's fine. Let's just get acquainted first. Su Qing and Liangzi went into the room with Officer Gu. He spoke up, asking them, tell me what happened. Who goes first? Su Qing was the one to speak first. We just had a fight. I was the one who started it. Because he was insulting someone. He continued to ask, be more specific. Su Qing directly threw the question to Liangzi. Then let him tell it. Officer Gu looked towards Liangzi. You tell us. The exact sequence of events. He let out a sly laugh, calculating silently. This trip to the station might not go well. But I can't let myself suffer a loss. Make it as messy as possible. Su Qing, being the instigator, will face difficulties first. Then he'll turn himself into a victim and dump all the blame on Su Qing. At first, it was just a bit of playful teasing. Yeah, just joking around. Then he hit me. I don't understand why it suddenly happened like that. Then he just started hitting me. Officer Gu began to lose patience. He started scolding both of them. Relate the process in detail. Do you even know what detail means? They lowered their heads, not daring to speak. How did you joke around? What did you say? What did he reply? After which sentence did the fighting start? How did he attack? How did you defend yourself? His eyes were full of menace. Understand? What are you thinking? Just tell it as it happened. He turned to Su Qing. Otherwise, you go first. He was startled. Me? Liangzi quickly cut him off. Let me talk. At first, I just wanted to offer a toast. If you don't drink, you don't drink. I wouldn't force it. No matter what Liangzi said, Su Qing only thought of Jiang He. For Jiang He, being exposed to the police station too soon. She's still completely unfamiliar with modern times. Liangzi finally finished speaking. Officer Gu asked, is that so? But Su Qing was still lost in thought. She's with Haozi right now, being questioned. I wonder how she's doing. Did she say anything wrong? Seeing him distracted, Officer Gu called out to him. Hey, what are you spacing out for? I'm asking you. Su Qing replied without a hint of awkwardness. It's roughly correct. Except the part where he behaved strangely and cursed at me. That's when I took action. He thought to himself, whether I made the first move or not. Just say he started the trouble first. Liangzi waved his hands. I was just joking around. Officer Gu didn't accept his explanation. You already fought, and you're still saying it was a joke? Do you expect me to believe that? The room suddenly fell silent. Officer Gu helplessly asked, how do you two want to resolve this now? Fries shamefully shook hands and made peace. Liangzi said disbelievingly, shouldn't he be arrested? He started to explain. This is what's called mutual combat. If we arrest, both of you get arrested. If you feel you're seriously injured, then go get your injuries checked. At that time, detention, compensation, all will be decided based on the situation. You're injured in the stomach? My stomach is just a little bruised. There probably won't be anything to find. Liangzi lifted his shirt, revealing the bruise on his stomach. Su Qing smiled, thinking to himself, getting arrested is impossible. I still have work there. I have to go to work. He laughed, intending to provoke Liangzi to death. Or, let's reconsider. Shake hands and reconcile. Or you'll both get arrested. Or your face is injured. Officer Gu grasped the main point. Why are you so familiar with this? He angrily slammed the table and stood up. He was the one who hit me first. His calculations failed. He thought getting hit a little meant he could have him arrested. Turns out it's mutual combat. Officer Gu was truly furious. Fine him 500. Fine you 200. Detain him for 8 days. Detain you for 5 days. Or go get medical assessment. Or accept mediation. Which do you choose? Liangzi was seething, but could do nothing. Su Qing walked out of the restroom. Qin Hao stared intently at his face. The wounds on your face will probably take quite a few days to heal. It's so late already. Do you need me to take you home? He put a bandage on his face. No need. Your work hours. Leaving your post isn't good. It's fine at night. Qin Hao raised his hand and clamped it over Su Qing's mouth. Don't talk nonsense here. He anxiously looked around. There's a mysterious power in here. Su Qing was annoyed by having his mouth covered. What's wrong with you? Seeing that no one was around, he released Su Qing. Guest aside, I'll take everyone home. He gasped, his face pale. No, really no need. We'll call a taxi. Where's my little sister? He said, she's outside the main door. I told our little sister to wait inside, but she wouldn't. Zijuan is standing outside with her, catching some air. But why do I feel like our little sister is a bit dense? Hearing him insult Jiang, Su Qing shot back. You're the dense one. She's much smarter than you. No more talking. I'm leaving first. See you when you're free. Zijuan looked at the time on his phone. Damn it. It's already 1 o'clock. He sighed. Qingzi, why isn't he done yet? That Liangzi already left. Su Qing's voice rang out. Why are you two still here? Aren't you cold? Zijuan replied. It was unbearable to be sleepy in there. Look how messy this whole thing got. He got arrested, but he didn't regret it. Of course not. Next time I get a chance, I'll beat him up again. He looked around. Where's your 1-month girlfriend? Zijuan said helplessly. I really couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to sleep in the car. Should I give you two a ride home too? He quickly refused. We'll just call a taxi. It's so late. Let's go home early. He calculated. There's someone else around. There are some things I want to say to Jiang, that aren't convenient. Zijuan didn't press him. All right then. I'll wait for a taxi with you too. A cold wind blew down the street. Zijuan and Su Qing shivered from the cold. He hugged himself tightly. This season, it's quite cold at night. Suddenly, he caught an important detail. Wait a minute. Then he questioned Su Qing. If it were before, you would have taken off your jacket and given it to your girlfriend. He said nonchalantly. She's not cold. Jiang he also nodded in confirmation. I'm not cold. Zijuan frowned. Is she really a little sister or a girlfriend? Damn it. He thought annoyedly. I can't tell what their relationship is. A moment later, Su Qing and Jiang he arrived home. He stretched. Finally home. Su Qing walked ahead. Jiang he followed behind. He was silent. She also said nothing. He thought to himself, why does this heroine walk without making a sound? It feels like I'm playing alone. It's midnight. When I'm drunk, I'll just come back alone. Not fun. He turned and said to her, walk a little faster. Can you walk beside me? This really looks like I have a stalker. She retorted, I'm not a stalker. If you walk beside me, you won't be one anymore. She moved forward, walking parallel to him. The two walked and chatted together. I hereby declare that you're no longer a stalker. I wasn't one to begin with. Once inside the house, he flopped onto the couch. It's finally over. I'm exhausted today. Remembering something important, he sat up abruptly and asked her, what did Housie ask you at the police station? How did you answer? She calmly replied, I'm your little sister. A high school student. Came to a birthday party. If they asked other things, I didn't say. He gave her a thumbs up. Heroine, you really are smart. Solve the case. He muttered to himself. No wonder Housie called her dense. The cat-jumping girl thought. The authorities here don't seem that scary either. He reminded her, scary? Of course they're not scary. As long as you don't show your violent side. Nothing bad will happen. You even get food and drink if you're held there for a long time. He stretched. Today's handling of things. Seems like it wasn't bad. I didn't lose anything from the fight. Taking Jiang, he on a tour of the police station. Aside from a slight delay and some minor hassle, everything went very well. The key point is Jiang He's performance. He turned and asked her, did you notice? You're very reliant on me now. You listen to whatever I say. That little punk insulted you, but you endured it and didn't fight back. She didn't pay much attention. I don't know anything, so I should be like this. He ruffled her hair. So obedient. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you off? Jiang He's face suddenly flushed. You wouldn't do that. You're a good person. The cat-bellied girl thought. I eat his food, use his things, and have always received his help. If I don't listen to his instructions and don't trust him, then I might as well leave this place and wander alone outside before I completely familiarize myself and integrate into this world. Currently, the only person who can help me is Su-Ching. She suddenly spoke up. He didn't touch my face. He replied, as if it were obvious. I know. If he had touched your face, you would have made him lie there, unable to get up a long time ago. The two fell silent again. Su-Ching scratched his face, embarrassed. Does our fight look like kids playing house? She looked at his embarrassed face. Her expression was utterly subtle. You call this fighting? Jiang, he asked Su-Ching. Why did you hit him? He hugged a pillow tightly, his face contorted. Because he's despicable. Despicable people need to be taught a lesson. But I'm being clear. In the future, what if? I'm just saying, what if? If someone provokes you and you can't tolerate it, only use this much strength at most. Don't injure anyone. Just make them hurt. Otherwise, you'll end up in jail. There are many types of people in this world. For example, those who like to dress well, wear brand-name shoes, but can't afford them themselves. Then they see you wearing them. They immediately feel annoyed. They feel jealous and deliberately act like that towards someone so close. Those things are much more than him. On the contrary, they feel it's perfectly normal. They feel they are a head shorter than others. They deserve to be rich. She listened intently to him. Then if someone next to them has a better life, they'll get upset. You tell me, isn't that sick? Jiang, he said blankly. Such things exist? He explained to her question. There are two types of people I can't stand. One is the twisted personality type. The other is the dog licker type. That guy, he just happens to be both. She asked him, bewildered. What's a dog licker? He continued to explain. It's a type of creature. Either you have everything, or you die. You'll understand later. In her mind, she pictured a dog licking its paw, completely unable to understand. He reminded her, go take a shower quickly. It's not early anymore. She was startled. In the bathroom, water rushed down. He leaned back in his chair. Actually, having someone to talk to at home isn't bad. If only she could finish showering and then I could hold her. Sleep together. He suddenly realized something. His eyes widened. No, that's not right. Weird. How could I have such strange thoughts? The sound of a door opening. He looked up at her. Her hair was soaked as she looked back at him. Su-Ching sprang to his feet in a panic. You dry your own hair today. His ears turned red as he awkwardly walked away. I'm going to shower too. He fled into the bathroom, clutching his face with his hands. This is truly a test of a person. After showering, he stepped out. He saw Jiang He sitting and drying her hair. She asked him, I saw many girls with short hair on the street. Is it normal to shave your head here in your place? He replied, hairstyle is a personal choice. If you like it, you can even shave it all off. You want a haircut? She stammered, it's just that. He turned around and warned her. Don't cut it. Long, straight black hair is so beautiful. Imagining Jiang He with short hair. He said nothing and walked to one side. Then he got a hairdryer and dried her hair. From now on, I'll help you dry your hair. So don't even think about cutting your hair, okay? She immediately agreed. She then asked, is it also very normal here for a guy to help a girl dry her hair? He cleared his throat. Normal. Extremely normal. After drying her hair for a while, Su-Ching focused intently on drying her hair completely. Jiang He also sat still obediently. This scene was both warm and romantic. Su-Ching then slowly put down the hairdryer and instructed her. Done. Well, I'm going to my room now. I'll turn off the light in the living room first. You should go to sleep early too. He turned off the light. Good night. She looked at him blankly, then wished him back good night. She held her phone, tapping and typing for a while. She wrote each stroke of the character. Delicious. It must be these two words. Her eyes widened. She searched for a song on the app. She pressed play. Sound came from the device. She pulled the blanket over her head. Jiang He listened to this song repeatedly. The feelings of you people. Saying good night in just 2 or 3 sentences. Awakening a haze, yet easily departing. Long-term affection is always in a dilemma. Always unable to control that good night from your hands. Obsessed with someone like an old bridge, at times so far, at times so near. The next morning, Su-Ching woke up. He scratched his head and greeted her. Good morning. She greeted him back. Good morning. He asked her, I woke up late. Want to grab some breakfast together? She looked at him very seriously. I'm working. He nodded. In that case, I'll go out and grab some breakfast to bring back. As he tied his shoelaces, he thought. After spending some time with Jiang he was unconsciously influenced. His life had become quite structured. If it were before, breakfast? What's that? Su-Ching left, but Jiang He continued to work diligently. She glanced behind her, then wrote on her drawing tablet. Find information. Was a girlfriend? Many pieces of information appeared. She read them silently, one by one. Jiang He concentrated on reading the information online. Girlfriend. Due to the development of free love. The concept of a girlfriend in people's minds has evolved from a simple female friend to a synonym for a partner before marriage. She continued typing. Are there ghosts in this world? A moment later, Su-Ching entered the house. I'm back. Come eat breakfast. She spoke up. I'm working. He advised her, it's fine to work. But you need to rest sometimes. Like for breakfast. She turned her head and clenched her fists. I'll eat. Su Qing opened the bag of steamed buns. I didn't buy too much. Just a quick bite. Lunch is coming up soon anyway. This time, he bought steamed buns and soy milk. She clutched the steamed bun in her hand and looked up at him, asking, I've been playing for so long. Can I help others play now? She calculated in her mind. According to Su Qing, a single run through the mine costs 18 tael. This is 6 steamed buns. Running it for 1 day means I can eat for 3 days. Su Qing tapped on his phone. Wait a minute. I'll find an account for you. We'll see if he can do well. He thought to himself. Anyway, playing games is just to give Jiang He something to do, to keep her from running out in the middle of the night to scare people or wandering around. Hearing her very happily say, Really? I want to try. He sighed, looking at her and muttering to himself. After she understands this world, then I can find her a proper job. Jiang He bit into the bun, her eyes immediately lighting up. It's meat filling. There's more here. Eat slowly. And drink your soy milk. After a hearty meal, she couldn't help but exclaim, The food here is delicious. Su Qing said, puzzled. It's not your first time eating it. She held the soy milk cup forward, affirming, I really think it's delicious. And the cake last night was delicious too. All the food here is delicious. He smiled, looking at her. Delicious indeed. Oh, right. When is your birthday? I'll make another big cake. Just for you to eat alone. She stammered, I don't know. Su Qing was stunned for a moment. Before speaking again, you don't know your own birthday? How about this? The day you arrived here, we'll make that your birthday in this world. What do you think? She looked at him blankly. She joyfully asked again, Really? So next year I'll be able to eat cake, right? Her face was utterly innocent. Just eating a cake. Makes her so happy. He glanced at her. Waving his hand, he said, Actually today works too. I'll buy one later. Consider it making up for this year for you. Her eyes widened, and she said delightedly, Really? Thank you, young hero. But her expression quickly changed. It's too expensive. Such a delicious cake must be very costly. Su Qing smiled reassuringly. It's not expensive. Just wait and eat it. They each held a phone and tapped away. Su Qing spoke up, Oh, right. Did you bring any copper coins? I remember during the Kaiyuan era, copper coins were mainly used. Silver was rarely used. If you have copper coins, they should be able to sell for some money. The older, the better. She shook her head. No, I don't have money. All the money was kept by second aunt. The silver was sewn into the corner of my sleeve by second aunt, prepared for when I might need it. As she spoke, her eyes widened. Her hand adjusted at her waist. Jiang He thought to herself, In the future, no one will remind me. No one will tuck money into the corner of my sleeve anymore. He ruffled his hair. Oh, really? That was the wrong preparation. A few copper coins are useless. If there were many, it would be better to put them in a pouch. That's why they sew in silver. So it could be prepared for when needed. But who could have known that this outing would bring her to this place? Anyone can guess that a copper coin, worthless at that time, would not exchange for much silver now. This is an age of capability. On the street, Qin Hao was driving his car. An old woman saw him and greeted him. Isn't this Hausie? On patrol? He nodded and said, Just finished patrol. Now I'm heading home. It must be tough on you. It's my duty. Qin Hao walked along, whistling. Don't say anything. Being a protector of the people feels incredibly fulfilling. He smiled. Dad, I'm home. A cute dog appeared. Qin Hao's eyes widened in alarm. Where did this dog come from? Uncle Qin explained. Old Wang's family, Big Black. I asked for it. Later, you'll be in charge of training it. Train it to be a working dog. I'll take it for walks. I don't know how to train this. The two started arguing. You're a police officer, and you don't know how to train a police dog? I'm a police officer, but I don't know how to defuse bombs either. He lifted the puppy by the scruff of its neck. Anyway, you're a police officer. If you raise a dog, it'll be a police dog. A police dog? You think I'm some kind of omnipotent police officer? Qin Hao asked, What's its name? Uncle Qin hugged the puppy. Haven't thought of it yet. I need to find it a really mighty name. Full of spirit. You wait while I think. Searching the dictionary? He raised an eyebrow. When you named me, you probably weren't this dedicated, huh? Oh, right. He scratched his neck, asking, Does Su Qing have a cousin sister? Uncle Qin said, puzzled. Qingzi has a cousin? Never heard of it. Why? Are you looking at other people's little sister? Qin Hao sat down on the sofa. No, just asking. He frowned. He thought to himself, Our two families are too close. We gather frequently on holidays and festivals. When Qingzi and I weren't even born yet, the old men from both families had already discussed it to arrange a childhood engagement for their children. As a result, both families had sons. So the engagement was blown away. He asked curiously, If nothing's wrong, why are you asking about someone else's little sister? Qin hadn't hide anything and said, I met a girl last night. Qingzi said she was his cousin's sister. Very pretty, but a bit strange. Hearing this, a thought flashed in Uncle Qin's mind. Pretty? His expression was very serious. Just wait. Another day, I'll ask old Sue about it. He immediately retorted, she only saw me as a passing breeze. Qin Hao was still suspicious. Originally, he didn't think much of it. At most, he just thought that little sister was a bit dense. But thinking about Su Qing's behavior at karaoke, he wasn't lying. It's just that this matter clearly seems a bit deliberate. Being a police officer really makes you paranoid. Su Qing led Jiang He out and saw Uncle Zhao sitting, so he approached to greet him. Uncle Zhao, you haven't seen any ghosts recently, have you? He replied softly. No. That Taoist priest really wasn't bragging. As soon as he performed the ritual, everything was peaceful. There are some things you can't help but believe. You know, I've lived more than half my life and never seen anything like that. This is still the first time I've seen a ghost. Su Qing's face paled, and he gave a forced laugh to gloss over the matter. He thought to himself, that's right. Later, when Uncle Zhao retires, the old couple will go for walks. They'll talk about these things, embellishing them with flavor. Completing a chapter of my years as a security guard. When his grandson grows up, he'll recount the tales. He pulled her away. Su Qing looked at Jiang He and said, see? You scared him into being like that. She lowered her face, affirming. I won't do it again. She glanced at him, then spoke up. They think I'm your girlfriend. He replied calmly, they really do think that. Jiang He denied it, but it's really not like that. Seeing a leaf fall on her head, he reached out and took it off. Of course not. Didn't I tell them already? But it's their problem if they don't believe it. Let's go. Let's get some lemonade. She blushed, asking herself. Even though I don't know why they think that. We're both innocent. Sleeping in our own rooms. Not crossing the line. At most, we just eat together. Walk together. Occasionally, he helps me dry my hair. She quickly ran to him. The young hero is right. As long as we have a clear conscience, it's fine. She asked him, what do girlfriends do? I'll try to avoid it. That way, they won't misunderstand anymore. He patiently explained, girlfriends? Basically, it's just going on dates together. Taking walks together. Eating meals together. Living together. Hearing the last sentence. Jiang He's expression was incredibly subtle. She couldn't help but crush the water cup. Oh right, and drinking bubble tea together. Jiang He stammered, then I. Knowing what she was thinking, he immediately explained, but your identity is special. So, it's an exception. It can't be reasoned with common sense. She asked, disheartened, is that so? She lowered her head, looking at the water cup in her hand, and thought to herself, why is such a delicious drink a girlfriend's drink? She glanced at the trash can. She wanted to throw the cup away, but she quickly changed her mind and ran after him. Then we just need to have a clear conscience, right? He confirmed, exactly, you're right. Both of us are innocent. There's nothing to worry about. They arrived at the cake shop. Looking at his back, she felt relieved. Right? That's how it is. Being innocent is good. What other people say, why pay attention to them? The staff handed him the cake. Sue, this is the cake you ordered. Thank you for your patronage. The two walked out of the cake shop. Jiang He stared intently at the cake box, thinking, such a small cake. It probably wasn't cheap. I'm becoming more and more indebted to the young hero. She asked him, you said before, work is about helping others solve problems. And then taking money. Young hero, is there anything you wanted to help you solve? His mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, I didn't expect this heroine to try to earn money from me, wanting to pay off her debt with labor. I should say she's smart, indeed smart. Su Qing continued walking forward. I don't have any problems. If I really did, you wouldn't be able to solve them anyway. She asked again, what kind of problems? A thought flashed in his mind. I'll tease her a bit. He said seriously, my problem is that I'm missing a girlfriend. Jiang He pondered. Seeing her like that, his face flushed. He suddenly felt flustered. The heroine wouldn't take it seriously, would she? She nodded slightly. He looked at her in alarm. Did she agree? But even if Jiang He agreed, I wouldn't dare make a move. As if realizing something, she widened her eyes and exclaimed, you, from the righteous path. I can't help you abduct a good girl. I'm sorry, this is a rule set by the elder brother. Su Qing was stiffened by her words. All right, I was overthinking it. Su Qing looked at the cake box in his hand. Then he thought to himself, there's one thing I like about Jiang He. When she encounters things she's never seen or never heard of, she won't stubbornly insist it's fake. She won't completely ignore what I say. Instead, she'll think, oh, this exists. Then she'll either believe it or be half convinced and go investigate or ponder it herself. Having little knowledge isn't scary. What's truly scary is foolishly believing that the small part you see is the entire world. Jiang He tugged at the corner of his sleeve. People acting like that by the road. Is that also very normal here? He glanced over. When he saw a couple kissing there, Su Qing said, annoyed, no, this is corrupting public morals. The fury of a Puritan. She said, disappointed, and here I thought. He asked her, wasn't it very open where you came from? Yes, during the Tang Dynasty, that is. She said nonchalantly, I've heard a little about it. Hearing this, he was incredibly excited. Then what happened? That old man has studied history his whole life. If Jiang He now says it's completely wrong, that all that history is fake, then there's big trouble. She asked him back, puzzled. What happened after what? Su Qing explained. So with such an open society, there's no reason you haven't seen something like this, is there? Jiang He raised an eyebrow at him. But what do the affairs of the emperor, officials, and scholars have to do with me? His eyes widened. Finally, he let out a breath. That's right. He recalled what he had learned. Historical records all document the lives of certain high officials. How a certain emperor was, or the romantic literati and scholars, of a certain elegance. But what does any of that have to do with ordinary people like Jiang He? All that talk about long swords roaming the horizons, eating meat, and drinking wine. Those were all just my own imaginings. He asked with a smile, when will you tell me about the daily lives of the people there? I'm very interested. She stared blankly at him, recalling scenes of hardship. Corpses strewn everywhere. Land and blood mingled as one. Jiang He clenched her hands tightly. My life. It's not as interesting as it is here. You wouldn't like it. Just tell it like a story, then. The two of them arrived home. Su Qing opened the cake box. He watched her playing with the candles and said, these are birthday candles. I don't know how old you are, so I asked the staff for the number 18. Just stick them on the birthday cake. Stick them wherever you like. She carefully stuck the candles into the cake. He walked towards the light switch. I'm going to turn off the lights for a bit. She asked curiously, why turn off the lights? He replied, this is called a ritual. The room became pitch dark. Only light emitted from the candles. He took her by the shoulders. May I present today's main character, heroine Jiang He. Next, make a wish. Close your eyes. It means to make a wish. Just whisper it. Okay? After you've wished, open your eyes. Blow out the candles. Not hard, right? The reflection of the candle flame danced in her dark eyes. Make your wish. This is your first birthday here, and probably the first one ever. It will definitely come true. Jiang He clasped her hands in prayer. Su Qing stood by, waiting for her to make her wish. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She turned her face. His face and hers were inches apart. The two awkwardly moved apart. He asked, flustered, did you make your wish? Then blow out the candles. Jiang He blew lightly. She looked at the cake, bewildered. This ritual is so strange. He explained it's from the West. You get used to it. It came from the West. You'll get used to it. She held her phone, eyes sparkling. Can I use my phone to save this moment? Su Qing said with a smile. Take a picture, right? Go ahead and take as many as you want. Su Qing leaned closer and pointed to her. That's it. Perfect. Then press that round button. She obediently followed. Like this. You watch her cut the cake. After taking pictures, it's time to cut the cake and eat. Just cut down like this with a knife. A little more to the side. Yes. Just cut it straight down like that. After a struggle, she finally managed to cut a piece. You eat first. He happily took the cake. Then I'll just have one bite. The rest is all yours. You can eat as much as you want. She couldn't believe it. It's all mine? Jiang He stared intently at her piece of cake. Seeing that she wasn't eating, he asked, why aren't you eating? Don't you like it? She immediately replied, no. She took a bite of cake, her face alight with happiness. So delicious. Su Qing stared at her. He thought to himself, when I was little, the first time I ate cake, I think I had the same expression. I don't know when I grew up so much. Maybe I've just eaten too much. Maybe there's more and more delicious food, so it doesn't feel as special anymore. How long has it been since I've eaten delicious food and felt so utterly satisfied? He smiled faintly. He brought a can of soda in front of her. Coca-Cola. Jiang, he is lucky to be here. But for me, it's not like that, right? But for me, it's not like that. Is it? She took the can of soda and thanked him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Life is short, just a few decades. To experience something like finding an ancient person, it's not living in vain. Even if I occasionally remember it later, it will be an interesting story. The two of them clinked their cans together. Cheers to meeting. Cheers to meeting after 1,000 years. Su Qing watched Jiang He, who was lost in thought. She began to recount everything. In the 4th year of Kaiyuan, locusts appeared in Lu. Fortunately, Minister Yao worked hard to eradicate the locusts and prevent natural disasters, avoiding widespread devastation. But a calamity is a calamity. Second Ant fled from Lu during that time and came to Suzhou. Second Ant often said, this is a prosperous age. Minister Yao is a saint. In her room, she even worshipped a longevity tablet from Minister Yao. Whether in times of scarcity or abundance at the camp, she always ate half as much as everyone else. Elder brother often scolded her for being foolish. She would just smile, saying she only deserved half a blessing. The other half of the blessing helps the great benefactor, so that this world can last a little longer. Hearing this, Su Qing couldn't help but knit his brows and blurt out, aren't you people from the Jianghu? Imperial Court? Officials? Longevity tablets? Aren't you people from the Jianghu? Imperial Court? Officials? Longevity tablets? However, Jiang He sighed and explained, if it weren't for him, Second Ant wouldn't have made it out of Lu. Who knows how many would have died? Second Ant said that every day she lived was a blessing. She said I didn't experience those things, so I wouldn't understand. The more Su Qing listened, the harder it was to believe. She really came from the Kaiyuan era? Even a prosperous age was like that? An extreme thought flashed through his mind. What would a chaotic age look like? Jiang He spoke again, continuing to talk about her era. No war or forced labor. No harsh politics. Everywhere, there were natural and man-made disasters. If there weren't man-made disasters, it would have been a prosperous age, with a saint-like minister, Yao, fighting the locust plague and battling natural calamities. That truly was an extremely prosperous age. Second aunt told me so. We are living in an extremely prosperous age. We shouldn't wish for more. Her eyes grew a little sad. She hadn't even eaten the piece of cake she had cut. If that was a great prosperous age, then what is this now? It was Su Qing's turn to speak. The 16th year of Kaiyuan, Yin was in a famine. The year Yu came was a prosperous age, and yet it wasn't. Su Qing couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. If he compared himself to Jiang he was just luckier, lucky to be born in an era of abundance and prosperity. He continued to look at the girl. A prosperous age. Then he quickly turned away, advising, don't think about it anymore. Everything from before is in the past. Hurry and eat. Jiang He heard this and simply smiled gently. Thank you, Su Qing. She looked at the unfinished cake. Suddenly, she suggested, I'll save it and keep eating it tomorrow. Is that okay? He turned to look at her and explained, if you leave it until tomorrow, it won't be as delicious as it is now. However, Jiang He just smiled brightly and replied, but it will still be delicious. She was still holding that small piece of paper in her hand. Jiang He muttered, observing, it's truly good. Food can be freely wasted for enjoyment. Thin waists and legs can be seen everywhere on the streets. Second aunt was wrong. This is what a prosperous age truly is now. It's a pity she couldn't see it. Suddenly, Su Qing spoke up again. Then cheers. He smiled and continued. Cheers to this prosperous age. She also clinked her drink with his without hesitation. Cheers to the prosperous age. Jiang He looked up into the distance. Her eyes had softened a little. Jiang He secretly vowed in her heart, I will help second aunt and everyone else. See this world. A few days later, Su Qing was sitting with his chin in his hand at his computer. Jiang He appeared in the doorway, her face grave. She hesitated, pondering back and forth. She faltered, not daring to speak. It wasn't until Su Qing spoke that Jiang He jumped. What's wrong? He looked after her in confusion as she disappeared. A moment later, Jiang He returned. She approached him, hesitating for a moment. Only then did Su Qing realize the problem. So, she'd run out of those things and was too embarrassed to tell me? Why didn't you say something sooner? I'll order you a whole pack online. However, he decided to stop, and then suggested to Jiang He, I'll transfer a few hundred yuan to you. You can buy these things yourself. Later, I'll teach you how to navigate the supermarket. The first step to learning how to live is to learn how to shop. Although online shopping is convenient, Jiang He still needs to interact with the fundamentals of modern society. Oh right, and those white things of yours. Have you thrown away those long white pads yet? Those things will affect your health. Jiang He's face flushed with embarrassment when Su Qing mentioned those items. He hastily corrected himself. Oh, no. I was just concerned, that's all. Modern times have a modern way. Here, living comfortably is the top priority, right? Jiang He hesitated for a moment before replying. Those clothes, they made my back hurt. These words instantly made Su Qing lose his train of thought. This is beyond the scope of my understanding. Wait, I'll search for it online. Check it. You can go back to your room and try another one. See how that is. I remember I bought a whole bunch. Maybe the size isn't right. Jiang He slowly walked away. She stopped at the door. Her hand touched the doorknob. A perplexing question was posed by her. The way we are, is it normal, right? Su Qing casually replied while looking at his phone. We're both innocent. What's abnormal about that? Jiang He slowly opened the door. Agreeing with him, that's right. The door closed behind her. Jiang He shyly pondered. We're innocent. He was humming. On the calendar on the table, a successful transfer notification popped up. Jiang He looked at her phone screen in confusion. So, I've paid back 100 yuan? Su Qing replied with a smile. I received it. Her eyes widened even further, almost glued to the phone. I paid back 100. Her attitude made him think to himself, if she's so reluctant, she doesn't have to pay me back so quickly. I need to find something for her to do. After much thought, Su Qing finally spoke. Oh right, do you know how to cook? To his surprise, Jiang He's cooking knowledge was surprisingly meager. I know how to make porridge, and I know how to reheat food. Su Qing continued to suggest, so, do you want to learn how to cook? He was proudly thinking to himself. The proverb says it well. One special skill can conquer the world, or many skills are not as good as one. As long as you have a specialty, you can live anywhere. Unfortunately, Jiang He's martial prowess is basically useless. She doesn't have any special skills either. This is to help Jiang He discover her talents. See what kind of work suits her. It's not because someone said nice things to her. Then he thought about someone wanting to help cook. Absolutely not. Jiang He's face practically glowed. I can learn to cook? Su Qing continued calculating in his head. She feels like she can't rely on playing games. How can someone just stay home and play games every day? It lacks a sense of reality. But cooking is different. Being a chef is always a proper job. And then he spoke. Of course you can. If you want to learn, then come over here with me. Today I'll teach you how to make stir-fried potatoes. Because my kitchen doesn't allow for high flames. So it needs a bit of sweeping and cleaning before it can be used. I'll teach you how to use detergent and steel wool. I'm going out to buy oil, salt, and vinegar. Just familiarize yourself with things and wait for me to come back. Jianghe, excited, quickly agreed. Okay. Su Qing didn't forget to glance at her receding figure before leaving. Cooking, huh? Actually, I only know how to make simple dishes like shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There's no reason a girl shouldn't learn how to cook. When the time comes, we'll take it one step at a time. Then came Su Qing's shopping trip. Meanwhile, Jianghe had finished her work. Finally, it's done. The kitchen was cleaned to a gleaming shine. Jianghe stood frozen. Her hands clutched her stomach. In her mind were images of delicious food. I'm a little hungry. Such delicious food. Could I really make it myself? Just then, the door opened again. I'm back. Jianghe quickly went to the door, curiously looking at the pile of things in front of her. She glanced at the bag of potatoes next to it. Curiously, she spoke up, "What's this?" Su Qing waved his hand and replied, "These are potatoes. What's more, these are grown in the fields. In the fields, there are so many. Anyway, they can be used as food. They can also be used as provisions. And they're very cheap. If you all had this treasure where you're from, famines would be much less common. It's a genuine blessing. First, help me move these things into the kitchen. I'm exhausted." Jianghe neatly hoisted the bundles onto her shoulder. Okay. Then Su Qing began to instruct her. Put the potatoes in the sink and wash them. Wash off all the dirt outside. Then use this to peel them. Just peel the outer layer, that's all. Once you learn how to cook, cooking, and washing dishes here, I'll pay you for your labor. 5 yuan per meal. 20 meals. What do you think? Jianghe hesitated again before replying. Eating your food, staying at your place, doing a few chores, and still wanting to get paid? That's not right. Besides, I'm eating too. This is like working for myself. Taking wages. It's too unreasonable. Su Qing maintained a serious demeanor and continued. Then consider it a reward for me. A reward of money. Eating at home is healthier than eating out. I hope you learn how to cook. I believe in you. Jianghe secretly thought to herself. Those 3 words, eating at home, feel a bit strange. Su Qing's instruction continued. Next, you need to cut the potatoes into thin strips. Like this. Just like in the picture. Jianghe mumbled as she read the online instructions. First, cut into slices. Then shred them. Su Qing's phone suddenly rang. How's he? He continued speaking as he moved. Once it's cut, put in the water. Add salt. I'll take this call. Let's soak for a bit. I'll teach you how to make it when I get back. How's he? What's up? The person on the other end continued. I wouldn't call if something was wrong. I'd be busy then. Want to go out for some lamb tonight? Su Qing quickly declined. Skewer dishes? Winter's coming soon. Let's get hot pot another day. So, maybe next time. Let me know in advance when you're free. I'm cooking dinner tonight. Qin Hao sighed upon hearing that. Who knows when next time will be? A moment of silence passed. Before he turned pale, he yelled in the phone, "Wait a minute. What did you say? You actually know how to cook by yourself?" Hearing this, Su Qing covered his ears and replied, "What's there to be surprised about? I'm telling you now, I didn't buy much food. You won't get any if you come to freeload." Qin Hao continued to question, "Something's off about you." However, Su Qing stopped him before he could say more. "Hang up," he sighed, thinking, if I didn't say anything, that kid would probably happily rush over with his bowl and chopsticks. Unless absolutely necessary, I still shouldn't let Jianghe appear in front of Qin Hao recently. His phone was now searching for the content. Is it normal for a man and woman to cook together at home? Jianghe pursed her lips. Deep in thought, she tapped on it. Su Qing pointed at each item on the shelf and explained. This is called oil. This is salt, soy sauce. Message. And this is sugar. These are all seasonings. You have to remember later how much I put in. Jianghe looked at the person next to her, puzzled. Her mind was wandering. Eating together during the day, sleeping together at night. Su Qing looked over and asked again. Remember? You can't add too much seasoning. Eating too much MSG will make you stupid. She avoided his gaze and reluctantly replied. I remember. Su Qing looked over, concerned. After a moment, he asked again. You're a bit strange. What's wrong? Jianghe mumbled something incomprehensible. My conscience is clear. Su Qing asked curiously. What? She turned around and declared. I said it smells wonderful. The food was quickly laid out on the table. Jianghe's expression instantly became excited. This smells so good. Su Qing handed her a bowl of rice. She took it and replied simply. Thank you. Su Qing thought to himself. Since the two of them started living together, oh no. Since he was allowed to stay. This is the first time they've had a proper meal in 2 months. She picked up a chopstick full of food and put it in her mouth. Jianghe's expression grew even more radiant. It's really good. It tastes delicious. Are these potatoes also grown from the earth? Su Qing smiled and continued. That's right. Otherwise, where else would they come from? Out of thin air. Here, have one. It's so hot. Even just steamed, it's very fragrant. That's how I like to eat it the most. It's hot. Here, try a piece. Careful, it's hot. Jiang He took the potato with both hands. She mumbled in reply. Potato. He gestured with his chopsticks and philosophized. It's normal you haven't seen it. This was brought over from the West. I'm just saying if one day you can go back, then build a really big ship, sail straight southeast, and you can reach another continent. Bring it back. You could directly be famous for all eternity. I could see people praising you in history books. I'm thinking, should I find a place to clear some land? That way, I can settle down here. Jiang He mused to herself. As long as she had a piece of land, she could grow her own food, make her own. Cooking doesn't seem difficult either. That's the only way to find a path. Su Qing looked over curiously. Hearing this, Jiang He's eyes lit up. Yes, I know how to do farm work. Even if I haven't seen it, I can learn how to do those things. To his surprise, he raised an eyebrow and replied, Huh? I advise you to dispel that unrealistic fantasy. Farming isn't reliable now. The people of Yanwang truly have a deep love for land. No matter when, they always want a piece of land for themselves. Having land makes one feel secure. It represents putting down roots. But times, after all, are not the same. Johnny looked over, puzzled. She asked loudly in return, Why not? I have strength. Just save up a little money. Accumulate enough grain. Then find an uninhabited place to cultivate. When the grain runs out again, I'll temporarily ask you to let me stay here. I'll earn money to pay you back. Preserve grain. That way, at most, it would take about 3 or 4 years. And I'll have a piece of land all to myself. Su Qing's face paled. Whoa. Wait a minute. First, you need to learn how to live here. We'll consider that later, okay? In his mind, he was desperately trying to dismiss the vision she had just painted. 3 or 4 years. Absolutely not allowed. Jiang, he froze as her dream was interrupted. She turned away, her expression souring almost immediately. Su Qing's tone softened a little when he saw that. He continued to suggest, Just consider this your home. At most, I'll support you. This shocking declaration made her blush. You'll support me? Su Qing, sweating profusely, hastily explained. Don't misunderstand. It's innocent. Like supporting a cherished blade. A heroine from 1,000 years ago. It's quite interesting. If possible, I wouldn't want her to leave. As for what happens later, we'll figure it out later. There's always a way to resolve it. Jiang He stammered in reply. Young master, please don't say any more. You've already let me stay here. This is a great kindness, and I will repay it. But repaying you with myself is impossible. These words left Su Qing bewildered for a moment. Jiang He repeated herself. I can't consider this my home. This is your home. I'm only staying here temporarily. We're innocent. Helpless, he agreed with her. All right. We're innocent. My conscience is clear. You're only staying here temporarily. I didn't say anything. Do I look like a bad person to you? Jiang He looked at him with wide eyes, affirming again. You're a good person. He pointed, a little annoyed, and reminded her. No, don't call me young master. And don't say good person. As night fell, the two of them went about their own business. Jiang He was sitting at the computer. She moved the mouse cursor over an icon and clicked it. A web page opened before her. A flood of information assaulted her eyes. Then, a high-quality picture of Su Qing. Huh, is this young master? He came next to her. He enthusiastically explained, What's wrong? It could be me. Jiang He scrutinized the two people. This person looks very much like you. Su Qing's face stiffened. He tried his best to deny it. Even though it looks a lot like me, it's not me. However, Jiang He kept staring intently at him. Su Qing started to sweat under her gaze. Helpless, he had to admit it. All right, it is me. Only then did Jiang He offer a remark. You were really strange before. That a doctor once said that if you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to someone who does. Su Qing placed his hand on the table. Honestly admitting, I wasn't elegant or refined before. All those frivolous things, it's all dark history. Don't look at it anymore. In his mind, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The photo was saved in a secret album. It was originally meant to serve as a strict reminder to himself, to occasionally look at it, to avoid doing anything foolish again. He never expected Jiang He to find it. Luckily, the short videos were all in a hidden folder. Otherwise, Jiang He would have seen him as a pervert. Either way, it would definitely be a misunderstanding. Jiang He turned her head to look at Su Qing. Her eyes were wide. She asked curiously, You used to have long hair too? His face went a few shades paler. He reluctantly explained, My family's unique. It's a music style. Something. You wouldn't understand. This is our trend. Su Qing remembered his past self. He thought to himself, If I hadn't been like a vagrant back then, I wouldn't be getting hounded by the old man for rent every day now. Renting a house from your own family? Who does that? Finally, he suggested, I'll create a new account for you. Your own personal one. You can post the cake photos there. If nothing unexpected happens, they can be kept forever. No need to worry about losing them. The password is your name and pinyin. All right. You don't seem to know pinyin. Then how about this? 5201314? No. Type it again. Did you remember? Jiang He strained her eyes, memorizing Su Qing's hand movements, then quickly replied. I remember. Su Qing continued to showcase his keyboard skills. First, let's set a username. I'll help you set it. Lightly dancing, soaring high. Done. Jiang He stared at the screen with wide eyes. Lightly dancing, soaring high. Is this my online name? He smiled brightly, looking at her and asking again. Does it sound good? Yes. Just like roaming the Jianghu, using a fake identity. You don't need to reveal your real information online. I'll help you add a few game chat groups. Watch them chat for a bit. You can also try joining in and talking with them. All sorts of people are online. If you encounter anyone who says something that bothers you, just ignore them. If you encounter something you don't understand, you can look it up online, right? Just go here and type what you want to ask. After a heartfelt lesson, Su Qing tiredly slumped into his chair. He looked at his phone, having just befriended Jiang He. In his heart, he's secretly worried. If this continues, she won't turn into an internet-addicted girl, right? Whatever. It's still much better than digging mountains or going out to do heroic deeds. In a flash, 2 months had passed. Certain habits had formed. Someone asking questions left and right, or silently researching on their own. She would slowly become familiar with life here, then figure out how to live, to take root in this world, eventually transforming into a complete city dweller. His eyes looked into the distance. Su Qing continued to ponder. The place she lived over 1,000 years ago was a land of origin, an undeveloped era. The place I live now is a block of a prosperous age. All I could do to help is this much. Time continued to flow. It quickly reached past 10 o'clock. Jiang He suddenly spoke up. I'm going to take a bath. Su Qing replied casually. Go ahead. Oh, right. I bought a really big towel. It absorbs water very well. You can use it to wrap your hair. Wipe it thoroughly for a while. That way, it will dry faster when you blow dry it. She softly replied, I know. Once in the bathroom, Jiang He quickly changed her clothes. She wrapped the towel around her hair. She secretly thought, Su Qing is right. Now, everything exists for human enjoyment. Seeing is believing. Everything is like this. Unlike how it was for me back then. It's only been 2 months. Even I can see it. She's like a completely different person now compared to when she first arrived. She quickly left the bathroom. Su Qing saw her and waved excitedly. Come here. When I'm done with this, I want to take a bath too. Jiang He looked at him, a thought crossing her mind. Su Qing held the hairdryer. He stood in the living room, urging her on. Then he started helping her dry her hair. Su Qing's face paled slightly. He mumbled to himself, as long as I keep drying Jiang He's hair, she won't complain about her long black hair and cut it all off. She turned her head, looking at him, and suggested, you could try growing your hair long too. As long as it's not red, it would look nice. Then I could help you dry it. No thanks. I'm good like this. A man needs to be sharp and spirited. I'm very spirited now, but only you help me. Su Qing smiled and explained, it's just a small thing. It's nothing. There are people at the salon who help dry hair every day. You don't need to feel. One of these days, I'll take you to get your hair trimmed a little. It'll look even better. Jiang He's face flushed as she replied. Thank you, young master. If Su Qing were my time, with such a kind heart, and such a weak body, he definitely wouldn't survive. She pondered, then looked down at her hands. Her eyes widened with the thought. Then maybe I could protect him. Maybe I could protect him. He might even wave it off and say, it's just a small matter. In my prosperous world, it's better if he doesn't go there. This is good enough now. It's perfectly fine. Time passed. Pedestrians had long since put on many layers of clothing. Su Qing continued to gesture to Jiang He. That's right. Just stay still. Don't move. My phone is full of your pictures now. You look so adorable. He let out a sigh. Then he pointed outside and murmured, look, if you had gone out alone, you would have frozen to death by now, wouldn't you? It's a good thing this great hero thinks of everything. Oh, right. Can your martial arts withstand the cold? Jiang He fiddled with her furry hat and replied, it helps a little. I can endure the cold better than you. Su Qing continued to tease. Don't your toes freeze in those straw shoes? At the mention of the forbidden topic, Jiang He's expression instantly turned scary. Su Qing quickly made his escape. If you're hungry, cook for yourself. There are still tomatoes and eggs in the fridge. You don't need to cook for me. All right, I'm heading out. With that, he slammed the door shut. Su Qing's silhouette walked alone on the street. More than half of November had passed. He still hadn't paid rent. He originally intended to transfer the money directly to her. But then he remembered she'd lowered his rent last month. It's better to go back in person. Otherwise, his parents might come over later. Living with Jiang He. No, allowing Jiang He to stay is normal for her. But it would still be misunderstood by others. A single man and woman living under the same roof. Spending day and night together. If you say nothing is going on, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Unless they're as foolish as a winter melon, only then would they accept his excuse. The winter melon, scratching itself, paused in disbelief, sensing it was being slandered. The sky was still very clear. Aunt Sue looked at Su Qing curiously and asked, "Your mom said, why haven't you brought that girl back here yet?" He quickly interjected, "Don't mention it. She's just a girlfriend. What's the big deal? Why bring her here?" She tilted her head, looking left and right. "If she eats our food, then your dad will say." Su Qing added, "You're already freeloading, and you brought your girlfriend along? That's too cruel." When he sat down, Aunt Sue started to ask questions again. "No, you two are so young, living together already?" Then followed a barrage of questions. "What's that girl's background? Don't tell me you picked her up somewhere. Or rather, where did you pick up such a grown person? She's alone in a strange city, working here." In their conversation, Jiang He was portrayed as a poor girl from the countryside, new to the city. Su Qing smiled. He continued to fabricate the story. "I usually help her out a little, treat her like a younger sister. After helping her a lot, and spending time together, we just got closer." Aunt Sue, half believing, continued to question, "Where's that girl from?" Su Qing hemmed and hawed, explaining again. "A remote stream. When I met her, her straw sandals were worn out, but she was too frugal to replace them. Her clothes were full of patches. It was very tragic. She didn't even have enough to eat." Hearing this, she commented, "That's too much. Is it really like that even now?" However, remembering the images of their first meeting, Su Qing could confidently affirm, "Not at all. It's true. She's truly pitiful. You just haven't seen it, Mom." Aunt Sue pouted and continued lies. Continuous lies. With such a temperament in those photos, Su Qing skillfully picked up where his mother left off. "That's right. Mom, look, isn't her temperament different from others? A poor girl. She's been the backbone of her family since an early age. It's definitely different from this era. Nowadays, girls don't lack anything. Eating, playing games, drinking bubble tea. She's not like them." He sat calmly, smoothly presenting the image he had already prepared. The fabricated image. Aunt Sue's eyes suddenly lit up. She suddenly asked, "So you two are together? What are you planning to do?" Su Qing blushed and explained awkwardly, "What do you mean, what? Wait, we don't sleep together. She sleeps in the storage room. We're very innocent. My conscience is clear." Aunt Sue calmly sipped her tea and reminded him, "It doesn't matter if you're innocent or not, but you still need to be careful." Su Qing vigorously wiped his hands. He was silently thinking, "Jiang He and I only have a relationship of sheltering and helping." Careful about what? At this moment, she suddenly suggested, "Next time, bring her here for me to see. If she's not suitable, you two should break up quickly. What if she is suitable? Then I'll get Dad to waive your rent." Hearing her son's suggestion, Aunt Sue reluctantly continued, "We'll see about that later. You still haven't found a job." Su Qing casually replied, I'm looking. Time passed. Night fell quickly. The clock soon struck 7 in the evening. Su Qing looked at old Sue. "Dad, you're back?" Old Sue, with a darkened face, looked down at him and questioned, "Come here and pay the rent." Su Qing calmly explained, "No, I came to eat." Aunt Sue was the one who spoke up to stop the bickering. "Hurry, wash your hands and eat." A table of delicious food was laid out before them. Su Qing commented with satisfaction, "Home-cooked ribs are always the best. It would be great if I brought Jiang He over to taste them. That girl probably already ate. She's probably playing games over time." Old Sue spoke up curiously when he saw him secretly smiling. "Why are you smiling like an idiot?" Su Qing himself asked in disbelief, "Was I smiling?" He just thought, "This son of mine is showing symptoms." The water was turned on to wash the dishes. Su Qing quietly helped his mother. Suddenly, his attention was caught by some plants nearby. "Is this ginger?" Aunt Sue softly explained. "That's right. They say eating this is very good for your health. So I planted one." Su Qing's eyes widened. He carefully examined the plant. His hand unconsciously reached out and was immediately stopped by Aunt Sue. "What are you doing?" He suggested sullenly. "Give me half. I'll take it home and plant it myself too." Having obtained the ginger sprout, she observed her son. Su Qing was already smiling, his face flushed. In his mind now was Jiang He's image. Ginger kitten, Jiang He. She'll definitely like it and plant it. I'll bring it back for her later. Aunt Sue gently patted his hand. She asked, "It's so late. Aren't you going home yet?" "Why aren't you going home yet? It's so late." Su Qing's mind was completely focused on Jiang He. He softly said, "I think I'm in love." However, Aunt Sue calmly asked in return, "You two are already living together." "What do you mean, I think? Why is your face so red? You don't have a fever, do you?" Su Qing hastily denied it. "No, I'm going home. You two sleep early. Don't let Dad stay up too late." He quickly left. As he walked, Su Qing exhaled puffs of smoke. His face flushed as he looked up at the sky. Su Qing murmured, remembering Jiang He, "I've fallen for a girl from over 1,000 years ago. Is it greed? No, not greed. I wouldn't dare be greedy." He exhaled a few more long breaths. He murmured, "I used to joke about having a girlfriend, but it was just a joke back then. I used to joke about having a girlfriend, but it was just a joke back then. She's not enough. That girl, someone staying here, just becomes my girlfriend. It's not right. Su Qing found everything strange. Everyone else's girlfriends are normal. My girlfriend is from over 1,000 years ago. That's too weird. No, this won't do. Su Qing pushed open the door and entered the house. Jiang, he was startled by his voice. I'm home. What are you doing? She stammered, hastily waving her hands in denial. I was just about to play a game. At this moment, Su Qing held out the ginger sprout in his hand as he spoke. For you. The space between them instantly fell silent. Jiang, he looked at the sprout curiously and asked, What is this? Su Qing took off his coat and explained. It's a ginger sprout. It's for you. Find a place to put it. The kitchen is fine. Your room is fine too. Just take care of it. It's very good. It suits you well. She excitedly took it and turned away. Then I'll put it in the kitchen. Su Qing watched her move. His face was that of a man in love. Su Qing suddenly approached Jiang He. He softly asked, Do you still want to play games? She didn't look at him and replied curtly, No more playing. I'll play tomorrow. I'm getting ready for bed now. Su Qing continued to instruct. The temperature has dropped a lot lately. Remember to cover yourself well with a blanket. It'll be warmer in 2 or 3 weeks. Come here for a moment. Jiang He sat timidly beside him. Silence fell for a moment before she spoke again. What is it? Su Qing, with eyes half closed, bluntly suggested. Let me touch your hand. Jiang He quickly shouted. No. He quickly corrected himself. To see if your hand is cold. However, Jiang He bristled and flat out refused. It's not cold. You can feel it if you don't believe me. If you held a sword every day, it wouldn't be the same either. She was flustered when she saw Su Qing intently caressing her hand. What are you doing? Su Qing leaned closer and mumbled an explanation. Just checking if hands trained in martial arts are ugly. If they're not ugly, I'll train too. Playing on the computer a lot in winter will definitely make your hands cold. I'll order a hand warmer later. Girls must like those. Jiang He's face was as red as a tomato. Unable to bear it any longer, she loudly declared, I'm going to take a bath. With that, she scurried away. Then, Su Qing was left alone, listening to the sound of running water. His gaze was fixed on the bathroom door. Before he quickly moved away, he was secretly thinking, when she came in earlier, she looked the same. There must be something fishy. Let me see what she's up to. Su Qing's hand moved to press the mouse cursor. The search information quickly appeared. What to do when staying at someone else's house. Why do some girls like to expose their photos online? How to help someone find a girlfriend? Why can't I finish my food? Can I go back to Kaiyuan, the beginning of time? Why do you know everything? How to earn a lot of money? How much does cake cost? Is it expensive? Is there a way to make breasts smaller? How to earn money quickly by playing games? Are there immortals in this world? How to watch horror movies on hentai? Su Qing secretly commented. She's a professional searcher, all right. What the heck is this? I really don't know what kind of weird things filled Jiang He's head. Soon after, she emerged from the bathroom. I'm done with my bath. Su Qing suddenly turned to look at her. Then he stood up and offered. Come here, I'll blow dry your hair. Jiang He looked at him with wide eyes. Why do Su Qing's eyes look so strange? No, there are many things that feel wrong tonight. Su Qing pulled the hairdryer cord and explained. Searching online isn't omnipotent. Actually, it's people who answer your questions. As long as there are people, there will be mistakes. So, don't believe everything you search for online. Jiang He mumbled a simple reply. Is that so? He looked at her, affirming seriously. Of course. Otherwise, how could anything be omniscient and omnipotent? Some bad people with wicked intentions specifically use it to swindle money and take lives. Remember, don't trust it too much. She obediently replied, simply, I know. And then they returned to their usual positions. Jiang He curiously asked him, Why did you suddenly bring up this topic? Su Qing calmly explained. No reason. It just suddenly came to mind. I don't even know what you're searching for. Time passed quickly. It was soon night. Su Qing was restlessly lying in bed. At this rate, Jiang He would integrate into modern society in no time. What then? Should I trick her into being my girlfriend? Or should I let her go to someone else? No sooner had he thought those inappropriate thoughts. Su Qing immediately slapped himself. He muttered in surprise. I need to find a way to trick this girl into becoming my girlfriend. Jiang He was brushing her teeth, her gaze serious. She turned her head and questioned. What are you doing? Su Qing replied calmly. I'm not doing anything. Just brush your teeth. He secretly thought to himself. Seriously, the more I look, the prettier she gets. How can her eyes and nose have such perfect proportions? When you have some free time, come meet my parents with me. Su Qing began to explain. Didn't my dad come here last month? He found it strange that we're living together. You pretend to be my girlfriend. Let's go over there and have a meal together just to stop them from gossiping. Jiang He looked at him, puzzled. I heard you're supposed to sleep together, aren't you? Su Qing continued to list the benefits. You don't need to do anything. Just eat until you're full. Of course, if you want to, we can also sleep together. But Jiang He still flatly refused. I don't want to. He continued to suggest. Just pretend a little. It's not for real. Hearing this, she finally agreed. All right then, I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. Su Qing's face lit up. Jiang, he asked, puzzled. Isn't it just having one meal? Practice what? Her question made him briefly look awkward. I mentioned it to you last time. It's that place where you can eat all you want for a little bit of money. Su Qing was silently calculating. As a man, I must keep my word. Jiang He's eyes lit up when she heard buffet. You mean, I can eat as much as I want? He affirmed proudly. That's right. Hot pot. Eat until you can't eat anymore. They quickly made their way to the buffet. Is it cold? Jiang He excitedly followed behind. No, it's not cold. This outfit is very warm. At this, Su Qing suggested again. One day, when you whoosh, go back. Bringing this padded jacket won't be a loss. Do you want to bring potatoes back with you? She looked at him, hesitating, then asked again. Can I earn money to buy a computer and carry it with me every day? Su Qing continued to explain. You can, but I don't recommend doing that. Besides, bringing a computer won't do you any good. Unless you download a bunch of documents. Who knows if you'll be considered a monster then? You should just plant potatoes instead. His words motivated her. After we eat, I'll search online for how to plant potatoes. Although everything is good here, a golden nest or a silver nest is no match for your own nest. If I can go back, it's still best to go back. They walked a little further and encountered Aunt Zheng struggling to pull something heavy. Su Qing hurried over. Aunt Zheng, why did you buy such a big bag of rice? Where's Uncle Wong? She panted, explaining. Are you busy right now? If not, could you help me carry it? Su Qing smiled brightly and accepted. Jiang He, come here. Help me put on my shoulder. The sack was quickly placed on his shoulder. Su Qing chatted cheerfully. Auntie, look, I was just about to take my girlfriend out to eat. Good thing I ran into you. Aunt Zheng laughed and teased. Last time you said she wasn't. Now you admit it? What's this little girlfriend's name? I see her every day, but never knew. Jiang, he softly said from behind. Jiang He. Su Qing chimed in. Jiang, as in ginger, he as in harmonious. Hearing this, Aunt Zheng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Jiang, as in ginger, he as in harmonious. Hearing this, Aunt Zheng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Beautiful person, nice name too. He quickly placed the sack on the ground. Then he looked at her and continued. Auntie, you've probably met Jiang He before. Aunt Zheng agreed, but had no impression of her. Old Wong, open the door. Su Qing continued, explaining seriously. It was just before, when I first started college. Probably 4 or 5 years ago. She wasn't as tall then. Her face was a bit round. People used to tease us a bit. Remember now? But Aunt Zheng still looked at him puzzled. Really? Su Qing, out of options, concluded. Perhaps she's changed too much. You don't remember clearly. That round face. That's her. Aunt Zheng smiled and added. How could us old folks have memories as good as you young people? I've long forgotten. He replied. Aunt Zheng, after entering her house, still waved her hand. Want to come in for some water and rest? You look tired. But Su Qing smiled and refused. It's all right. I'm taking her to eat. She's been playing games at home all day and hasn't gone out. We'll be going now. They continued on their way. Only then did Jiang He curiously ask. I've been here 4 or 5 years ago. He lazily explained. What are you talking about? Back then, you were probably hiding in some cold stream. I was just saying that. It's good if there's an impression. It's fine if there isn't. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If no one knows you besides me, then that means you don't exist. Got it? Jiang He was still bewildered. Don't exist? He reached his hand to the sky as he explained. In a social sense, you absolutely don't exist. No one knows you came here. Of course, you won't have a future. Coming here is like you being in the Tang dynasty. That won't do. You need to lay down roots here so you can live well. Aunt Zheng just now is like a loudspeaker. She gossips with all the old folks, whether there's something to talk about or not. He could even picture her gossiping. That young Su Qing has a girlfriend now. She's quite pretty, and they make a good couple. So Jiang he smiled and explained. If she gossips about us over here, and casually mentions it, it will leave an impression on others. Then everyone will know there's such a person. If she casually says she met her a long time ago, then that's even better. This is called collective consciousness. Only then did Jiang He slowly reply. I think I understand what you mean. They continued to pass Uncle Zhao. Su Qing waved and greeted him. It's freezing today. Hearing this, Su Qing smiled brightly and asked again. Why aren't you inside the guard booth? Uncle Zhao continued to explain. It gets boring sitting inside for too long. I'm having a smoke, sitting for a bit, then I'll go back in. He gently continued, his hand not forgetting to take Jiang He's hand. My girlfriend and I are going out for dinner. We'll get going now. He couldn't keep him any longer. Uncle Zhao quietly watched Su Qing lead Jiang He away. They walked together in silence. But Su Qing was inwardly screaming, huh? Where's my hand? It's gone, it's gone, it's gone. He cleared his throat, then smiled and pulled his hand back. This is called seeking a sense of existence. Jiang He looked at her sleeve and murmured in reply, Is that so? Then you can hold it. Su Qing quickly refused. No one's looking anymore. No need. If you can't even see my hand, what the heck would I hold? Holding silence? The mission to trick her into being my girlfriend is not easy. The year-end streets were strangely empty. Su Qing led Jiang He, speaking as he went. The hot pot place is just ahead. Suddenly, in front of them was Qin Hao. He was so surprised he secretly thought, why is that punk Qin Hao here? I just thought I'd avoid contact with him lately. Just then, Qin Hao saw them. Huh? He saw me. If I turn back now, he'll think something's up. Hey, isn't that Qin Hao? Are you busy? He came closer and replied curtly, of course. Where are you going? This guy. Something's off. Su Qing pointed, explaining softly. Hot pot. Wanna come? Qin Hao frowned and replied curtly. I'm on duty. His gaze landed on Jiang He. Cousin? High school student? Tell me a bit about the law of cosines. Let's hear it. Attacked by surprise, Jiang He's face paled. Her mind was spinning. She paused, mumbling. What's a cosine? Meanwhile, Su Qing quickly interjected. All right, that's enough. This is my girlfriend. Qin Hao could confidently affirm. This guy definitely has something going on. Girlfriend is girlfriend. There's nothing wrong with that. Why did he have to say high school cousin? He concluded simply, you're hiding something. Su Qing continued to reply jokingly. You're a busybody, okay? I'll explain to you another day. I'm hungry now. Otherwise, you can interrogate me today, like you're interrogating a criminal. His attitude disgusted Qin Hao. Forget it. I'll let you off today. If you don't explain this clearly to me another day, I'll go tattle to your dad. In his eyes, Su Qing had become someone with a history of fighting. And drinking, he turned around and continued to lead Jiang He away. He didn't forget to give Qin Hao a loving finger. Let's go eat hot pot. They entered the hot pot restaurant. Su Qing looked around and continued to direct. Let's sit over there. The lighting is a bit better. The two silently sat down at a table. Only then did Jiang He ask him again. Su Qing pulled out chopsticks and asked in return. Are you going to stay cooped up at home every day? If you keep staying cooped up at home, you probably won't learn anything in a year. You still need to go out and experience things. You have to integrate into life here. Jiang He pointed outside. Su Qing continued to instruct. Don't pay attention to them. You haven't done anything illegal. Are they going to arrest you or something? Qin Hao is still diligently working. Su Qing spoke up again. Say you're a homeless person, and they'll even help you find your family. Jiang He frowned at him. Su Qing continued to pull her hand. Today isn't like yesterday. Let's go get some food first. Soon, food was laid out before them. Jiang He clasped her hands and spoke. I thank the owner for his kindness. Su Qing smiled and reminded her. Stop thanking me. Quickly take off your coat and hat. What kind of custom is this, thank you? They began to eat together. He dropped food into the hot pot and asked, did you have hot pot back then? Jiang He's eyes lit up as she explained. There was a similar way of eating, but I never tried it. He continued her sentence. I remember there was two. It's even written in poetry. Now, eat more meat. Jiang He obediently replied. Thank you, young master. In Su Qing's mind, a poem formed. Red pears in a small stove. The sky is getting late. Able to drink 1 cup of nothing. Note, this is a famous poem, roughly translated as. I think that's how it's read. Eating is fun too. He offered a plate of peeled shrimp and cajoled. Jiang He reached out and took it. Thank you, young master. She happily ate them, then curiously asked the person opposite her. Aren't you eating? At this, Su Qing seemed to snap out of it. I got lost and thought I wasn't careful. I'm full now. Look, you eat the shrimp. I'll help you peel them. Isn't that faster? Friends should help each other, right? Jiang He's eyes widened in admiration. Jiang He's modern diary, he said. And, help each other. Time continued to pass at the hot pot table. After a while, Su Qing smiled and asked. Jiang He sighed and replied. A little full. He stood up and suggested. Let's take a walk to digest the food. She gently agreed. He continued to put her hood up while saying, that's good. They headed outside together. Cameras on the street captured every moment of them both. Su Qing smiled and suggested. Let's go this way. Take a little stroll. The road was bathed in sunlight. Su Qing's probing question rang out. Can you float on water? In my place, there used to be a demon who could step on a leaf and float across. Jiang He looked at him and honestly replied, I don't know. He continued to point at a rock and asked, can you split it with your bare hand? The rock looked at them puzzled. What the heck? Did I do something to you? Jiang He also looked at him speechless. Su Qing desperately looked left and right, then took her hand and led her away. He stopped in front of a tree. He enthusiastically asked, can you break it? Jiang He focused her strength into her hand. Dangerous action. Please do not imitate. She punched a tree trunk in front of her. Dangerous action. Please do not imitate. And then broke it in half with one blow. Dangerous action. Please do not imitate. The culprit, Su Qing, pointed at her in shock. You just damaged public property. Let's go. Jiang He asked, speechless. Didn't you tell me to break it off? He grabbed her hand again. Su Qing pulled Jiang He away from the spot. Only then did she speak up. Could you let go? He reluctantly did as she said. Then, feeling awkward, he sped up. Let's go home and play games. Su Qing sat lazily at home, muttering some philosophical words. Young master, what does fated romance mean? What kind of fated romance? Jiang He quietly looked at him. Su Qing also fell silent. Don't. He sprang from the sofa, then stared intently at her. Jiang He pointed at the screen, saying, Su Qing slammed his hand on the keyboard. His face turned ugly as he asked. Then, 2 notification messages appeared. Little he has been invited out of the team. You have been kicked from the group. Su Qing sighed, then suggested, I'll play for you. Jiang He tied her hair as she moved. Su Qing watched her go. He whistled, enjoying life. Before long, he heard a knock at the door. Su Qing almost froze when he saw old Su. He scratched his head and asked, It's not time to collect rent yet, is it? Old Su, irritated, said loudly, Did I say I came to collect rent? I just stopped by my way home from work. Figured I'd drop in and check on your air conditioner. If there's any problem, I, as your landlord, will help you fix it. Jiang He, holding a plate of food, saw him and politely said, Uncle. Hello, Uncle. Old Su adjusted his glasses in surprise. What's going on here? This script is all wrong. Actually, before coming here, he had imagined a much uglier scenario. I'll go to that brat's house and teach him a lesson. He thought these two would just mess around at home all day. Eventually, without living expenses, Su Qing wouldn't be able to resist the pressure, and he'd have to find a job. And then old Su looked around again. The bathroom was sparkling clean. The toothbrush holder was almost glowing. Even the shoe rack was tidy. He was so surprised he couldn't speak. Last time it was like a dog kennel, and now it's suddenly like this? This is a proper home now. Having no choice, old Su made up an excuse. Hello, child. I just came to see if the heating was warm enough. If it's not warm, I'll find someone to fix it. Su Qing started to grumble. The heating is very warm, Dad. You don't need to worry. Old Su pushed the door latch. I have to go now. Otherwise, your mother will feel. But he quickly turned his head, pointed at his son, and earnestly instructed, Son, remember to come home another day. Jiang He spoke up. She glided past him, making Su Qing turn his head to watch. His attention was then completely captured by her. Jiang He continued to brush her hair back. Su Qing's face flushed. He murmured, observing, This feeling, my heart's really pounding. A serious question was posed at the dinner table. Have you thought about the future? Jiang He asked, surprised. The future? The future. It will be like this too. These words made him smile. Like this too? Let's just keep it like this in the future. She quickly looked at him and clarified. No, I won't keep troubling you forever. You and I are strangers. For you to help me so much is already a great kindness. How dare I ask for more? Second aunt once said, No one owes us anything. If someone helps, it's out of kindness, but one should not take an inch and demand a mile. Su Qing froze, muttering. This development. He decided to speak up. I'm saying this. Are we really just strangers? Look, I'm not married. You're not married. The two of us met each other. It's fate. Jiang He still insisted on refusing. No, I can't. You're my benefactor. I cannot do that. All debts owed to you must be repaid. These words crushed his hopes like a stone. Su Qing's inner thoughts were played out. Jiang He, in his mind, with tear-filled eyes, said, This humble maiden, with no family or status, can only repay you with her very being. Su Qing would earnestly present. I do not ask for the lady to repay me with her person. Only if you are willing. Finally, they held hands. Su Qing indignantly spoke. Repaying with oneself is also a form of debt. Jiang He quickly denied. If there's a favor, it must be repaid. Repaying with oneself is shameless. If you can't repay, you just rely on someone else. He wanted to burst through the door and question this second aunt person. What's wrong with you? Ruining people's relationships from over 1,000 years ago. You don't do good deeds. That girl cut the string and continued to control Jiang He. Su Qing was so furious his expression changed. He muttered, suggesting, Can I stop being your benefactor? Jiang He seriously replied, A benefactor is a benefactor. You don't need to pity me. I will work hard to earn money and not cause you any more trouble. Unexpectedly, on the path from benefactor to tricking her into being his girlfriend, the biggest obstacle was. The space fell silent again. Jiang He was still looking at the computer screen. Su Qing looked at her, thinking, Who knows what year she'll be able to repay me? He imagined himself turning into a wolf, bullying her. But Jiang He still warned loudly, It'll be your neck. Su Qing slumped silently on the sofa. Beta began to stretch. Su Qing suddenly grabbed Beta by the scruff of its neck and demanded, Go find her. Now, besides slowly getting used to modern life, she needs to find a job that can support herself. Otherwise, she won't feel secure and won't feel like she belongs in this era. Su Qing was speechless and continued to mutter, It's sour, so sour. The night sky was brilliantly lit with lights. Time continued to flow into early December. Qin Hao earnestly questioned. Su Qing, while looking at the menu, explained, She doesn't have any relatives here. I felt sorry for her, so I brought her home to be my girlfriend. Zijuan quickly interrupted. Is this normal? Look at those droplets on his mouth. Su Qing disgustedly dodged. Wipe it quickly. Is it not normal? Lovers are always consensual, you know. Qin Hao asked loudly. I don't believe you. Su Qing seemed to transform into the Buddha and continued to explain. She used to wander around. She did odd jobs, didn't even have a home, let alone any identity. Everything that needed to be investigated has already been investigated. She was taken in before. You two surely understand what a shelter is like. So why hide her identity? It's to avoid trouble, to prevent her from being sent to some rescue station again. Is your brother that kind of person? How long have we known each other? And you're looking at me like that? That really hurts. Qin Hao was speechless and finally concluded. I'll believe you for now. Su Qing then nudged Qin Hao, teasing. Last time when we ate barbecue, I asked you about getting an ID card. You said you'd figure something out when you had time. See if you can help sister-in-law with this a bit. Zijuan interrupted him. The whole group started arguing again. All right, stop talking about all this. It's been a few days since we last met. Why are you so petty now? Drink. The three of them clinked glasses. Qin Hao quickly left the game. I have to work tomorrow. See you guys later. The two remaining members said in unison. Beat up that Uncle Cop. He replied indignantly. Uncle this, uncle that, my foot. Then Su Qing rode back with Zijuan. There was something I couldn't say earlier. Do any of your family stores have positions that don't require an ID card? Like part-time work? I want to arrange something for my girlfriend. That's not a problem. A word from me should be enough. No, it's about potentially being useful in the future. If my girlfriend wants to get an ID or something. Hearing this, Su Qing began to explain. She's been wandering around, and that can't continue. If we can find some record of her past experiences, it'll be easier. Ideally, it's for work she did since she was 16. Zijuan proudly explained. You mean, 2 years ago she worked at my family store, right? I'll go back and look into it. See how it can be done. Leave it to me. His attitude filled Su Qing with admiring satisfaction. No wonder he's my brother. Su Qing pulled the doorknob open. He stepped inside and said, I'm home. Have you eaten? Jiang He turned to him and replied simply. Su Qing slumped onto the chair. He remarked with satisfaction. She even learned to save food. I'll eat it when I'm hungry. You've been getting fatter lately, haven't you? Jiang He leaned closer, sniffing him intently. She pinched her nose. You went drinking again? Did you go to a brothel? Su Qing quickly sniffed himself again. Excuse me, noble heroine, why do you say such things? Jiang He frowned and explained. You smell fragrant. Su Qing sniffed himself, thinking, fragrant? It must have rubbed off in Zijuan's car. So many explanations wanted to burst out. I'm a civilian. I don't go to places like that. I don't do anything illegal. What on earth are you thinking in that little head of yours? There are no brothels anymore. That's illegal. You get arrested by the police. Selling oneself is forbidden. So you don't have to worry that I'll sell you off when I run out of money. Jiang He raised an eyebrow and replied. This world has so many rules. Su Qing leaned his head back and replied. Could all become legal transactions. Don't think that just because it's a peaceful and prosperous era, everywhere is peaceful. Where there is light, there is also shadow. Bad people are never few. These thoughts then blossomed in Jiang He's mind, making her ponder, that's true. Thankfully, young master didn't dig out my heart and liver to sell. Just then, he suddenly looked at her, and then spoke again. Have you noticed that you've been a bit lax lately? Actually, it's good this way, but you always have to stay vigilant. However, Jiang He was currently not paying attention at all. Looking at her expression, Su Qing wondered, what is the noble heroine thinking now? He decided to stand up. As he headed towards the kitchen, he thought, let's see what Jiang He left for me to eat. It looks pretty good. And well packaged too. Coming home to someone saving a meal for you. It's truly wonderful. Su Qing's lips curved into a smile. He held the bag of food carefully in his hands, thinking, even if I'm not hungry, I should eat a bit. What if she doesn't save any next time? Su Qing finished his meal and walked back out. He slowly passed by her, then sank into the chair. Su Qing, blushing, looked at Jiang He. The more he looked, the more he wanted to hug this adorable little ginger. He wondered what it would feel like to hold her in his arms. He was intimidated by her formidable combat power. He wanted to, but didn't dare. What did you feel when you met my dad last time? Jiang He quickly turned her head and replied simply. I don't know. Su Qing then commented. He rarely smiles at me. He's always grim-faced, making demands. Sometimes I really envy other families. They can harmoniously eat together, talk together, and take walks together. Jiang He quietly looked at him. Su Qing continued to pour out his feelings. From childhood to now, he's never once hugged me. I often feel like it would be so nice if he just hugged me once. But it never happened. I know this is a pipe dream. So, could you hug me a little? Just let me experience what that feels like. These last words made Jiang He furrow her brows in confusion. Why is this falling on me now? Su Qing continued his act. Oh, forget it. You're not him anyway. Although I just want to know what it feels like to be hugged. If you're not willing, then never mind. He said, then sat in silence. Jiang He also looked at him, feeling down. She turned her head away. Her hands on her lap were already clenched tight. Helping you with this is a small matter. Jiang He moved closer to Su Qing. She held out her hands, hesitantly saying, like this? Su Qing quickly seized the opportunity. His arms wrapped tightly around her. Jiang He was flustered, wanted to push him away, but her eyes quickly softened. Her hands clutched Su Qing's shirt. The two of them embraced like that. After a while, Jiang He spoke up again. Su Qing replied, just a little more. In her heart, she continuously thought, it's just that young master wants to experience the feeling of a hug. It's not shameful. Meanwhile, Su Qing was smiling contentedly on his side. He squeezed her tightly, thinking, warm all over. Her hair even has a faint scent of shampoo. If I weren't afraid of scaring her, I'd really want to hold her even tighter. Jiang He continued to ask, is that enough now? Only then did Su Qing let her go. He scratched his head, saying, thank you, noble heroine. Jiang He was flustered, quickly waving her hand. No need. It was nothing. Just then, Su Qing suddenly suggested, I drank a bit too much, feeling a little dizzy. I'm going to shower first. Jiang He silently watched him leave. She had her own thoughts too. So, young master isn't as carefree as he appears on the outside. Jiang He was currently training in her room. A few drops of sweat streamed down her face. Su Qing pressed the stop recording button. Jiang He's figure appeared on the screen. Only now did he speak again. Good morning. Jiang He quickly replied. Good morning. Su Qing continued to wonder. This kung fu of yours, is it for strengthening the body? What kind of powerful technique is it? She looked at him and replied. It is powerful. I'm much stronger than you. Looking at her hands, several questions began to appear. Why do traditional martial arts practitioners need to be strong and have strong kidneys? Top 10 reasons why you should watch anime on Hennessy now. Su Qing suddenly spoke. His eyes looked at her with sincerity. Su Qing's entire face practically glowed. He squatted down and suggested, I want to learn kung fu. Jiang He's face turned pale. She looked at him in confusion. Su Qing eagerly spoke. I feel that kung fu is a cultural tradition. It would be a pity if it were lost. I will definitely train hard and strive to become a new generation master. Is this how I stand? Jiang He reluctantly explained. Although it's not wrong. 10 minutes later, Su Qing collapsed, crawling on the ground. Kung fu is a beautiful thing. Some people are useless. Jiang He softly demanded. You can't stop. Get back up. Raise your hands high. Martial arts emphasizes consistent practice. Kung fu is accumulated little by little over a long time. You want to become a master of a generation. Kung fu is accumulated little by little over a long time. You want to become a master of a generation. But he had already gone pale. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. No, I don't want it anymore. I just want to be healthy. Jiang He then continued to explain. Just be persistent. Once you can stand for half an hour, I'll teach you how to punch. Su Qing's eyes lit up. He suggested loudly, I learned it. In the future, will I be able to punch barehanded in the snow without feeling cold? But Jiang He looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why would you go outside barehanded? And in the snow too? Won't it be cold? Hearing this, he continued to explain. No, I was just asking. Speaking of which, the first snow of winter in Jiang City also marked Su Qing's first days of serious martial arts training. Jiang He's footsteps were cautious. She exclaimed excitedly. So slippery. Su Qing smiled, watching her. Isn't it fun? This girl couldn't stay calm when she first arrived. Now she's getting more and more lively. Is she unleashing her natural personality? Then he saw Jiang He slide a long distance. She turned her head to him and exclaimed, so fun. Su Qing then grabbed her sleeve, pulling her along. They quickly got into the car. Jiang He continued to observe the driver, thinking, the driver in front looks very comfortable. No need to endure the cold and the snow, nor pull a carriage. Just sit there and wiggle the steering wheel. Can I do this? Su Qing began to explain. No way. Driving requires learning many things. Just teaching you the basics isn't enough. If you hit someone, it could cause a fatal accident. At least for now, I won't allow you to learn this. His expression was unusually serious. Jiang He continued to ask. They quickly exited the car. Only then did Su Qing explain again. Later, you don't need to be nervous. It's just a simple meal. Chat. You are Jiang He, who came out of the mountains of Jiqing to work. Got it? She obediently looked at him and replied simply. They continued to move. Su Qing's expression brightened when he saw a certain man. Oh, Uncle Qing. Quick, quick. Hold my hand. She obediently took his hand. Jiang He's face flushed. She secretly thought. It's just pretending. Nothing to feel guilty about. Uncle Qing turned his head towards him. I was wondering who called me, little brat. Why are you here today? Su Qing smiled and explained. Aren't I bringing her home to meet my parents? This is Uncle Qing. He almost became your father-in-law before. Jiang He politely bowed her head. Hello, Uncle Qing. Their gaze then fell on the dog next to him. When did you get this dog, Uncle? Uncle Qing continued to explain. Had him for 2 months. His name is Xiongba. Money King. Su Qing secretly thought, Great name. Uncle Chin suddenly waved his hand vigorously. He leaned in and whispered to him, when you have time, teach Housie a few tricks. Look at him. He still hasn't dated anyone yet. These words made Su Qing chuckle. He began to speak seriously. Uncle, Housie is an honest person. I think it would be more reliable if you arranged a blind date for him. He was successfully persuaded. You're right. Let me think. Su Qing and Jiang he continued to leave. Take your time thinking, Uncle. I'm leaving now. Uncle Qin smiled, watching him go. Go on, hurry. Su Qing was feeling a bit self-absorbed, helping others solve a major life event. Good brother. No need to thank me. Their footsteps continued on the path. Su Qing held Jiang He's hand and spoke. That saying is very apt. When a play begins, even if there's no audience, you must perform it to the end. Understand? She replied plainly. I don't. He lifted her arm, explaining, like us holding hands or something. This is all normal. You don't always need to look down for my hand. Don't be too nervous later. If you can't answer my mom's questions, just be perfunctory. That's enough. Do you know what perfunctory means? Looking at Jiang He's serious expression, he could confirm. Looks like she doesn't know. Then came Su Qing's small lesson. Are you not from around here? Someone with low EQ would remain silent. Someone with high EQ would answer. I am from out of town. I'm not from around here. The lesson learned is, agree with her words first. Affirm first, then deny. Jiang He's little head was full of question marks. Is there a difference? Su Qing continued to explain. A very big difference. If you just say, or nod your head, she definitely won't be pleased. But if you answer her with 2 sentences, that shows sincerity. Next, if she asks what kind of work you do, the wrong answer is playing games. The right answer is doing my own work. Jiang He asked, puzzled. Doing my own work? Su Qing continued to explain. Exactly. If she continues to ask what kind of work it is, you tell her what you do. Jiang He still asked, confused. He quickly explained. It's doing your own work. Did you learn it? Jiang He, having learned, reluctantly replied. I think so. Su Qing summarized it in 1 sentence. You just need to be a good girlfriend. That's all. You're home. Aunt Su excitedly appeared. You're home? He continued to introduce. This is my mom. Just call her Annie. That's fine. Jiang He bowed deeply, respectfully saying, Hello, Auntie. Aunt Su smiled brightly, replying, Oh, hello, dear. No need to be so formal. Dinner isn't ready yet. You two sit down first. You're even prettier than in the picture. Su Qing took her hand and pulled her. It's warm inside. Take off your hat and coat. At this moment, the next person to appear unexpectedly was none other than old Su. Su Qing smiled and introduced. I brought her home today. You two have met before. This is Jiang He. He frowned, seriously assessing them. Meanwhile, Su Qing gallantly suggested. He looked at them, secretly noting. Matching sweaters too. Suddenly, old Su was caught peeking at his son. His face darkened as he asked, What are you so happy about? Su Qing casually explained. I'm happy because I have a girlfriend, that's all. This old man, a lifetime devoted to studying history, now has a historical figure standing right in front of him, but he doesn't recognize her. This girl came from over 1,000 years ago, and she's your girlfriend. The 3 of them then sat together on the sofa. Su Qing peeled an orange. He leaned closer to Jiang He, offering her the orange and instructing, Make yourself at home here. Here, eat this orange. It's very sweet. His eyes widened as he realized something. Su Qing exclaimed in alarm. I forgot to buy some fruit or something to bring. Anyway, it's her first time here. Old Su reluctantly replied. We don't lack that little bit from you. At this moment, Aunt Su called out from the kitchen. Wash your hands. Dinner's almost ready. Qingzi, come here and help set the table. He obediently replied. I'm coming. This is where you wash your hands. Go wash your hands first. I'll go help Mom set the table. Jiang He quickly complied. When she stepped out again, Aunt Su vigorously waved her over. Jiang He, is it? Come sit. Don't be shy. Her eyes quickly sparkled with warmth. Jiang He quickly ran closer. Yes, Auntie. Su Qing brought a bowl of rice and a pair of chopsticks. Here, take the chopsticks. They then fell silent again. Jiang He was currently feeling very flustered. Eating dinner should just be a simple meal. The result was a bit different for what she imagined. The person opposite then spoke. Why are you frozen? A piece of meat was picked up and placed on her rice. Su Qing continued to make conversation. Jiang He replied simply. Thank you. This scene made Mr. and Mrs. Su look at them. They really make a good couple. However, their expressions quickly changed. They remarked. Old Su suddenly suggested while Su Qing was washing dishes. Come to the study with me later. And Aunt Su was still doting on Jiang He. Jiang He, come here and drink this water, dear. She was flustered, repeatedly waving her hand. Don't need to be so formal. She smiled and replied. You don't need to be so nervous. That boy, Qingzi, didn't even say anything about getting a girlfriend. You two are living together now, aren't you? Jiang He really did fail the lesson. She was secretly thinking, living together. It seems that's not wrong. Aunt Su continued to ask. She politely replied. Since a very long time, Annie. Aunt Sue asked curiously. You're not from Jiang City, are you? Jiang He flinched. Yes, that's right. I'm from somewhere else. Not from Jiang City. Su Qing said, affirm first, then deny. Aunt Sue looked at her and gently asked again, why did you answer again? Is that so? So where are you from? Jiang He explained plainly. In the valley. On the other side. Old Su was also questioning his son. What are you thinking? You two living together? What kind of situation is that? Su Qing scratched his head, clarifying. She's just staying over. We're just eating together. But he had already turned sullen. Do you think your father is a fool? You young people, have your own ideas. What if something happens? Have you thought about the future? Have you ever thought about the future? In Su Qing's mind, he still didn't take this seriously. It's only pretend now. What could possibly happen? You don't need to worry about this, Dad. Just waive my rent. We'll talk about other things later. Old Su was infuriated by him. He angrily pointed a finger. We're not talking about the rent first. My son, I need to talk to you about living together. Su Qing replied grimly. He angrily replied simply. Su Qing's heart dropped as he watched the door slam shut. Why is Dad getting angrier lately? I forgot about this. The more Mom asks, the more easily our flaws will be exposed. Su Qing appeared from behind, rescuing her from trouble. It's getting late. We're heading back now. Aunt Sue asked in surprise. He continued to put on his coat, and as he put a hat on Jiang, he explained, it's a bit cold today. It's good to go back early. Aunt Sue waved her hand, replying. Su Qing obediently called out. You too, Mom. Get some rest soon. Jiang He obediently added. Goodbye, Annie. As the door closed, old Su just appeared from inside. He pushed up his glasses and spoke. How was that girl? She looked over and affirmed. Very good. Their conversation continued. What kind of work does that girl do? I don't know. Old Su leaned closer. Are you questioning me? I didn't ask. Aunt Sue continued to explain. I did ask. The girl said she does her own work. Old Su continued to push up his glasses and ask again. What kind of own work? Aunt Sue went along and explained further. It's just, she does some work herself. He took off his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and asked again. From a mountain gully in Jiqing. Old Su snapped his head around. He asked curiously, what gully? She continued. From Jiqing. That's what she said. They paused, looking at each other. Self-assessment of his daughter-in-law situation. Name, Jiang He. Personality, good. Job, does her own work. Origin, from a mountain gully in Jiqing. Old Su angrily pulled the curtain. Couldn't get anything out of her. Ate a meal, cheated us out of rent money. And then they just ran off. His gaze fell upon the strange couple, Su Qing and Jiang He, and he thought to himself, right? They didn't even bring any fruit. How is that any different from that brat coming alone? On this side, he was speaking. Jiang He replied with a hint of pride. I'm eating less and less now. He replied, hands in his pockets. That's normal. Someone as inactive as you are now. Your appetite will decrease. Your cravings will decrease too. Another thing is there's a lot of food here. The rice and dishes are well matched. So you'll get full easily. He continued to look at Jiang He, who was blowing on something over there. A comment was made. I think you should eat a little less, or you'll turn into a chubby little kid. And your qigong will be ruined too. She paled, quickly affirming. I'll eat a little less. He continued to explain. You don't need to starve yourself. After all, your martial arts training consumes a lot of energy. Just don't eat too much, and it should be fine. Once I buy a scale later, we can adjust. Jiang He asked, puzzled. A scale? Su Qing continued to explain. It's what we use to weigh pigs. 2 people would carry you and hang you on the scale to weigh you. Unexpectedly, his words seemed even more horrific in her eyes. Su Qing began his lecture. In games, merchants usually fall into 2 types. The first type manipulates by controlling all resources in their hands. The other type exploits information asymmetry. I know you don't know. That's called information asymmetry. Back then, high officials and nobles always played these tricks. Jiang He listened attentively to his instructions. Su Qing continued to explain. For example, when there were signs of natural disasters, they would use information asymmetry to hoard food. Then they'd raise prices again, forcing the poor to sell their homes, sell their land, and even sell their daughters, using these manipulated resources to solidify their class. Jiang He bristled and declared, I won't be a concubine. Hateful lecher. He waved his hand, clarifying. The current Jiang He is like a blank slate. She almost has to relearn everything after 1,000 years. If I explain too much, she probably won't understand anything. His eyes widened. That's right. Humanities. Go online. Search for humanities. They quickly moved to the computer, looking at the screen in front of them. Both were serious. Jiang He spoke, puzzled. What is this? Su Qing continued to explain. Literature, painting, music, opera, film, these are all condensed expressions of humanities. I'll find some novels and movies that suit you. We'll spend a little time each day watching them together. Jiang He looked up at him. She slowly asked, once I learn all these things, will there be no more rumors about us, right? Su Qing scratched his head, lazily replying. What else then? Right now, we don't even understand my jokes. Go take a shower now. Don't play any more today. She suddenly mumbled again. Rumors. You're not going to rely on that to trick me into being your girlfriend, are you? Suddenly hit where it hurt. Su-Ching broke into a long, coughing fit. He paled, quickly asking, why would you even think that? Jiang He looked at him with suspicion. Isn't it? I feel like you're not innocent. Su-Ching still insisted. How can you baseless slander an innocent person? Go take a shower. Jiang He reluctantly left. When she was alone, Jiang He sat lost in thought on the bed. She sadly pondered. She had already determined that Su-Ching wanted to trick her into being his girlfriend. He must want her to be as foolish as possible. But why did Su-Ching just help her bridge the knowledge gap? So, everything before was just me overthinking it. Su-Ching truly is just helping me. Meanwhile, Su-Ching was curled up in his blanket. He reached for his phone. Then he lazily said concisely, Bark. Qin Hao loudly demanded. Su-Ching slowly explained. I said Shionba's name is very good. Qin Hao was still seething with anger. Playing dumb. So what about the blind date? Only then did Su-Ching chuckle. Blind date? Well, it's just that I brought my girlfriend home, and your dad saw her. Isn't he just anxious now? He cursed. TCH, you little brat definitely did that on purpose. Su-Ching smiled brightly, replying. My girlfriend already made breakfast. I'm hanging up. As he spoke, he pressed the hang-up button. Then he lazily went outside. At this moment, Jiang He suddenly spoke. You're up early today, he casually explained. To have stronger kidneys. Oh no, a strong body. This needs a lot of practice. She countered. Bend your knees a little. Arms up, shoulders relaxed. Following each of her reminders were his yelps of pain. Su-Ching's hands were swollen. His face streaked with tears, he mumbled. I heard there's a kind of crash course. Su-Ching's whole body trembled. He mumbled and sighed. What's this about to cultivate divine power? One must castrate oneself. That's an evil cultivation method. And also, for example, dual cultivation and other righteous cultivation methods. This suggestion surprised Jiang He. You want to castrate yourself? Su-Ching casually corrected her. No, I want to dual cultivate. Jiang He's face flushed as she repeated. Dual. There's no such cultivation method. Seeing her expression, Su-Ching gave a knowing laugh. Looks like there is. Jiang He angrily shouted. Even if there is, I don't know it. Why is this person so annoying? At this moment, Su-Ching frowned, regulating his breathing. Then he darted past the mirror in the bathroom. He massaged the muscles in his arms. He thought to himself, doesn't seem like anything changed. Having picked up a Tang Dynasty heroine, isn't this proof that I'm the fated protagonist? First, a chance encounter with a heroine. Then, after a good night's sleep, learning peerless divine power. After that, together with her, we'd steal from the rich and give to the poor. Show off wherever we go, and casually dismantle two evil organizations. Finally, with our hearts connected, we'd live in seclusion in the forest. Living in seclusion in the forest? No, that won't do. I still have my parents. I should continue to be immortal. A moment later, he sat sprawled on the sofa. Just then, Dongwu stepped forward and picked up some books from the table, drawing Su-Ching's attention to the action. He spoke to Jiang He. You'll easily get nearsighted like that. It's best to read with the book on a table. Hearing this, Jiang He suddenly stood up and asked, Nearsighted? He explained to her. It means your eyes can't see things clearly. You need to wear glasses. I remember I have a pair. Let me look for them. With that, he took out a pair of non-prescription glasses, specially made for people who like to show off. This is it. Try them on for a bit. Su-Ching raised his hand to his own eyes to help Jiang He understand better. Do you remember my dad? This is what he wears here, glasses. After being clearly explained, Jiang He put on the glasses. Like this? Meanwhile, Su-Ching had already taken out his phone and snapped a picture of her. Look, you look so good like this. Jiang He softly said. Strange. At this moment, he glanced at her, seeing her adorable appearance. Su-Ching couldn't help himself. His face flushed with shyness. Damn it. I want to hug this cute heroine again. Then, to dispel the awkwardness, he spoke. Jiang He took off her glasses. She asked foolishly, Your dad, what about him? Su-Ching seriously replied. It's that intense suggestion. Has your second mother never given you a hug before? She quickly followed up on his words. We were together often. When it was cold in winter, my second mother would hold me very tight. Is that so? Just then, Su-Ching's phone rang. It was Wang Zijuan calling. Are you home now? Su-Ching replied from the other end of the line. What's wrong? Zijuan reached into his folder and continued. I've looked into the part-time job you mentioned last time. It's possible. That document. We should also do a bit. I happen to be out now. I'll come over to your place and explain it more clearly. Su-Ching replied from his end. I'll wait for you. Back to Su-Ching and Jiang He. He said. She peered outside. Su-Ching looked at her, thinking to himself. She's so fast. Why does she love looking through that peephole so much? Jiang He looked through the peephole and thought. This invention is really good. If you encounter a bad person, You can directly stab them with a sword through the door. I remember this person. This is that rich guy. While she was lost in thought, Zijuan outside was shivering from the cold. Before he could finish, his eyes met Jiang He's. With that, Zijuan sharply turned away. He stammered, "Where are you going?" Zijuan couldn't believe his eyes. He looked around. "I thought I knocked on the wrong door." Hearing this, Su Qing spoke judgmentally. "Did you forget my girlfriend from the last time we met? Your kidney. It's affecting your memory." Sitting on the chair, Zijuan sighed in relief. "I'm alive. No wonder you haven't shown your face. So you're playing hiding a beauty in a golden house. Hiding a beautiful girl in your house. What's this?" Hearing this, he immediately elbowed Zijuan, muffling him. "Let's talk business. Can you be trusted? Don't let it be exposed when we investigate. Or else, it'd be better not to do it at all if we're just going to mess things up." He replied to him, "You don't trust my work? Didn't you just want a record of past employment? A salesgirl is perfectly fine. Just fill in the position. Then, sign off at closing time. Sell a few bottles of wine. Submit a report once a week. This is the safest position. A mobile position. No one knows her. If they investigate this, they can check the books." With 1,000 pieces of information in hand, he grinned slyly. "This is exactly what I want. The less conspicuous, the better. I don't know if it'll work. I'm not familiar with the process either. Anyway, let's just prepare it first." With that, he called out to Jiang He. "Jiang He." She turned her head back and asked him, "What is it?" He didn't explain, but pointed to the paper. "Come here. Sign this." Jiang He carefully read the information on the paper, but she seemed not to understand anything. "What is this?" Su Qing immediately reassured her. "We're not selling you off. These documents are to prove you worked here 2 years ago." A thought suddenly occurred to him. What if this little girl never learned how to write her name? Then Su Qing turned back to instruct Jiang He. "Look, this is how you write your name. Press here, this is where you sign." Zijuan's eyes darkened at this situation. She doesn't even know how to write her own name? Su Qing could only hold his forehead and give a forced laugh, replying, "It's a long story. She's been wandering outside for decades. Coincidentally, she ran into me." Zijuan continued Su Qing's story, completely unaware that Jiang He was so angry she was trembling. "You just don't know. She used to be a snot-nosed, grinning fool. No need to even say how miserable it was. Keep talking nonsense if you want. I'll believe you when pigs fly." Jiang He was seething inside, but she couldn't hit anyone. The two of them continued to chat. "This trip must have been tough on you." "Sure." With that, Su Qing ordered Jiang He, "Cook a lot today." She said nothing but agreed. Having said that, she turned and walked into the kitchen to prepare. Zijuan outside kept asking, "Huh? Cook at home? I thought you'd find a restaurant nearby to eat." "That's great. I also want a girlfriend who can cook." Su Qing replied, "Just pay attention to your health." At this moment, Zijuan continued, "Speaking of which, I want to build a new computer rig lately. When you're free, help me make a list." Their conversation continued without interruption. Su Qing spoke, "Will you build it yourself? If not, I can introduce you to a friend. You'll just need to pay when the time comes." Zijuan nodded, agreeing with his idea. "That's right." But then he did a complete flip. "Wait, why is your computer all in traditional Chinese characters?" Su Qing just replied coldly, "I like it. These oranges are really good." Zijuan didn't forget to keep nagging. "It's too much, Qingzi. Look at this. This is too unreal. You lack everything, but why do you know so much?" Su Qing calmly said, "Of course. We're poor, so we have to study. Rich people like you just pay to buy our time. This is also..." Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He thought to himself, "Holy cow. No, that's not right." Zijuan was also completely dumbfounded. Then he threw an orange peel at him. "Did you take the wrong medicine today? Usually, you just tell me to scram, and that would be the end of it. Did I mistake you for someone else? Su family. Do you perhaps have another brother named Su Qian?" Su Qing quickly brushed Zijuan's hand away. "You're the one who's sick. He's not Jiang He. Why am I explaining so much? A few casual explanations are enough. But it's also because so many things have happened in the past 6 months. It's just having someone from the Tang dynasty in the house who could possibly be okay with that." Hearing that, Zijuan gnashed his teeth and asked, "You house someone with an unknown background all day. What else could happen while waiting for this job? Just a few casual chats, and you get a girlfriend? I've been through so much, and I've never even met someone at home." Su Qing replied softly like a puppy, "Have you ever watched the drama My Love from the Star?" Zijuan froze for a moment at his question, and then he burst out laughing. "Did you study so much that you became stupid? You're saying she's an alien? You're seriously killing me with laughter." Su Qing's eyes seemed to be under a spell. "No, I'm explaining this based on your IQ. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Seeing this, Zijuan had nothing more to say. Su Qing then jauntily walked towards Jiang He. "I'm going to see if my girlfriend needs any help." Zijuan still didn't understand what was happening. He rubbed his chin, wondering, "Is that so?" Looking at Jiang He's back from afar, then looking at that adorable face. Su Qing's heart couldn't help but flutter, very much like a capable wife. Jiang He heard that and blushed profusely, shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? You damn lecher." Seeing Jiang He holding a knife, radiating killing intent, he quickly backed away. "I was just popping in to take a look. It seems you're very busy. Looks like I don't need to help with anything." She continued cooking, but her mind was in a turmoil. He just said I look good naturally. What does this guy want? After a frantic session in the kitchen, they finally got to enjoy the meal. Zijuan took a bite, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed. Hearing that, Su Qing chuckled happily, saying, "Then eat a lot." Looking at their close interaction, Jiang He was a little unhappy. Something feels off. Isn't this like a guest visiting the house? The master of the house is entertaining, while his wife is cooking. A few hours later, Su Qing and Jiang He saw Zijuan off together. He spoke. "The sooner, the better." Su Qing immediately replied, "All right, I'm leaving now." At this moment, Jiang He had gone inside to clear the dishes. Su Qing walked past and glanced at her. He reached out, offering to help. "You must be tired from cooking. Take a break. I'll wash the dishes. And there's something I want to tell you. From today onwards, you're no longer an ancient person who fell from the sky. We prepared an identity for you. Here is the play, Jiang He's Past." Screenwriter, Su Qing. Jiang He's parents went missing when she was young. She had to wander and live in the mountains of Jiqing. At 16, she was led to Jiancheng by a friend. After that, she stayed here and worked. One day, Jiang He met a kind person named Su Qing. The two became acquainted and quickly became good friends. During the process of getting to know each other, feelings developed. Soon after, they fell in love. A great love. After becoming good friends, Su Qing tried to help Jiang He find her parents. But there were no results whatsoever. Convinced by Su Qing, Jiang He finally agreed to live with Su Qing, sharing a life together. He continued. And so, the story of Su Qing and Jiang He comes to an end. That sounds reasonable, right? If you were my girlfriend, why would I bother helping a stranger with such effort? This can only be great love. Understand? Jiang He was a bit flustered in this situation. She stammered in reply. Understood. It's great love. Su Qing reached out to stroke her hair. Then he let go. His face was a little shy as he avoided Jiang He's gaze. Once you get used to modern life here, we'll go to the administrative office. I think there might be some issues after marriage, so it's best to resolve the identity issue as soon as possible. Realistically speaking, as long as people around you gradually understand more about you, then it could be considered a success. Hearing these words, Jiang He was furious. She asked again, "Are you playing with me?" Her heart was a little flustered. Why is my heart beating so fast? This feeling usually only happens before a battle. Su Qing's face darkened. He awkwardly explained. "I didn't. Absolutely not." Repeated 3 times. "This isn't a joke. Look, we're currently boyfriend and girlfriend. Your hair is messy. Let me help you fix it, okay? This is also very normal, isn't it?" Jiang He also frankly expressed her opinion. "But we're just pretending. You're my benefactor. You can't lay a hand on me." Su Qing also added, "I won't move." "Absolutely not. You should put your fist down too, you know?" A moment later, he realized and thought to himself, covering his face. A blunder. I can't even touch her fingernails. Su Qing was silent for a while. Then he slowly spoke. "Frankly speaking, I actually have an ulterior motive. Look, we've been living under the same roof for several months now. Isn't there a saying, feelings grow over time? Naturally, I developed feelings for you. Then it quickly turned into love. This is also normal, right?" Jiang He couldn't believe what she was hearing. She asked again, "You like me?" Su Qing wasn't flustered this time. He replied, "I genuinely like you now." Jiang He's face flushed. She couldn't speak clearly after hearing those words. This can't be. We're innocent. With clear consciences. You like that, like that. It's still not proper." Hearing that, Su Qing asked suspiciously, "Are you already married, then?" She softly replied, "That's wrong." Hearing that, he frowned and continued, "Then what's wrong with it? A man not yet married, a woman not yet wed. I openly and honestly like you, you know. If you reject me, and then still want my help, do you see me as a simp?" Jiang He, I want to shower you with affection. I don't want to be a simp. Some people, even if they pretend not to want it, are secretly pleased. Let me dote on you, and I'll take care of you for life. At these thoughtless words, Jiang He's face was as red as a tomato. She yelled, "No doting. If you dare touch me, I'll hit you." With that, she suddenly stood up. "No, I can't stay here any longer. As for the favor, we've already settled it." Su Qing also gently replied, "I helped you get acquainted with this place, and you taught me martial arts. We owe each other nothing. If you want to leave, you can go anytime. But before you go, can you teach me a set of boxing techniques? I'll help you rent another place to live." She asked again. This time, Su Qing was no longer joking. He seriously said, "My feelings come from the bottom of my heart. I like you because I like you. That has nothing to do with gratitude. You're saying I'm your benefactor, so you can't like me? Does that make sense? You might not like me. Perhaps you don't like my handsomeness. You don't like that I'm home every day. Or maybe you just don't like my showing off. That's all fine. But you can't say you can't like me just because I'm your benefactor. For us, that's just too unfair. She felt a little happy inside, but on the outside, she still acted indifferent. However, Su-Ching continued, there's no however. Didn't your second mother also say that if there are no feelings, don't repay with your body? You also need someone to rely on here. Why not choose me? After a moment, Jiang-He gathered all her courage and yelled, I don't dislike you. Hearing that, Su-Ching asked, then why do you want to leave? Jiang-He fearfully hugged herself and yelled. At this, Su-Ching had no way to deny it. He was utterly speechless. Then he made up a fake excuse. With that, he immediately sat down, patted the seat, and called to Jiang-He, come here, let's chat for a bit. About how I like you. She quickly refused the offer. No, she cautiously thought to herself. Although Su-Ching's words made some sense, overall, something about this felt wrong. At this moment, she had returned to her room. Conflicting thoughts kept rushing through her mind. I want to leave because I feel ashamed, so I'm avoiding it. Because Su-Ching is my benefactor, so I shouldn't have feelings for him? Why do I think that way? No, that's wrong. Su-Ching outside was also worried about her decision. Stay or go. She's been locked in her room all day. It seems she's decided to leave. Otherwise, she would have come out already. This is truly heartbreaking. 555. A sound rang out. It sounded like the door opening. At this moment, Jiang-He stepped out of her room. Suddenly, she stopped and gave Su-Ching a glare. Then she turned and left. She walked into the kitchen. Seeing Jiang-He like that, Su-Ching curiously stood up to watch. His eyes widened. A radiant smile. She thought it through. Jiang-He, while washing tomatoes, replied, what you said earlier indeed makes a lot of sense. Gratitude is gratitude. Love is. These two really are unrelated. Therefore, with that, she turned to look at Su-Ching. Therefore, you can like me, but you can't lick me with your tongue because of it. And you're not allowed to make any gestures. Like last time. Hearing that, Su-Ching raised his hand and replied, I promise. Jiang-He continued, leaving now would be betraying your kindness. Once I've repaid it. As she spoke, her ears flushed red. We'll talk about it then. Su-Ching seemed to understand what she wanted to say. He said, hearing that, she was a little surprised. We'll talk about it then. After that, Jiang-He continued to chop tomatoes, her face becoming strained, because Su-Ching was like a phantom, just standing there watching her cook. Su-Ching softly said, I'm just a little curious. I don't know if you can differentiate between gratitude for someone and liking someone. I'm just afraid you're confused. If you secretly like someone but mistake it for gratitude, then that would be too bitter. As if hit where it hurt. She yelled, I don't like you, okay? Yes. Su-Ching saw this and teased her. All right. You don't have to get so worked up. He thought to himself. Indeed, as the saying goes, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. She pressed her lips together, saying nothing. She shyly asked him, so, is there a way to differentiate between gratitude and liking? Su-Ching then came up with a trick. Well, I have a test for you. Don't move. He moved closer to Jiang-He. You're not allowed to hit me, okay? She nodded lightly. With that, Su-Ching reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Jiang-He was so shy she flushed all over. Su-Ching hugged her tighter. Jiang-He was now dizzy and reeling. Finally, he let her go. If you like someone, your heart will beat very fast. My heart is beating very fast right now. She remained silent, quickly turned and walked away. The test is over. Now get out. Don't bother me while I'm cooking. Su-Ching slowly walked out. All right, I won't bother you anymore. He turned his head to look back at Jiang-He. He thought to himself, if she didn't like me, she would have pulled away already. Why would she let me touch her? Meanwhile, Jiang-He was so flustered she couldn't think straight. Oh no, this is a huge mess. When she finished cooking, she quickly placed the food on the table. Dinner's ready. Then she hurried away. Su-Ching frowned, thinking to himself, feelings are secondary. Introducing her to modern culture is the important task. Right now, I just feel like Jiang-He is missing something. She rarely smiles, only when things are within her understanding. Does she smile? It's getting cold. There are many ways to entertain oneself these days, but it's hard to find something suitable for her. Maybe I should start by having her watch comedies. Thinking this, he spoke, I just found a movie. Let's watch it together, okay? She silently agreed. Xiao Chong, you died a truly tragic death. My name is Dai Jianxi. Today, I, the Emperor, am in disguise to visit a brothel. As the movie played, Su-Ching laughed heartily. But Jiang-He remained completely unmoved. He glanced at her, thinking, as expected, she still can't adapt? Su-Ching sighed in frustration. It seems helping an ancient person from 1,000 years ago adapt to modern life really isn't easy. But then again, who told me I love her? The constant clicking of the computer keyboard caught Su-Ching's attention. Scrolling on his phone, he thought to himself, a Tang Dynasty maiden playing games. Who would have thought that would actually happen? Then he stood up, stretching and loosening his muscles. I'm going to bed first. Harrow and Jiang, he just turned her head and softly said, "Good night, Su-Ching." But as soon as he left, she immediately turned her head to watch him go. Her heart a little flustered, she thought. My heart is still in such a mess right now. I really don't know how to face him. It was already 10:30 p.m., but Jiang, he was still glued to the computer screen. Su-Ching, meanwhile, was already in a deep sleep. At this moment, she secretly opened his room door and looked at him. Seeing Su-Ching fast asleep, Jiang, he approached his side, secretly looking at Su-Ching. The night grew deeper. The next morning, Jiang had just opened her room door when she saw Su-Ching. "Good morning." Su-Ching noticed the dark circles under her eyes and asked, "Didn't you sleep well last night? Why do you look so tired?" The truth was, Jiang had been awake all night. However, she still replied coldly, "I went to bed a little late last night." It was now 7:25 a.m. They had finished breakfast. Su-Ching excitedly said, "Let's go out and stroll today. I'll take you to experience some interesting places." And so, they got ready to go out. Jiang, he looked around cautiously and asked, "Is this okay?" Unlike her, Su-Ching wasn't shy at all. Actually, holding hands and strolling is very nice. You can feel the pureness in your heart. "Why don't you feel anything?" Jiang, he replied blandly, "Nothing." At this, Su-Ching lightly poked her hand. A second later, she yanked her hand back forcefully. Seeing this clueless girl, he was at a loss for words. But things went back to normal. He took Jiang He's hand again. "Give me your hand." That was just a demonstration. Their hands intertwined tightly. They walked hand in hand along the small street, feeling the beauty of things. Holding hands is also a beautiful thing. At this point, they got on a bus. It was Jiang He's first time, and she was quite curious. "Where are we going?" Seeing this, Su-Ching teased her. "To the end of life's journey." Su-Ching was joking. "To experience life. Just follow me, and it'll be fine." Seeing Su-Ching's carefree demeanor, Jiang He thought to herself, no need to think or manage anything. Just let him arrange it. She remembered their sweet hand-holding. This is the first time I've ever felt such a wonderful sensation. They continued to move through the shopping center. Jiang He was still as clueless as before. "Is this place specifically for selling computers?" He replied, "More or less. There's buying, selling, and many other things too." A computer repairman was waiting for work. When Su-Ching called his name, Galbo was a little surprised. "Brother Ching, long time no see. Why are you free to visit me today?" Su-Ching then introduced Jiang He to Galbo. "Someone asked me to build him PC. The deposit is 10,000, Jiang He. You can just proceed as usual." Su-Ching wrote everything on a piece of paper. "As soon as possible. When it's done, contact this number. He'll settle the rest with accounting himself." This task was easy for Galbo. "No problem. I'll take care of this." With that, Su-Ching took Jiang He's hand and left. "Let's go." Galbo was stunned. "They just left like that?" Su-Ching heard that and just replied vaguely, "I'm sorry. I'm taking my girlfriend for a walk." Leaving Galbo in a dark mood, Su-Ching's guiding voice continued. "This is Jiangcheng Plaza. You see the statue next to the trees? You see the statue next to the trees? Above is the intersection. Cross the intersection. Turn left. Then continue straight." Soon he stopped walking. Su-Ching slowly strolled with Jiang He. He continued to explain, "This is where you used to work. You sold beer here about 2 years ago." She looked at him, confused. "Ah," he continued, looking at her. He gently asked again, "Do you remember? Can you go alone later?" Jiang He looked around and replied, "I remember the route we just took." She continued to glance around, and then pointed at the store behind them, suggesting, "Can I go inside and take a look?" Su-Ching suddenly pulled her away, saying, "No, curiosity is good, but places like this are absolutely forbidden." Jiang He still lingered, looking back. Her steps quickly followed his. It was then that Su-Ching spoke. "Are you hungry? Let's go to BB Barbecue Buffet." Jiang He readily agreed. They began to grill meat. The pieces of meat smoked profusely. Jiang He stared at the meat and commented, "I prefer a hot pot buffet. Just throw all the food in and leave it there. No need to worry about burning the meat." Su-Ching, flipping the meat, explained, "Eating the same ingredients prepared differently is also a lot of fun. Don't just think about filling your stomach. Enjoy the food. Look, it's cold outside, and we're sitting in a warm place, grilling what you like. This is what truly living means. It's a kind of experience. Like holding hands." Su-Ching continued to grill meat for Jiang He. "Once you're well fed, then you can worry about completing your spiritual life. Before and after." She put down her chopsticks. Su-Ching smiled and asked again, "How is it? Are you full?" Jiang He's hand clenched tightly. She blushed and hesitantly suggested, "Can I have a few more pieces of cake?" The destructive power of that face was too great. Su-Ching quickly got up and offered, "Let me get them for you." She called after him, "I can get them myself." Ultimately, Su-Ching still got 2 pieces. Jiang He reached for the food. She brought it to her mouth. In her mind, she thought, Su-Ching's idea of a complete life is like this. They ate silently together. Su Qing's gaze suddenly stopped on the stuffed bears. The glittering bears in the restaurant. He suddenly pointed in that direction and asked, "Do you want any of those? They're promotional items. Clear all the food on the table, and you get one item." Jiang, he commented. Su Qing was imagining Jiang, he holding the stuffed bear. It's true, even 2,000 years ago, women couldn't resist stuffed animals. Girls really do like cute things like that, huh? Just pick one to take home. Jiang, he grumbled to herself. Everyone likes free stuff. I'll choose this one then. It's the color of a winter melon. Even winter melons got caught in the crossfire for no reason. When they left, the store did not forget to call out after them. Please visit us again soon. Jiang, he curiously asked again, what is the purpose of this bear? Su Qing continued to explain, it's soft and cute. You can hug it when you sleep. And you can pretend the bear is me and hug it. Jiang, he's face darkened by several shades as she declared, treating it like you is not what I meant. They continued walking together. Su Qing pointed and said, the cinema is a bit far from here. I think we should walk to burn off some of that meat and save some money. Jiang, he looked at him and replied concisely. He continued to tease her. If it were some rich young lady, she would have stomped her foot and whined about being too tired to walk. Jiang, he innocently asked, is there something wrong with her legs? Su Qing rubbed his chin. You don't know what acting spoiled means. He began to demonstrate, changing his voice, stomping his foot and whining at the same time. I can't walk anymore, boo-hoo. Jiang, he was speechless, looking at the person in front of her. He continued to chuckle and explain, something like that. Do you want to try it? Unexpectedly, when he turned, he saw Jiang He's face filled with killing intent. Su Qing instinctively retreated. The ticket machine dispensed their tickets. Jiang He looked around while he continued to buy items. She curiously asked, can't these movies be watched at home? Su Qing waved his hand, explaining, no, we're on a date. And besides, the cinema experience isn't the same as watching at home. You watch movies at home too seriously, like you're on a mission. Movies are for entertainment and relaxation. We'll be sitting in a large, dark room. While watching, you should keep quiet. If you want to say anything, wait until after the movie. Jiang He obediently replied, got it. He continued to elaborate. I'm asking seriously. Can I hold your hand during the movie? Jiang He hesitated at this suggestion. She couldn't stop wondering. My hands are calloused and ugly. What's there to hold? Why does this guy keep wanting to hold my hand? That lecher. My wife's hair is messy. That lecher. Ears are uneven. Dry lips. Gap teeth. A limping gait and a hunchback. Her body was covered in scabies, but Zhang Tudi still loved his wife and had 5 children with her. Jiang He was horrified when she realized this. She quickly came to a conclusion. I get it. This guy is a lecher. Who else would like hands this rough? And ugly? What did you say? Su Qing vehemently denied it. Nothing. Why is a young lady like her so violent? Could it be that one day you'll go crazy and hit me? Jiang He sullenly denied it. No, I won't. Jiang He stopped and looked up at him. Then she spoke with anticipation. That's right. You should study martial arts so we can spar. Su Qing continued to wave his hand. No need. It's almost time. Let's go into the theater. They leisurely moved together. Once inside the theater, people were all moving around. Su Qing and Jiang He quickly took their seats. He spoke again. Today is Beijiang. People often use it when watching movies. They began to watch together. Jiang He never took her eyes off the screen. Her eyes reflected the content on the screen. Su Qing's hand suddenly touched hers. Jiang He instinctively pulled her hand back. He blushed and whispered, let's just hold hands for a bit, please. Jiang He couldn't stop wondering. Both my hands are calloused. There's nothing pleasant about holding them. Yet this guy keeps asking to hold my hand. He must be a lecher. Su Qing, in Jiang He's mind, was now smirking. Having 5 children, Jiang He shivered, seemingly rattled by her own thoughts. Su Qing looked at her, thinking, what is this girl thinking? It's not like we've never held hands before. The movie ended. People quickly left. They moved together. Jiang He shyly glanced at Su Qing. You like holding hands that much? He shyly admitted. I guess so. I'm not some hand fetishist. I just want to hold your hand. Because if I did anything excessive, she'd probably beat me up. Jiang He avoided his gaze. And then she offered her hand, suggesting, then hold it. Su Qing looked at her. He deeply commented, she looks like she just finished an internal struggle. Thank you, heroine. They walked hand in hand. Su Qing continued to ask, was the movie good? Jiang He continued to reply. Su Qing smiled contentedly. Watching movies is the best way to improve your mood. The broader one's experiences, the more capable one is of deep thought. At that point, one's way of thinking will naturally change. I've always been thinking of ways to broaden your modern experiences and worldview, your perspective on the world, the values in life and existence. And that's a long process. Waiting until you understand everything around you and become independent takes too much time. Therefore, during this process, I'll occasionally be a little less honest. If you catch me, hit me, okay? Jiang He blushed. She stammered in reply. How should I answer this? The sky dyes the sky in many colors. Su Qing's voice rang out again. Do you feel a little less dense than before these days? Jiang he confusedly asked again. Less dense? Su Qing smiled and compared. When you first entered this world, you were like a bristling stray cat, always drawing your sword and radiating energy as if it were nothing. A few months later, you gradually stopped drawing your sword, but you were still secretly on high alert. On the surface, you looked normal, but you were always suspicious and had to verify everything. That Jiang, he was wary of everything. He continued to explain. Then recently, since the day I told you I liked you, you've been like a clueless fool, believing everything I say. Since the day I told you I liked you, then you're like a total fool, believing absolutely everything I say. Jiang, he felt embarrassed realizing this. Yes, it's actually true. What the heck is happening? Her hand, which was holding his, unconsciously tightened its grip. Su Qing paled and explained. Actually, it's quite normal. They say women in love often do foolish things, especially for girls new to love. Jiang, he flusteredly denied. I'm not like that. You told me to enjoy the beautiful world and everything. I'm not here anymore. Her hand gripping his caused Su Qing to groan in pain. Jiang, he quickly let go of his hand. Su Qing continued to explain. I'm not rushing you. You can accept it whenever you feel ready. It's also possible that you're like this not because you like me, but because you're dependent on me, just like how you were dependent on second sister. Jiang, he muttered darkly. Maybe. Su Qing continued. Just take some time to think about it after we get home. You need to know how to distinguish between love and gratitude. If you keep being so oblivious, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist the temptation to trick you into bed. The new concept startled her. She quickly stepped back. Into bed. Su Qing took the opportunity to lean closer. I'm realizing I'm falling more and more in love with you. Until one day, what if I accidentally trick you and then take advantage of you? Jiang, he was so flustered that her eyes widened. What on earth are you talking about? You actually give a warning before tricking someone now? He slowly explained, because I like you. Su Qing then silently looked at her. Jiang, he also froze, looking towards him. They held hands again. Let's go. Su Qing and Jiang, he then got on the bus together. Now she finally asked, does your hand still hurt? Su Qing gave a faint smile. Now that you know, could you be a little gentler next time? Jiang, he was infuriated by his words. This guy's already thinking about next time. The house door was pushed open. Winter Melon lay in the middle of the floor, feigning pitifulness. It rubbed against Su Qing's leg. You're already hungry after such a short time? He reached for the cat food box. Then he teased. Want to eat? Meow for your master, then. Winter Melon quickly ate its food. Su Qing quietly pondered. Right now, Jiang, he is completely clueless about matters of the heart. She's probably only at my 5-year-old self's level. Back then, a little girl gave him a gift. For you. It was a jar of stars. However, he had scornfully commented, no thanks. I think the prizes that come with cereal boxes are still prettier. Damn, that really was a horrific past. To help Jiang, he understand love better. Su Qing then embarked on a quest for knowledge. I need some help. He researched until late at night. Su Qing stretched. His stomach rumbled in response. Finished. I got so caught up editing that it's already 8 p.m. What about dinner tonight? Where's Jiang He? Su Qing approached her door and knocked. Jiang He slowly opened the door. She looked at him and called out. Su Qing. He curiously looked at her and said, were you sleeping just now? She rubbed her eyes and affirmed, I slept a little. He hastily reached out to touch her. Why do you look so listless? Are you sick? Jiang He blushed and replied, I'm fine. I'm going to cook dinner. Su Qing looked at her again, thinking, normal body temperature. She doesn't seem to have a fever. I completely forgot. Jiang He is a woman. She has a few unstable days each month. It's okay. I'll get you some water. Su Qing poured a glass of water. He gently brought it to Jiang He. Drink plenty of warm water. I heard it helps calm things down. She took it with both hands. Thank you, young hero. Su Qing continued to suggest, do you want some noodles? I'll make 2 bowls. She nodded simply. 2 bowls of noodles were quickly prepared. Su Qing continued to entice her. Garlic? Don't worry. Jiang He's eyes lit up as she replied.